Chapter 151 Anxious Zuzuki. Everyone in the supermarket often sees beef weighed in bulk, as well as various other meatballs and sausages that are served with hot pot in the supermarket. Because this stuff is sold in bulk and weighed, there is no ingredient list at all. And this kind of meatballs are almost all made of various cheap meats such as chicken and duck, which are combined with soy protein, starch, various edible glues and beef flavor, and the chicken and duck meat used are not what kind of meat. Chicken is almost always chicken meat that everyone does not eat, and duck meat is also a meatball made by breaking it with a machine and then mixing it with other ingredients. The low cost is touching. It can be obtained in the supermarket, that is 10 yuan a catty. The profit is scary, but many unidentified consumers will still buy a lot of them and go back to the hot pot to eat. They don't know that this kind of food is completely junk food that is more dangerous than fried food. And even if the beef produced by some conscientious merchants use beef for you, the amount of beef they use is still very low and touching, but the price is particularly alarming, and they often sell for more than 30 kilograms. The real cost is only a few dollars a catty. This shows how intimidating the huge profits of this business are. Now Alf came to the door and wanted to cooperate with Xiao Feng in this regard. Of course, Xiao Feng agreed. This business is really profitable. If he doesn't intervene, I'm sorry for the huge amount of beef he got from another world. Moreover, this FI has its own channels. When the time comes, he will make it and let him sell it. If it becomes popular, he can also make it by himself in the future. Anyway, his food company is comprehensive and it is impossible to only produce. The cooking package is so simple. We can also cooperate on this, but like what I told Mr. Guan before, I do have plans to set up a food company, but the company is still in the process of being built, and I can't get the finished product for a while. But once my company is established, I can indeed produce such products, and then we can start cooperation. That's really great, Xiao Sheng. I definitely don't doubt the taste of your meatballs. After all, today's sirloin rice is really amazing. Please trust me, as long as you can make sirloin rice that tastes similar to yours, I have promises that as much as you pay, I will sell as much as I can guarantee to sell this beef ball all over Guangdong province, and even the whole country. F is also happy to shoot his chest straight. If Xiao Feng can really produce that kind of beef balls, then his AF will be developed. By then, he will be able to earn enough if he wins the exclusive agent from Guangdong province. Even the Cantonese who are finicky in their taste can't stand the temptation of such delicious beef balls. The three of them were very happy when they reached the initial cooperation intention. Xiao Feng also came up with the planning ideas of his own cooking bag factory and chatted with them. The two of them also gave him a lot of opinions, so that Xiao Feng would have a lot of opinions about him. The cooking bag factory has many new ideas. Talking until very late, several talents dispersed. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng was woken up by Ye Oyao's phone call. Ye Oyao called him out to have morning tea. To be honest, when she received Ye Oyao's invitation, Xiao Feng knew there must be something tricky about this girl. Sure enough, after arriving at this Hong Kong-style tea restaurant, Xiao Feng saw Zuzuki sitting with Ye Oyao waiting for him. But this time Zuzuki saw that his eyes were much friendlier than before. Unlike the first time they met. So stiff, guarded and even a little bit hostile. Mr. Xiao, sorry for waking you up so early in the morning, it's really because my girlfriend made me unbearable. Ye Oya and Xiao Feng are already very familiar, and there is no need to hide them with him. After ordering a pot of tea and some refreshments, Ye Oya and Xiao Feng are straight to the point. Xiao Feng just ate a shrimp dumpling. Hearing what she said, he put down his chopsticks, and then looked up at Ye Oyao. He didn't want to but just happened to see Zuzuki reaching out to pinch Ye Oyao. Obviously she blamed her for being too direct. The two girls laughed. After making a fuss for a while, Zuzuki turned her head and looked directly at Xiao Feng and said generously, Mr. Xiao is indeed the one who entrusted Ye Oyao to make an appointment with you today. The purpose is also very simple. I just want to ask your store, can I join now? Zuzuki's family is in business, and she has been in a family with a strong business atmosphere since she was a child. Therefore, this girl has a very sensitive business sense. Yesterday, she only tried Xiao Feng's sirloin rice. She thought this fast food. The shop is very good. After I went back in the evening, I talked carefully with Yaoyao for half a night. From Yaoyao, I learned about Xiao Feng's experience from the establishment of this store to now opening a branch, and then decided to make a decision to ask Xiao Feng to come out today to talk about joining matters. Although there are many Chinese fast food restaurants in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang area where she is located, the taste and the level of celebrity chefs can't compare to www.mentalnovel.com, so she thinks that if she goes back to open a fast food restaurant like this, there must be earn money. So I made a decisive decision and entrusted Yaoyao to ask Xiao Feng to come out and try out the possibility of joining the shop. Looking at the girl in front of him, she was of medium height, beautiful and delicate, but she spoke very crisply and neatly, with the breath of a strong woman. This strong contrast, Xiao Feng really couldn't accept it for a while. In his impression, such a soft and cute girl, at this age, is mostly not acting coquettishly in her boyfriend's arms or growing up in her family's pampering, but now this girl actually talks with herself and wants to open a franchise store. This really makes him unexpected. Miss Zhu, you have read about the production of My Celebrity Chef yourself, and I have invited so many people to help promote it this time, and you must have seen it too. I intend to promote it to the whole country in the future, and it does happen. The idea of inviting investment to join. When Xiao Feng said this, Zuzuki couldn't help but smiled, and hurriedly asked, "Oh, what are the conditions for you to join in? If possible, do you have any idea of setting up a provincial agency?" Xiao Feng couldn't help but secretly laugh at the girl who was too impatient. But he couldn't help but look at the girl with admiration. It seems that the girl has a simple background. She actually wants to be a provincial agent. Generally, no one with a wealth of hundreds of millions would dare to ask. Well, Miss Zhu, I mean the future, not the present. As you have seen, my store has just been promoted in benching, and even benching has not been fully covered. It is not the time to promote investment promotion across the country. It's mature. So let's wait a while. When we have a firm foothold in benching and become famous, I plan to start recruiting franchisees nationwide. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Zuzuki couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Oh, that's it. Even the voice of speaking is much quieter. Chapter 152. The hype begins. Seeing the disappointed look of the girl, Xiao Feng smiled and calmed her and said, "So, if you want to join, you should do more this time and help us publicize. The faster our store becomes popular, our reputation will spread. The sooner this opportunity to attract investment will mature, and the sooner you can join in at that time." Xiao Feng was just joking with her, but she didn't expect that the girl was serious. She looked at Xiao Feng and nodded seriously. "You are right, it's the truth." After speaking, I turned out the phone, adjusted the photos made by the famous chef and the photos of the meals that I took yesterday, and started to post on Weibo. I came to benching to visit my old classmate yesterday. I thought that the old classmate would entertain me with seafood, but unexpectedly brought me to a fast food restaurant. To be honest, when I first arrived, I thought my old classmate was dissatisfied with me. After all, my best friend who hasn't seen me in a few years invites me to eat this. Is it because my little fairy is regarded as a plastic sister? When my classmate explained to me that this is the hottest store in benching recently, I still believe it or not. No matter how well a fast food is done, it will only make you feel good. Where else can it be delicious? But the result is, Zuzuki put up a picture of Jugong made with the photo of sirloin rice and the dinner plate that she ate at the end, and then went on to say, "As a result, I finally understood. My best friend must have used me as a plastic sister. She is obviously hurting me. She must be jealous that I am beautiful and thinner than her. She lied to me to eat a fat paper." After posting this paragraph, She returned at Weibo, and then continued, "Such a delicious sirloin rice. What should I do if I can't eat it again after returning to Greentown?" So sad. Zuzuki is a blogger with more than 2 million fans. Although some of them are zombie fans that her sister helps to run, most of them are fans she has accumulated over the past few years. Although her fan size and influence are incomparable with those who have moved tens of millions of fans, her remarks are still influential in her fan circle. The goddess showed up. "I said that I won't update my status for a few days, so I went to benching to meet friends. Honestly, is your girlfriend a male or female? Hey, this meal looks good." "Which one?" "The goddess, please tell the name of the store." "Stupid, can't you see what's written on the plate?" "It's made by a famous chef, and the goddess said that they are fast food in benching." "How do you eat?" "Fly to benching to eat." Ho ho. I was fortunate enough to visit the same shop as the goddess. Hey, I actually went to this shop when I went to benching on a business trip a few days ago. To be honest, the taste is really hard to forget. Really? Too delicious. Is the one upstairs so delicious? Isn't it just a fast food? In my opinion, the plate is a bit bigger, the portion is bigger, and there is nothing special. Hey, you don't understand this. The food in this restaurant is not only full of weight, but also very good. Let me put it this way. I have eaten a lot of Chinese fast food in Greentown. I don't dare to say all of them. 50% should be there. But as far as the stores I have eaten, compared with this store, it is rubbish. Their sirloin rice is not only rich in meat, but the taste is simply superb. If the taste is you haven't eaten it, it's really hard for me to describe it to you, because I've never eaten rice with such a taste before. It's really hard to forget. Zuzuki just posted a new status, and soon there was a lively discussion under her Weibo. In addition, there were really 2 customers who had eaten made by famous chefs. This commentary immediately became lively. Many people questioned and didn't believe that the food in this restaurant would be so delicious, but Zuzuki quickly posted another Weibo. "Everyone, I definitely recommend this restaurant with conscience. The taste of his house is really amazing. It is not an exaggeration to say that I can't eat a lot of the various mid to high-end restaurants in Greentown. But if you really talk about the taste, I think there is not much that can compare with the taste of this fast food restaurant. So if you have the opportunity to travel to Benthan in the future, I recommend that you come to his place to try it." As soon as Zuzuki said this, it immediately caused an uproar. "Goddess, you are depraved. You said how much promotion fee did you charge the owner of this restaurant? It's just a fast food. You dare to take the Luoyaloo, Zaiwiguan, and Quyuan Pavilion, these time-honored brands compared with him? You are right for us? An insult to the time-honored Greentown brand. That's it. It's just a fast food restaurant. How does it compare with our time-honored brands? It must be paid. Fart. How can Azu collect money? Is Azu the one who lacks that little money?" And after so many years .untilnovel.com we have all seen Azu's character, and we have always been inconsistent. So I fix in Azu. This store must have some unique skills. That is, you have never eaten other people's food. Why do you say that the taste of their stores can't be compared with those old brands? Besides, I have not been to those old brands. To be honest, apart from so few classics the dishes, the others are really not good. Soon, Zuzuki's Weibo page became a quarrel. Zuzuki smiled and said nothing. But Xiao Feng was also very satisfied after reading it. What he wants is this effect, and what he wants is this topicality. As long as the more people discuss, the faster his celebrity chef's reputation will spread, and at the same time, many food bloggers at the flagship store have already recorded what they want. The first thing that was put on the short video platform was Aaron, a food anchor from Puhai. This Aaron happened to go to college in Binching, so he introduced benching food in his previous paragraphs, and there is still a certain amount in Puhai influence. Hello everyone, I'm Aaron. I came to benching to attend an old classmate's wedding these days. I didn't expect to accidentally discover a new gourmet restaurant. After Aaron had eaten it, I couldn't help it. I immediately recorded this video and wanted to share this store with everyone. After all, I don't dare to enjoy such a delicious store. Aaron finished speaking to the camera, and there was a scene of celebrity chefs lining up on the screen. The voiceover said, "It's only 11 o'clock at noon, and the store has just opened. But everyone, look at the team. It's 200 meters outside." I was also attracted by the long queue when I came to the Xingang area wharf. But after eating his meal for the first time yesterday, I became this shop a die-hard fan. Chapter 153 took off. The reason why Aaron was arranged to be the first live broadcast promotion was mainly because he was the one with the most fans and the most influential among all the food anchors invited this time. He is not only a culinary expert, but also a well-known travel expert. In the live video broadcast, he often promotes some hotels and restaurants in other places, with a fan audience of up to 7 or 8 million. And his influence is extraordinary. At this time, he released this short video, which immediately caused a wave of waves in his fan circle. Wow, this fast food restaurant looks so high-end. With so many people, it should be delicious. That's right, if a fast food restaurant is so big and there are so many people, you have to ask, it must taste good, otherwise consumers will vote with their feet. Hey, when did you miss the restaurant recommended by Brother Long? I have been to 80% of the restaurants recommended by him. The taste is good, and I will definitely not step on thunder. This restaurant is so popular. Next time when you have the opportunity to go to benching, go and taste it. That's right, Long is recommended by Contience. The shops he recommended before, basically nothing wrong. Fuck, Aaron, I just finished breakfast, but I was hungry when I watched your video. Is the sirloin rice in this shop really such a big portion? Does the sirloin look so much? Just look at the appearance. People have an appetite. Yeah, this store is too real, but considering it is a store in benching, it is relieved. The restaurants over there are all large size. Haha. I didn't expect Long to really recommend this restaurant. I really went to this restaurant when I went to benching on a business trip last month. At that time, the local customers took us there, and when we arrived, we still complained. Well, it was too stingy to invite us to eat fast food, but we didn't expect that after a bite, we burst into tears. The customer was too conscientious to take us to such a delicious and inexpensive restaurant. Their family's the signature sirloin rice and sirloin noodles are both delicious, and I am responsible for saying that they are really delicious to tears. I have not eaten 1,000 fast food here in Puhai, and I have eaten 800. So I can bear it. I'm responsible for telling everyone that whether it is international brands such as Golden Arch, Kafin Cuisine, or local artillery such as braised chicken and pork knuckle rice, they are compared to his family's food. His family's food is really good. It's so delicious. And their sirloin rice has a well-known nickname in the local area, called Desolate Ecstasy Rice. Hey, since I came back, I have always been thinking about the food in this restaurant, and I wondered when their home was. I was able to open the branch in Puhai. Later, I contacted Aaron and wanted to ask Brother Long to help promote this store. I didn't expect Brother Long to have a story today. Everyone, Brother Long recommends this shop. Definitely Conscience recommends it. No more. Everyone can't say it anymore. I can't help my saliva. I have to eat something first. Upstairs, this shop is really so delicious. I doubt it. It just looks like it's just a little bit bigger. Hey, upstairs +1. I also went to the store. It is really delicious. The taste is really good. If you haven't tasted it, I really can't describe it. Nonsense. You two must be the support. Soon the short video released by the food anchor Aaron caused heated discussions. Some people expressed belief in Aaron, others expressed doubts, and then some people showed up and said that they had eaten it, and it really tasted good. It was in the comment area for a while crowded. At the same time, The other 7 branches of celebrity chefs in benching have also quietly opened. Unlike the previous big fanfare, they did not make much noise during the opening. After all, they have long been a local brand name catering company in benching, and the advertising promotion of major local gourmet public accounts has also been promoted. In addition, Xiao Feng and his flagship store have also joined the promotion, giving a branch opening. If you go to the branches to enjoy discounts, local consumers in benching have long been looking forward to the opening of these branches. While Aaron is doing publicity at the flagship store, several other influential food anchors have also appeared in the other 7 branches that opened today, and they have begun to put short videos, content, and Aaron's the same is the same. Anyway, it is all coincidences that came to benching, or discovered this store by accident, or was recommended to this store by a friend. The situation in the store is a spectacular scene of crowds, and there are basically queues outside the door. There is only one conclusion anyway, and that is that this store is really delicious. And Xiao Feng and Zhu Jing, as well as Katia, are all waiting in the office of the flagship store at this time. Some are watching short videos sent by several food anchors, and some are watching those few in-store monitoring of branches, while Xiao Feng and Katu are most concerned about real-time sales data in these stores. Because of the current online payment and the networking function of the cash register, they can understand the sales data of several branches for the first time. From the data feedback, Xiao Feng's previous prediction was correct. As a fast food restaurant that has established a certain reputation in benching, the several branches opened by celebrity chefs are obviously very popular, with large quantities and affordable and delicious taste. Such conscientious businesses, consumers will naturally use their feet. Voted 5 fast food restaurants out of the 7 branches and 2 barbecue restaurants. www.intelnovel.com all opened at 11:58 at noon. Almost all of them were full of customers. The data of 5 fast food restaurants is the most eye-catching, but it has only been more than an hour after opening, and sales have started to take off. Because now is the peak tourist season, not only local consumers will come to spend, but some tourists will also come, so just look at it. According to the sales data of the previous hour, Xiao Feng estimated that not only could the sales volume he predicted could be achieved, but it would even exceed. Originally, he expected that the net profit of each store should reach 10,000 yuan per day. But now it seems that the daily net profit of these branches exceeds 15,000. It is not a problem, and the net profit on his account must be doubled. Yes, that is, the daily net profit can reach 30,000. 7 stores have a daily net profit of 210,000, plus the flagship store's daily net profit of more than 100,000. And this day will be able to make a net profit of 300,000. This kind of profitability is definitely not slower than cutting leaks in the stock market. However, what he is most concerned about at the moment is not the speed of making money, but the spread of celebrity chefs' fame across the country. If this step is also smooth, then early next year, he will be able to hold a nationwide investment invitation to join Assembly.M. Chapter 154. Try poison by yourself at that time. Even if the account is taken out to preach, it will definitely attract a lot of people to join, and the daily net profit can reach 10,000 yuan. Even if the initial fee is set at 2 million, there will be countless people squeezing their heads to join. With an investment of more than 2 million yuan, the cost can be recovered in less than a year. If the store belongs to its own, then the net profit will be higher. Then even if it is a knife from the sky, those people will rush to join. In today's difficult real economy, the stock market and the real estate market are not safe. There are countless people holding money in their hands and then looking for suitable investment projects. The barriers to entry for factories are now relatively high. How can they join such a chain store? Why free? Just find a suitable manager to watch it in the store. Investors only need to come to check out and count the money every night. For such a good project, How many people are looking around the world with lanterns? Xiao Feng is sitting in the store and wondering about the future of famous chefs. When the time comes, hundreds of companies will join the country. The franchise fee alone will make him a billionaire. This is not even the long-term supply. Bing. Did you find it? I'm starving to death. A middle-aged man shouted to the young guy leading the way, and the middle-aged woman next to him gave him a blank look. Just you are in a hurry. Who makes you eat well in the morning? Didn't I have a bad stomach after eating yesterday? The middle-aged man scratched his head in embarrassment. Behind them is the landmark Panhai Plaza in Benthan. This family of three dressed up is obviously tourists from outside the city. They just checked in on the square and went to find lunch. The young guy in front was watching with his mobile phone and looking up to recognize his way. He quickly yelled, "I found it. It's there." The two middle-aged couple raised their heads and looked in the direction of the young man's fingers. And they saw that at a fork in the road on the edge of the circular square, there was a long line at the entrance of a toastery store. Wow, what kind of restaurant? It's so popular. It's been around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and so many people come to eat. Seeing the long line in front of the store, the middle-aged man was a little reluctant, but the boy insisted. "Hey, Dad, this is an internet celebrity shop recommended by Brother Aaron. Didn't you eat seafood yesterday and your stomach hurt? Let's not eat seafood today. Let's try the fast food in this restaurant." Brother Aaron said his home is economical, affordable, and delicious. Even if you don't eat seafood, there are many other things you can eat. The young man insisted, but his dad looked a little impatient at the long line, but he just wanted to speak but was grabbed by his wife next to him and said, "You are a man with a lot of things. You can't eat this. You can't eat it. You can't eat seafood, so don't bother us to eat at the local internet celebrity shop." There must be a reason for this family to have so many. Obviously the middle-aged person is very afraid of his wife. Although he is reluctant to wait, he dare not say more. The family of three waited in a line for a long time before they took the number and ranked. The meal was put on the table. Before his parents started eating, the young man picked up the phone and took a photo of the meal, and then posted it to Suzuki's Weibo. "I heard Princess Kiki recommend this store before, and it happened to be a trip to Benching for the past 2 days. I stopped by today to try to see if this store is as delicious as Princess Kiki said. I'm patient. I'm here to test the poison for everyone, and I will report the result to you later." It turns out that Li Bing has always been a fan of Suzuki. After Suzuki uploaded that Weibo, it immediately caused an uproar in her fan circle. The debate has been going on for a day. The focus of everyone's debate is whether this store is there or not. Suzuki said it was so delicious. Although some people say that this restaurant is indeed delicious, most fans are still skeptical of this conclusion, especially when Suzuki took a few time-honored restaurants in Greentown and compared it with this fast food restaurant. The debate has never stopped. Many people do not believe that the tastes of the old restaurants in Greentown are not as good as a fast food restaurant in Binching. And this Li Bing happens to be a native of Greentown, and also happens to be a fan of Suzuki. Today, he plans to try the poison by himself, to try out the food of this family for everyone, and also to rub the heat of the goddess by the way. Sure enough, as soon as his photo came up, it immediately attracted the attention of fans who had been arguing. "Yeah, Xiaobing, how did you go to Binching? I didn't go there just to eat this restaurant, right? Are you asking people why they are going to Binching? You should ask him if the food at this restaurant is as good as Princess Kiki said. That is, don't miss the focus." Fans who have been arguing for most of the day saw someone playing live broadcast and they immediately got excited, and Suzuki's Weibo immediately became lively again. But no matter what everyone said, that Li Bing never responded, because he was fighting the signature sirloin in front of him at this time. At this time, his grumbling dad is not talking nonsense. He is holding the plate and eating hard. After eating a bad stomach yesterday, he hasn't eaten much, and he was hungry for a long time. The deliciousness, there is no complaint. Even the mother, who has always been reserved for eating, is constantly delivering food to her mouth, spoon after spoon. Belch. Li Bing took a sip of soda and burped, and then looked at his father who was sitting across from him. The large plate of sirloin rice had been swept away long ago. Then he looked at his mother who is usually not a petit novel. Actually, I ate half of my meal, and my dad looked at his mother with a stern eye. Hey, my wife, you have a small appetite, so you should not be able to eat the rest, or I will help you eat the rest. Well, if you go away, I still have to eat enough. I'm hungry after walking all morning. If you want to eat, just order another one. Father Li looked up at the long line in front of the ordering table, then turned his head to look at Li Bing, and then he smiled. Xiaobing, you have a good choice in this restaurant, and the food is really excellent. I know, Dad. I'll go and order another one for you. Li Bing rolled his eyes and bit the bullet and went to line up at the counter again. Damn. Why is this store so popular? It's already over 2 o'clock, and so many people come to eat. Li Bing not only ordered a meal for his dad, but he also came with a sirloin noodle. He just had a meal. This time he wanted to try the taste of this noodle. The sirloin rice was really delicious. Now, let's have another noodle. He believes he can eat it too. If it is still delicious, he will eat it at his house for a few days in the future. Chapter 155 Whirlwind of Public Opinion. Fuck. Xiaobing Tsai, why haven't you finished eating yet? I've been waiting for you for more than an hour. You are trying to poison yourself. Are there any results? Hey, don't die by the poison. Well, given that this guy hasn't spoken for so long, hey, maybe he has gone to the hospital for gastric lavage. A group of fans who have been arguing for a long time are also dry-mouthed at this time. No one can persuade the other party. Really, they can only wait for the result of this Li Bing. When everyone waits until the flower is also thanked, then Xiaobing Tsai suddenly sent a message saying that everyone should go to his Weibo to read it. Everyone hurriedly clicked on the link he sent out. As before, the pictures of Zhugong were uploaded first. The pictures of Princess Kikiki were the same as yesterday. The first few pictures were the photos of the set meals he ordered, and the last few pictures. It is a CD photo. I just patronized for dinner and forgot to reply to everyone. Hee. Now I am finally full. I believe you should understand after reading the photos. The food in this restaurant is really delicious. Here I want to ask Princess Kiki the First would like to express my heartfelt thanks. If it weren't for her recommendation, we wouldn't have been able to find such a delicious restaurant. Our family took advantage of my summer vacation to travel together. Originally, I wanted to come to Benching to escape the summer heat. We had a good time the other day. But yesterday my father had a bad stomach after eating seafood, and other local dishes were not very good. I didn't know what to eat today. I was planning to go to the Golden Arch, but suddenly remembered the recommendation of Princess Kikiki. There is a newly opened one near the attraction we came to, so I came to join in the fun. Hey, as Princess Kiki said, this shop is crowded with people, and it took an hour to get listed. But wait for the first meal. I think it's worth all the waiting before. The food in this restaurant is really delicious. The locals call his sirloin rice ecstasy rice. It's really well deserved, and the deliciousness is really delicious. I can only understand the unspeakable kind. It is difficult to describe. It is so delicious, and it will be his home in the next few days. Li Bing's remarks immediately caused an uproar in Zuziki's fan circle. Wow, it's so delicious. Xiaobing Tsai, don't you be ignorant of your conscience? That is it possible that a fast food restaurant can be better than the outside building? Hey, don't tell me. My family and I ate in the outer building before leaving Greentown. Do you want to listen to the truth? The truth is that the food in the outer building is really not as good as theirs. Surroundings. That Xiaobing Tsai also put a few pictures in his hand. He took photos of the food and the interior of the restaurant while eating outside the building a few days ago, and finally put a checkout receipt. This time, Zuzuki's fan group on Weibo became silent. Even if you are a Gangjing, so many people have already appeared to say it. And this Xiaobing Tsi's answer is the most reasonable and well-founded. Not only did they eat it at a famous chef, but they also ate it in the outer building a few days ago. Whether it's the exterior or interior decoration of the two stores, they all have photos to prove it when they arrive at the food. This is more convincing. Those empty talks are much stronger. Even if those levers are fine, it is not easy to speak up at this time before they can produce other favorable evidence. At this moment, that Xiaobing Cai suddenly sent out a collar. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Guess what? Who did I see? The three scumbags in a row made the originally quiet fan group alive again. See who? Is it a star? Isn't it the 707 goddess? Hurry up and post the photos for everyone to see. Just as the fan group was full of excitement, this little ice child suddenly posted another scarf, and this time he directly uploaded a few photos. In the photo, a young man wearing a sun hat and half-sleeved shorts is sitting on the deck next to Xiaobing Cai and eating with a spoon. It is a very ordinary picture, but when everyone sees this person's face clearly, could not help being surprised. Damn, national husband? Is it really Prince One? Damn, Xiaobing Cai, you are well developed, don't you want to hug your thigh? Xiaobing Cai, report your position, wait for me, I will rush over. Go and go together. Mad, even if you can't hold your thighs, you can smell the thighs. The fan circle that had been quiet at first exploded, because everyone knows this person in the photo. It is the person who has been very popular in recent years, because his dad was once the richest man in China, so he has become a national husband. Nickname: this 10,000 Son can be said to be a very maverick character. He has always been known for his sharp complaints. He often swears on Weibo, but his life is very down to earth. He likes to go to food stalls and all kinds of roadsides. The stalls are not shy, and pictures of eating stalls are often captured by some media. Unexpectedly, I came to eat this famous chef today, and I was hit by Xiaobing Cai. This time, the circle became hot again, and there was everything. After a while, Xiaobing Cai actually posted another photo. This time it was actually a photo taken with him. Obviously this guy recognized him, although he is not a celebrity in the entertainment industry. He is also a social celebrity. He actually went to ask for a photo, and he could see that Lord One was in a good mood, but he didn't refuse. Soon this Xiaobing Cai posted another Weibo. Do you think the food in this restaurant is delicious? After posting it, I returned but what everyone did not expect was that after a few minutes, that Wang Gongcai actually answered www.mentalnovel.com. Just a few days ago, I just returned to my hometown for vacation, and my friend recommended this one newly opened fast food restaurant. I just came to try it when I was free today. I didn't expect the food in this restaurant to be really delicious. This smells real. How to say. Damn, I'm so poor. I've never eaten this kind of rice before. I can only say that it's really fragrant and I haven't eaten it. I can hardly describe this kind of taste to you. But I have to say a few more words can't you make the store bigger? With so many people waiting in line for dinner, so few places in the store. What do you think? Can't we open more branches? If you want to open a branch, if the money is not enough, come to me directly, and I am willing to invest for you. And I heard that your barbecue is also good. Try it tonight. As soon as the Weibo of Wang Gongcai was posted, a whirlwind was blown on the internet immediately. Compared with those food bloggers, the power of this big V was not at the same level. These 10,000 Sons have always been the top topical figures in China. Anyone sent out on Weibo is reposted by millions of people. Their 40 million fans are real, unlike the traffic peanuts, most of which are bought. Coming. The Lonely Ant said, seeking subscription, seeking recommendation, seeking collection. Chapter 156 Top Traffic. This Weibo of Wang Gongcai is much stronger than those Orme anchors Xiao Feng found. Don't look at those food anchors who often have millions of fans, but their influence, even if they are added together, is not as big as Wang Gongcai. The reason is very simple, that is, this 10,000 Son is a well-known topical figure in the country, with the aura of the son of the richest man, and his own career has also been particularly successful, since he has been exposed in front of ordinary people. he has been living under the spotlight. Moreover, this 10,000 son is also a very enthusiastic person. He often fires on some social phenomena or people and things in the entertainment circle. Because of his sharp complaints, he is very popular. Often a random Weibo will cause millions of people to repost it, saying a word from time to time, or scolding an individual to be on the hot search. You need to know the topic on this hot search bar, but how many people can't buy it for a big price? Moreover, some of the topics triggered by his Weibo will also attract the attention and forwarding and push of major traditional news media and news portals. Such traffic is real. Even those who claim to have tens of millions of fans are not at all far compares with him. One sentence can make people famous, and for the son of one, that's nothing. After all, a single Weibo can attract millions of people to repost. Those traffic peanuts can't afford to hire so many Navy soldiers even if they are willing to recharge their money, and they are often turned into emoji characters, and they are against the people. Husband's name and influence are absolutely extraordinary. The food anchors Xiao Feng found, even if they post 100 pieces of jokes, not many people will forward them and spread them. At most, those audience fans will check it out. They probably have a name for your store. It's just an impression. But Master One is different. When he posted this Weibo, the fans below immediately fry the pot. Yeah, my husband is back to his hometown. Where? I'm going to find you, husband. Why don't you call me when you go to eat fast food? Sure enough, it's my husband. He has the foresight. The food in this restaurant is really delicious. Is this restaurant really that delicious? I'll go over and eat some other day. It's over. What if I don't have this store here? When will you come to my house to open a store? I want to eat the same money as my husband. I want to eat the same money as my husband. For a time, the resumption of One Gongtsis Weibo broke the sky, and the number of followers on Weibo made by celebrity chefs is also soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sudden change caused Xiao Feng to be confused. What's the situation? I have recruited so many gourmet anchors to help with the promotion, but I haven't seen how many fans of the official power made by celebrity chefs have increased. Now this 10,000 sons just at the number of fans under my own official power is actually the number visible to the naked eye is soaring. Oh, at this speed, tomorrow our fans will be able to exceed 1 million. Katya screamed happily as the number of fans on Weibo was soaring. The skyrocketing number of fans is definitely a good thing for the company. The more fans mean the higher the popularity. With a higher reputation, the benefits that can be brought to the future development of the company are simply obvious, especially for fast food restaurants like celebrity chefs that are interested in opening chains across the country. And this time, Xiao Feng finally realized the energy of the top-level traffic volume. This is too awesome, and he can win a shop with just one sentence. This is ? Before, I spent hundreds of thousands of hard work to invite so many food anchors to come over. Isn't it just to advertise your store? But now it seems that after spending these money to invite so many gourmet anchors, their promotion effect is actually good, and the traffic and attention brought by this top big V is really terrifying. Quickly, Kata, quickly reply to Master Wong. Welcome him to visit, if you are willing to give him a top membership card. Let me apologize, and strive to open more branches in the future to reduce the pain of everyone in queuing. Xiao Feng hurriedly said to Katya, the actual operator of the official Y, made by the famous chef, that Katya immediately crackled and began to knock on the keyboard and soon posted a few Weibo. First of all, thank our customers for their support of our famous chefs. In the future, we will strive to ensure quality and provide customers with the best quality service. In addition, our store will continue to expand the scope of business. Finally, thank you One Gongtsai for your support of my son. Our shop currently has no financing needs, and I am very grateful for your kindness. In the evening, you are welcome to visit our 3 self-service shabu-shabu shops, and we will definitely provide you with the top-notch service. In addition, I would like to ask the customer to our shop, are the service and food still satisfactory? Do you apply for a card, 50,000 or 100,000? This article was more formal in the front, and when the more soft and cute Weibo came out, it immediately attracted countless people onlookers. After all, celebrity chef manufacturing has become popular now. This time it is not limited to the fire in Binching, but it is on fire all over the country. After all, Won Gongtse's influence is spread all over the country. His Weibo fans are distributed all over the country. With 40 million fans, even any tenth of them pays attention to famous chefs to make this store a national famous brand. It took only a few hours for Won Gongtse's Weibo to be released, and the number of followers their celebrity chefs created jumped from more than 20,000 to more than 600,000. At this rate of growth, you read www.uukanzu. It's safe to wait until has over 1 million fans tomorrow. But as soon as their interactive Weibo was posted, they did not expect to immediately attract a reply from that Won Gongtse. Well, I'll see you at night. I've heard that your barbecue is also a must-do. I wanted to try it a long time ago. You remember that it's best not to let me down, otherwise I'm notoriously unobtrusive. At this reply from Won Gongtse is very skinny. Originally, the previous sentence has brought hundreds of thousands of fans to the celebrity chef, but after such an interaction, Katu and Xiao Feng were surprised to find the number of followers of the celebrity chef's official WeChat account soaring into the sky like riding a rocket, almost increasing at a rate of tens of thousands per minute. Quickly tell me, where is your home address? Today is to fly, and I have to go. I want to eat with my husband. Just announce your home address quickly. Where is it? Don't stop me and my husband from eating. The store stopped me, those wicked bitches. They couldn't let them get close to my husband. If someone broke into me, they would call me, and I would be responsible if something went wrong. You can open as much as you want for the service fee. Chapter 157. Free advertising. The traffic brought by the national husband is really terrible. It is not comparable to those food anchors. Over the years, these 10,000 sons have always been known for being sharp and daring to speak out. The well-known kind of ups and downs, and the air in the middle. Although not many people and things have been scolded by him in recent years, but if you just take out one, it's all big news. Moreover, this guy is still very stingy, and even dared to scold his own business when he got angry. There was news in the first 2 years that he was angry and cursed his own hotel because of the lack of service in his own hotel. He once occupied it. Top few in search. It is also because of this that he earned the nickname of a political commissar. It is also because of his disagreement and his disgusting personality. What he said is extremely credible. And there is water everywhere on this network. In the era of military speculation, this Won Gongtse's Weibo has become a clear stream, bringing countless pleasures to the vast number of netizens. This time, Mr. Won posted a Weibo to praise the food in a restaurant, and he also interacted with the official WeChat account of the restaurant twice, which explains the problem. What's his identity? He is the son of the richest man once, and he has billions of dollars in business under his own name. He is a man who doesn't lack money, and his character is not stingy. So the words he said on Weibo simply don't exist. Suspected of advertising in this store. On this issue, the eyes of the people who eat melons are discerning. Even if this famous chef is really rich in manufacturing, can you ask a big V like Won Gongtse to advertise their home? What is the identity of Master Won? What's more, they are not bad at all. In this way, Lord Won said that the food in this restaurant is delicious, which means that the food in this restaurant must be really delicious, and it really has a unique secret. The credibility of these two Weibo posts by Won Gongtse is much higher than that of the culinary anchors who trumpet that celebrity chefs make delicious meals on major video sites. The reason is very simple. Those food anchors, this celebrity chef can afford to make it. But Won Gongtse and his celebrity chef can absolutely not afford it. Moreover, this Won Gongtse is famous for his personality. But he is famous for everything. If he can't understand it, he will scold him. With his usual cold temperament, he actually interacted with this famous chef twice this time, which shows that Won Gong Tsai really feels that the restaurant's food tastes unique. It's really delicious. It didn't take long for the 2 Weibos of Won Gong Tsai to be published, and they were reposted by millions of people, and various topics were attached after reposting. Is there a famous chef near your home? I heard that his food is delicious. When will celebrity chefs come to our side to open a branch? Looking at the picture is like eating his sirloin rice. Given so much, the amount of light has already made me want to consume. Yes, let's not talk about the taste for the time being. The portion given by his house is twice as much as that of the fast food restaurant here. Shopkeeper, aren't you afraid of losing money when you open a shop like this? In just a few hours of fermentation, celebrity chef manufacturing was actually put on the hot search list by Won Gong Tsai's 2 microblogs. Although it was not in the top 10 of the topic, it was able to make it into the top 30 of the hot search list. Xiao Feng was already a special surprise. The number of followers of their celebrity chef's official microblogs directly exceeded 1 million, and went straight to 2 million. Such an effect made Xiao Feng, Zhu Jing, Xiaolin, Kato and other managers completely unexpected. Xiao Feng originally planned to order the managers of several barbecue restaurants that he would notify him once he saw Mr. Wong, and then he rushed over to meet Mr. Wong to see if he could make friends. But then I thought about this. The meaning of taking the initiative to fawn on the pole is too obvious. Considering the character of his 10,000 sons, it's okay if you don't try to fawn on him. If you don't fudge, you may get gangsters. Just think about it. I just told a few managers that if Mr. Wong really came to eat, he must pay attention to improving the quality of service. In the end, I didn't expect that the next day, Mr. Wong actually posted another Weibo, and he also specially at them. I said the store. What do you think of your family? There are so many restaurants for such delicious barbecue. Shop. Let customers queue up and wait for dinner. Don't your conscience hurt? I waited for 2 hours last night, and the movie was finished before it was ranked, but it's disagreeable because of the deliciousness of your barbecue. You care about it, but don't you plan to open a few more branches? It's really not good to keep people waiting like this. There is a suspicion of hunger marketing. Forget it. It's because your barbecue is so delicious. I will help you to promote it for free. Ladies and gentlemen, his barbecue is really a must. Brazilian barbecue, various meats, various flavors, but each has its own unique flavor, and those on the market. The coquettish is absolutely different, with a recommendation index of 5 stars. The taste of this one can only be known after everyone has tasted it. There is also a picture of Jugong under the text. In the picture is a photo of a famous chef making barbecue. This photo is taken very horizontally. The luster of the large piece of barbecue and the drops of fat that fall are separated from each other. The screen seems to be able to smell the scent of barbecue. Just looking at the photos makes people mouth-watering. If it is said that Won Gong Tsai and celebrity chefs were only interacting before, but this time it is Kaiguo's advertising or free advertising. Think about what Won Gong Tsai has not eaten, but he praises the chef so much. The barbecue is delicious, and because of his personality, he never bothered to advertise. And this time he actually gave Amway to the fans for free. What does this mean? The barbecue in this shop must be really delicious. Mentalnovel.com. That's why people say that. There are countless fans on Won Gong Tsai's Weibo. Yesterday I heard that my husband is going to eat barbecue in this restaurant. I also went there to try it. Although the queue time is very long, the barbecue in this restaurant is really the same as my husband said. It is really delicious. Thank you, husband Amway. The only pity is that his family has 3 branches. I went to the flagship store. I didn't meet my husband. I don't know where he eats. My luck is better. I actually ate at the Hanglung Plaza store. I was lucky. I ate the delicious food and ran into my husband. This trip to Benthan did not come in vain. Fans of National Husbands left messages and released photos. Some of them were barbecues, and some were secretly photographed national husbands queuing up or eating barbecues. It is this kind of photos and comments that prove that these 10,000 sons were indeed here yesterday. The facts of consumption in the store, coupled with the working style of Won Gong Tsai, the dishes made by celebrity chefs, and grilled meat are absolutely delicious. The Lonely Ant said, seeking subscription, seeking recommendation, seeking collection. Chapter 158 One Night Fame. This celebrity chef manufacturing is really popular, not only in Benching, but in the whole country. Xiao Feng did not expect that his restaurant would become famous in the end. In this way, according to his plan, he just wanted to use the promotion of those gourmet anchors to make his celebrity chef a small and famous online celebrity shop. That's it. With the energy of those food anchors, Xiao Feng thinks that at best, celebrity chefs can be made into a small internet celebrity. As long as tourists who travel to Benching, any 10th can know their store, and another any 10th. If he can come to his house to consume, he will not lose money in this business. If you really want to be famous, you must work steadily to attract investment. Relying on the management and operation of famous chefs in the later stage of manufacturing, the foundation will be firmly established and the reputation will continue to ferment. It is estimated that it will take a year or two to make famous chefs truly operated into a well-known online celebrity shop in China. But I didn't think that the 10,000 sons who came out suddenly, with just a few words, actually made his plan ahead. It can be said that the celebrity chef manufacturing has become famous overnight, and it has become a well-known online celebrity shop in the country. These few consecutive Weibo posts of Won Gong Tsai not only caused millions of fans to repost, but also caused a lot of well-known Big V to follow suit and repost. After all, Won Gong Tsai's status is placed there, but there are countless people who want to flatter him. If he posted a funny Weibo, maybe everyone would not follow the trend, but so few human and animal-friendly Weibo promoting food, everyone is still willing to follow the trend and repost it. For example, Li Ergu, a famous actor who has always had a very good relationship with Won Gong Tsai. This buddy has an irresistible relationship with Won Gong Tsai. He often plays games together. He also has tens of millions of fans. After reading Won Gong Tsai's Weibo, he forwarded it at the same time. Followed one. Lao Won, you are not interesting enough. You don't take me to such a delicious shop. Fortunately, I will go back to my hometown next month to visit my relatives. I will also go there to eat and see if it is as delicious as you said. And what's even better is that Mr. Won immediately replied, don't worry, it's definitely delicious. If it's not delicious, I'll live. This celebrity chef manufacturing is not only popular in the gourmet circle, but also in the entertainment circle. Won Gong Tsai has a large theater line at his house, which has always been the object of various celebrities. And Li Ergu is also the youngest domestic one. Influential actors in the generation, their interaction has attracted more celebrities' interaction and forwarding. The fans of these celebrities range from a few million to as many as tens of millions. With the reposting and ridicule of these people, they seem to be flattered. The fame made by the celebrity chefs has increased the fire, and on this night they actually climbed in the top 10 of the hot search list. Although it is only ranked 10th, this influence is also extraordinary. You must know that any topic that can be on the hot search list is a hot topic that can arouse various media carnivals. So that evening, the celebrity chef made the name and it was on many portal websites and the food section of various self-media. What kind of shop is celebrity chef manufacturing? What kind of store is it that can actually arouse the compliments of Won Gong Tsai? What kind of magic is a store that can actually attract many celebrities to repost and like? All kinds of tempting topics spread all over the internet, and then various media reposted a lot of propaganda articles that Xiao Feng had put on the internet before. A series of topics such as ecstasy rice, put people in the hospital, cure anorexia, etc., made celebrity chefs overnight become the most popular online celebrity shops in the eyes of netizens who like food in the country. Can anorexia be cured? How delicious is the food in this restaurant? Just looking at the descriptions of those people, and looking at the photos again, makes people drool. Then, On various websites, there are spontaneous messages from consumers who have been to celebrity chefs to make personal experiences. It is said that the popularity of celebrity chefs in the food circle can be said to be the same. Even the number of tourists who book tickets to Benching for tourism in the past few days has suddenly increased. This phenomenon has been seen by the data administrators of those booking websites. Although this season is indeed going. The peak season for tourism in Benthan can be compared with the same period in previous years. Today, the number of bookings has increased sharply. Isn't it strange? And the following developments were completely unexpected by Xiao Feng. Originally, he planned to manufacture and operate celebrity chefs into a well-known brand in the country within 2 years. How could he have thought that he would become famous overnight? The most intuitive manifestation is that the sales data of their 7 stores has doubled directly. Not only the local customers have soared, but there are countless tourists who come to Benthan every day to eat at his home. The rule of opening at 11 o'clock in the morning every day was abruptly advanced to 10 o'clock, and the closing time of the shop in the evening was also abruptly delayed to 12 o'clock. Even so, it still cannot meet the needs of customers. Many customers have given their opinions on whether the store can be open for breakfast, and some people say, since it is a fast food, why can't the store continue to be open 24 hours a day? Anyway, in the past few days, the most complaints and feedback received in their store is about these 2 items. It seems that customers do not provide breakfast at their home and are not open 24 hours a day. The most intuitive reaction is reflected in operating profit. Until Novel.com, the net profit of celebrity chefs was originally 10,000 yuan per day, but after such a big wave of popularity, the 7 branches the net profit directly doubled to 20,000 yuan, while the flagship store has soared 1.5 times. In one day, the net profit is 200,000 yuan. And the net profit that can be seen on Xiao Feng's internal account is as high as 50,000. This is because the number of customers has increased sharply, and their stores have added new ones. With a lot of manpower, the manpower cost is greatly increased. This wave of enthusiasm directly made their celebrity chefs become the handle of the food industry in Benching, bringing the most intuitive benefit. Recently, every day, the person in charge of various banks came to the door, not to pull deposits. It was to lend his family a loan, or to recommend various wealth management products to him, which made Xiao Feng very annoying. Now he doesn't have time to pay attention to this. What he is paying attention to is to continue this wave of enthusiasm and let the word of mouth created by this chef continue to ferment. The food anchors who happened to be invited have not left yet. At this time, he hastened to call these people to adjust. The propaganda caliber ignited the enthusiasm of Wang Gongcai. These anchors are all sensible, so their scripts also changed their opening lines. I happened to read Wang Gongcai's Weibo these few days. I heard that the dishes made by this famous chef are very unique. If you have a chance to travel, come to his house and try. Chapter 159 Steel City Wall. The enthusiasm lasted for more than a week. During this period, the sales of celebrity chefs remained high, and the net profit doubled almost every day. Xiao Feng was dumbfounded by the speed of making money. The current profitability of celebrity chef manufacturing is absolutely comparable to that of a money printing machine. Several branches and flagship stores make a net profit of 200,000 per day, while Xiao Feng's own internal account makes a net profit of about 500,000 per day! You can earn 6 million in a month of noodles, and if you don't have the internal account of the cost of beef and ingredients, you can earn more than 10 million in a month. Even if Xiao Feng had anticipated this kind of money-making speed, when he really faced it, he would inevitably feel a little confused. Although it is incomparable with the seniors who can earn more than billions of dollars by selling technology and high-tech products at every turn, Xiao Feng is also very satisfied at such a speed. Now the reputation of celebrity chefs has been established across the country, and it has become a well-known local catering company in Benching. In the future, there is no need to worry about the source of customers. Even after this period of enthusiasm has passed, Xiao Feng is not worried about the decline in turnover. Word of mouth has already formed. As long as his store does not go wrong, there will be no problems. With hundreds of thousands of payments every day, Xiao Feng couldn't let all the money lie on the account. Originally, he wanted to open a few branches first, but after careful consideration, he found Xilin and Zijing and asked them to one thing to do is to negotiate with these upper commercial buildings and see if they can buy the store, so that a lot of money can be saved. Originally wanted to open a few more branches, but Shang Zhenai complained to Xiao Feng that the kitchen at the flagship store is already operating at full capacity and can only produce cooking bags in the middle of the night every day. I was not too nervous at first, but with the booming business of several branches, the kitchen utilization rate of the flagship store is already at full capacity. If you continue to open branches, the flagship store's kitchen may not be enough to meet the needs of other branches. So if you open a branch, you will have to wait until the cooking package factory is completed. But in this way, the funds on the account can't just be wasted like this. The daily growth rate is 200,000, and it will be tens of millions in a few months. Therefore, Xiao Feng plans to buy all the stores in those branches to save operating costs. This matter will be left to Xil and Zijing to discuss this matter. Even if the money is not enough, it doesn't matter. Nowadays, there are representatives of several banks stuck in his office, crying and crying to give him a loan, and the bank's money need not be used for nothing. Now the earning power made by celebrity chefs is spread throughout the Benthan banking industry. With a net profit of 200,000 yuan per day, any bank is eager to attract such high-quality customers. As long as they are willing to lend, it is estimated that the bank will be willing to give them a flat push, and even lower their benchmark interest rate. On the other hand, the food package factory that Katia helped out is also eye-catching. It is located in an abandoned warehouse not far from her online store, very close to the dock. No one wants to go to it for a long time because it is far away from the dock. The distance is a little far away. Katia has rented the warehouse in the past, with an area of more than 1,000 square meters, plus a yard, and the rent for a year is only 500,000. The rest is waiting to find a special food processing design company to design the production line up. This kind of food package production line must be designed by a special company, and many parts need to be specially customized, but in general, the technical content is not too high. Katia has already asked several companies for their quotations, including the design and procurement of equipment. A total of more than 1 million is enough, plus the refurbishment of the warehouse. Only 2 million can be done. Xiao Feng entrusted all these matters to Katia, and at the same time let Shang Zhenai, Zijing, and Xilin assist them. This matter will be the top priority for the next period of time. Once this factory is completed, the manufacturing of celebrity chefs will have a big development in the future. When it is operated here, the production capacity will increase, and then it will be possible to engage in nationwide investment promotion. At the same time, he also felt that it was time to go to another world. It has been more than a month since he came back this time. 7 branches have opened. The business is booming, and the consumption of beef is very large. Although the beef he brought back last time was a lot, it was still consumed. It is estimated that the inventory can still be used for about half a month, so this time he is going to get some beef back. I purchased a large number of clothes and shoes, as well as food and clothing, and collected them into the space, but these are not the main ones, mainly the city wall that Xiao Feng wants to purchase. Last time the tree wall was burned down, Xiao Feng was very troubled with the defense of the wall over there. There were a total of more than 1,000 people in the tribe, and the orcs were extremely brave. If they wanted to build a tall wall, they depended on those 1,000 people. Without any decent tools, it is simply impossible. The tree wall was built and burned again, so he remembered the Hasko-Blast wall used by the US military in the Middle East. It was galvanized steel mesh with polypropylene geotextile inside, and then filled it with soil. At that time, he thought of comparison. Simple. However, when I came back to think about it later, although the Hasko explosion-proof wall was built very quickly, the height was very problematic. Because now is the era of hot weapons, the height of the US military's explosion-proof wall is not too high. 2 or 3 meters is enough. With the heavy machine gun in the sling room, it is enough to guard the safety of the wall. But in his tribe in another world, he was the only one with a gun, and he was not in the tribe most of the time, so the 2 or 3 meters high Hasko-Blast wall might not be enough. Thinking about it, it seems that it is more reliable to find some scrapped containers. Novel.com during this period, he has been checking the price of the second-hand container online. The standard 40-foot container is 12 meters long and 2.38 meters. The tall, 2.34 meter wide waist container is the first one in 10,000. His city wall is about 300 meters long, and it needs 25 long. The 4 cabinets are stacked on top, which is more than 9 meters high. In this way, a full container wall would require 100 second-hand containers, which is more than 1 million. This city wall is all iron, and one weighs 510 tons. With such more than 100 tons of steel placed there, he doesn't believe that those half-orcs can break through. The most important thing is that these city walls are all made of iron. If there is a shortage of iron when building weapons there, they can still be removed from these containers. After understanding these, Xiao Feng placed an order directly on the internet. The other party was a large freight group in Banhai. It just happened that a batch of containers was to be eliminated this year. More than 100 containers are not a small business. He sent someone to ask on the same day. After learning that Xiao Feng planned to ship to a certain steel company in the south, he didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 160 Variation Soybean. In the past 2 years, the country has been pursuing overcapacity reduction policies. Many small coal mines and small mines have been closed, and many small steel plants have also been closed. Moreover, the directional release of water has caused the price of raw materials to rise. Coupled with the recent period of time, the Australian government has cooperated with the United States to jump up and down, and the country has also reduced the import volume of Australian iron ore, which has caused the price of domestic scrap iron to rise all the way. So the people in the freight company really thought Xiao Feng was using these waste containers to supply them to the steel plant in the south. After all, such a container weighs a few tons, and you can make a lot of money as long as you have channels. It happened that Xiao Feng rented the warehouse here, and it hasn't started to renovate it. The freight company just shipped the used containers here. Fortunately, there is still a small yard in front of the warehouse, otherwise there are so many. The container really couldn't fit in, and of course Xiao Feng also dealt with it immediately. When the batch arrives, I take advantage of the evening to load it directly into my own space, and then continue to let the freight company deliver the goods the next day. Otherwise there is really no place to put the more than 100 containers. Thanks to his ring space, it is not as limited as others, or else it can't fit. After getting these things done, Xiao Feng, Kato and the others confessed, and they once again traveled back to the alien world. At this time, the alien world had reached the late autumn season. When Xiao Feng appeared, he happened to see Majestic directing the natives and Talons to harvest rice and other crops. When the local people saw Xiao Feng who suddenly appeared, they all cheered and ran over to kiss his shoes and greet him. Xiao Feng has become accustomed to the way the local people express their loyalty and love to him more often. After receiving the news on Friday, he also rushed over, along with the Kyle Knight, and Ducady, Pylades and Bloom, all led the team to hunt and kill the bison, not at home. After everyone came to say hello, Xiao Feng asked them to go separately first. He wanted to see the harvest. Only Friday was left to accompany him. The Dark Elf Mage also had a showy mind and commanded the soil under his hands. People harvest rice, and there are several crops that Majestic found, which look very similar to the earth's wheat. Xiao Feng called Maj to his side, then pointed to another crop in the distance and asked, "What are those?" The crop grows behind the rice field, far away from the river. Although the crop grows not as high as rice, it is not short. It seems that I have never seen this kind of crop before. Great Master, this is what kind of soybeans you brought. What is that soybean? Looking at the crops in that field, Xiao Feng felt his head buzzing. How could it be different from the soybeans he had seen on Earth? The soybean seedlings on the Earth are only about 1 foot high, but the soybeans in the soybean field in front of him are all half a meter high, and there are hundreds of pods under a seedling, densely packed. It looks like heavy. What surprised him even more was that when he took off a pod and stretched it out, there were 5 beans of the same size in one pod. And the beans were full and large, and each one was worth 5 on the Earth. Up, reach out and squeeze, you can squeeze a thick oil. My dear, this is too bad. Xiao Feng knew that some of the crops he brought from the Earth, if planted here, might have some abnormal changes. This may have something to do with the fertile soil of the world, as well as water, air, sun exposure, temperature, humidity, etc. After all, he has seen the effect of fatting in this world. But he couldn't think of it. The rice harvest he brought was not enough. The soybeans he brought could grow so big. The output of this soybean seems to be equal to the output of 2 bean seedlings on the Earth. If such seeds are taken back, I don't know what Monsanto, a company that specializes in the research and development of genetically modified soybeans, will think. And the oil production rate of this soybean seems to be very high. Xiao Feng looked at the oil squeezed out of the soybeans in his hand and fell into contemplation. Friday and Majesty didn't dare to disturb him next to him. I don't know if the soybean oil produced from soybeans can be eaten. I will find someone to try it tomorrow. If it can be eaten, it will really open up a source of wealth. Soybean oil is one of the staple fats of Chinese people. If there is a lot of oil here, you can make a lot of money if you take some back and sell it. But let's first satisfy the appetite of the people here. There are more than 1,000 tribal people here, and the food produced on this land can basically meet their food needs. But nutrition may not keep up. After all, as a human being, it is definitely not enough to eat food alone. It is necessary to supplement the corresponding protein and oil. In terms of protein, Xiao Feng intends to bring the beef back, so I am afraid that he dare not let the natives eat. Therefore, the native people can only switch to this bean product when they consume protein and fat. After all, they have oily water in their stomachs, which makes them more resistant to hunger. So this soybean oil is a very important product. In addition, the soybean meal after oil extraction can also be an excellent ration for feeding livestock. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng turned his head and asked Maj, "Those wild horses, wild bulls and wild sheep, how are you domesticating? Have you built the stables and bullpens?" "Of course, my master. I remember all your orders. Novel.com. After you left last time, I took someone to choose a location, set up a stable, and almost a bullpen. It is the wood picked from the mountain, and I have built several barns. When the grain is harvested, they will be sent to the barn to air dry, otherwise it will easily become corrupted." "Oh, well, take me to see." Hearing what Maj said, Xiao Feng was in great interest. Maj led the way. He followed Maj out of the rice field. After walking not far, he was on a flat ground at the foot of the mountain and saw the fence. Out of the stables, a large wooden fence surrounded by dozens of wild horses, and some wild horses were built in a crude stable behind. In each stable, there are several people watching. The black elves are taking the lead. They are explaining to the natives how to tame horses, bathe them, serve food and so on. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with this arrangement, and Maj quickly explained to Xiao Feng, "There are probably more than 100 horses here, all of them are pregnant mares, and there are more than 200 horses. The people took them to graze, And by the way, they asked them to graze more forage back before the winter, let them eat more and graze more forage back for winter storage. Chapter 161 Variety. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not far from the stables is the cowshed. There are probably more than 100 cows in the cowshed. Next to the cowshed is the sheep pen with more than 100 sheep and pigs next to it. Circle, and chicken coop, duck coop. Thinkers. There are thousands of livestock and poultry raised here, and Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the results. Unexpectedly, the efficiency of these dark elves is quite high, and it looks like that when these cattle, sheep, horses and poultry are domesticated with these livestock, not only can the labor efficiency and transportation efficiency of the entire base be greatly improved, the most important thing is to be able to provide sufficient meat when the mountains are closed by heavy snow in winter. But cows will definitely not let these guys eat, nor can horses be killed, but those domesticated wild boars and wild sheep don't matter, let them eat. And the poultry. These more than 1,000 people should have been supplemented with their winter protein. In addition, there are countless fish in the big river next to it. I just introduced it on Friday. He has already let people start fishing, and now it's just getting dried. The dried fish is enough to supplement the entire tribe's meat for a winter. I asked Mujz about the domestication of this livestock, and learned about the approximate number of domesticated livestock and the problem of overwintering immediately. This Majestic answered in an orderly manner, which made Xiao Feng very satisfied. Soon Xiao Feng patted Mujz on the shoulder, and then asked him about the wine brewing situation. After all, this was one of the things he cared about most this time. Speaking of fruit wine brewing, Mujz came to the spirit. Master, according to your instructions, I had sent people to investigate the growth of various fruit trees on the mountain. Now it is the season of fruit ripening. I have asked Marlowe to Hughes took some people up the mountain to collect wild fruits. He has come back 3 times and brought back a lot of wild fruits. Yesterday they went up the mountain again. Before the winter, they should be able to collect enough wild fruits. Just give me one. In winter, I can brew you a mellow fruit wine. Well, it's very good. And don't forget that by collecting some wild fruit seeds from the mountain, we can open up a piece of land under the mountain, plant fruit trees, domesticate and cultivate fruit trees. Once these fruit trees have grown, there is no need to send people to the mountains. Going up to collect wild fruits is so hard. The efficiency will increase a lot. Xiao Feng said to Mujz. Mujz nodded. Don't worry, Master. I have already asked people to do this. I collected a lot of wild fruit tree branches from the mountain and planted them there. Here there are so many livestock. The manure of these livestock is collected in winter. In winter, a cellar can be dug to fertilize it. When spring begins, it can be fertilized. When next autumn, those fruit trees will be able to bloom and bear fruit. No need to go up the mountain to collect wild fruits. Xiao Feng was taken aback by Majes's words. This guy actually understands all this. Know about biological fertilizer? It seems that I really underestimated the wisdom of the natives in this world. It seems that the Dark Elves have evolved a fairly high agricultural civilization. If they are allowed to develop steadily for 50 years, they will definitely become a new force on this continent. Unfortunately, their civilization evolution has been interrupted by the invasion of half-orcs. Otherwise this race definitely hopes to become the overlord of this continent in the future. And listening to Mujz, the fruit trees here can grow into fruit in a year. What is so special? Is it possible that the air in this world is full of fertilizer? You must know that in his world, planting fruit trees is a very high-risk industry. Fruit seedlings need to be carefully cared for and served. After a few years, these fruit trees will grow and bloom and bear fruit. It usually takes 4 to 5 years. This world has become a quick success in 1 year. Thinking about the various crops here that grow a circle larger than their cousins on the earth, Xiao Feng is relieved. Maybe it's because the soil here is good and the environment is good. After sending this Mujz away to work, Xiao Feng went back to the cave with Friday. When he came back this time, the cave changed a lot. It turned out that Xiao Feng also let the tribe people transform this cave, but at that time there were only 300 people, and work efficiency is also low, so the changes are not very large. The changes in this cave this time can be described as ups and downs. The space of the cave has been expanded and the lobby has been doubled. It is not a problem to accommodate thousands of people to gather and eat here. On the walls of the caves, a lot of stairs have been dug out. There are rows of caves on the stairs. There are people living in each cave, and it looks more lifelike than before. The ground has also been leveled, and all the water supply and drainage systems have been redesigned, even with the ventilation system, so the cave is not messy because more people live in. The openings of several Fork Road caves have also been rewidened and refurbished. The residential area and some functional areas, such as kitchens, warehouses, public bathrooms, etc., are clearly divided. Seeing this change, Xiao Feng was very surprised, but also very satisfied. The change is really big enough. Yeah, Master, you don't know that it was all after you left. Duke Ducati and Groyan decided to change. Those dwarves have the habit of burrowing since they were young, in all kinds of caves. They are very talented in designing and transforming this cave. Most of the work of transforming this cave was done by them. After listening to Friday's introduction, Xiao Feng nodded. The habits of these dwarves are really the same as the settings in his world Western fantasy. This is the daytime www.mtlnovel.com when all tribesmen are going out to work, so there are not many people in the cave, only a few young children are playing around. On Friday, he took Xiao Feng straight to the underground ice storehouse. When he arrived at the ice storehouse, Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. There was too much frozen beef in this cave. It seems that Bloom and Biludes during this time the work is quite effective. Master, you can take all these beef away soon. If you don't take it, this hole will almost no longer fit. On Friday, Shen Kai and Xiao Feng, who took some credit for the credit, said that during this period of time, because of the arrival of a lot of new personnel, the efficiency of Bloom and Biludes leading the team to hunt and kill the bison has suddenly increased. Although they are worried about the deterioration, the hunting radius is still small, but there are too many bisons in this world. Summer is also the time when the bison population is the highest. If you go out, you can hunt dozens of them back. This is also the main reason why this cave ice store has stored hundreds of tons of beef in just 1 month. The Lonely Ant said, seeking subscription, seeking recommendation, seeking collection. Chapter 162 Miracle. All the beef was directly included in the space, which finally relieved the pressure on the storage here. By the way, on Friday, he took Xiao Feng to another cave. When he arrived here, Xiao Feng was also taken aback. The cave is densely covered with all kinds of bacon and sausages. Before Friday, I learned that Xiao Feng likes to eat his bacon and sausages. In order to please Xiao Feng, he did not stop this job when Xiao Feng was away. Anyway, there are various kinds of things on this mountain. There are so many wild animals. He has people caught a lot to make sausages and bacon, so he also stores a lot. Xiao Feng took a look at it and estimated that there are about 10 tons, and the full income space is estimated to be enough for Katu's online store has been on sale for a while. There is also a large amount of mushroom powder that Xiao Feng told to make on Friday. This guy also stored about a ton. Since he learned artificial breeding with Xiao Feng, and with the help of agricultural experts like the Black Spirit, several mushroom farms all had a good harvest, because the temperature was suitable and the nutrients in the breeding bag were sufficient. During this period, the mushrooms were actually harvested twice. If it were not for the mushrooms to be dried and dehydrated, the amount would have to be doubled. There seems to be a lot of mushroom powder, but now that famous chefs are so popular, they will soon open a cooking package factory. Now the amount of mushroom powder has been increasing rapidly. Xiao Feng estimated that this ton of mushroom powder, estimated it was enough for the first half of the year, so he verbally praised his work on Friday, and at the same time asked him to continue to increase production. At the same time, he worked with the Dark Elves to study the greenhouse planting mode and see if he could find a suitable cave to try in winter. Mushroom farming. After collecting these things, they went to Groyan's blacksmith's shop. Groyan took his tribe and some human blacksmiths to build a row of shacks on the left and right sides of the cave entrance. The original simple blacksmith's shop it has become a large handicraft workshop, and the main work at present is to build and repair some agricultural tools, as well as simple production tools. Liu Oyin was very happy to see Xiao Feng's arrival. First, he took Xiao Feng around in his workshop. After receiving Xiao Feng's verbal praise, this guy actually started to complain to Xiao Feng. It turned out that his blacksmith shop, the main problem facing the shortage of raw materials is now. Although Groyan's tribe is very good at metallurgy, it is not very good at prospecting. Because of the shortage of raw materials, Groyan's blacksmiths will face a situation where they have nothing to do. Recently, the farm tools and weapons that Xiao Feng brought were sturdy and durable, and most of the raw materials they could use were weapons captured from the orcs and rebuilt. But after all, the capture was limited. Now they are facing a serious shortage of raw materials. Xiao Feng didn't expect to encounter such a problem, so he could only say to come back and find a way for him. Pylades and Bloom, who were notified by the carrier pigeon that night, all rushed back. After a summer's work, the temperaments of both of them were a lot more capable. Pylades was even more happy to see Xiao Feng's return. The night is of course the old rules. Xiao Feng generously took out food purchased from the modern world and held a grand bonfire party for the tribe. But now the number of the tribe has expanded to more than 1,000 people. Even if it is buying junk food, he will also bring him. There is a lot of pressure. It seems that such bonfire parties will definitely be reduced in the future. Even if they are held, they should be based on local food. After spending a night with Pylades and Duchess Huten in Black, Xiao Feng did not feel tired the next day, but was refreshed. It seems that Ambersit has improved his physical fitness a lot. Early that morning, accompanied by the Kyle Knights, he reviewed the current tribe's troops. During his absence, the Kyle Knights, from the soldiers of the Talon Empire, the natives, and the collapse of the Carter Empire, 100 people have been selected from the soldiers and they have been training. In fact, Xiao Feng doesn't know much about Kyle's training mode, but seeing that these people are strong and powerful, the training is still effective, but the real combat power, I am afraid that you will have to pull down on the battlefield to try to know. After reviewing the army, Xiao Feng and Kyle came to the wall. The last time the orcs came, a small part of their tree wall was burned, and now it has been patched up. However, although the tree wall is still there, everyone has no confidence in the tree wall. In the later stage of the project, Xiao Feng also called a stop. This time Xiao Feng came to the wall and directly gave instructions to remove these walls. Remove all. Knight Kyle and Dukezia Dukedi were very puzzled by Xiao Feng's orders. Although the tree wall was not strong and durable, it was another wall. If this wall were torn down, everyone would have a safe barrier. It's gone. However, the godhead that Xiao Feng had shown before had already established an unshakable prestige in the tribe. Even if everyone didn't understand why he wanted to do this, they all implemented it. The tribe now has more than 1,000 people, and it's much easier to demolish the wall than to build the wall. In the morning, the tree wall was demolished 7 or 88. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng stayed on the original site of the tree wall. When he took out the container from the space and put the building blocks up, it made everyone look silly. Pieces of neatly large iron squares appeared on the ground out of thin air, and they were all 300 meters in size. After that, Xiao Feng jumped onto the container and continued to stack the blocks. It seemed to him to be working normally, but in the eyes of the indigenous people of this world, this is a miracle. More than 100 containers www.mentalnovel.com 300 meters long, a total of 25 were placed, and then 4 stories high were stacked on top. One side was 300 meters long and nearly 10 meters high. The steel city wall appeared in front of everyone. Up, Everyone looked stupid. Such a wall of steel is simply an unimaginable miracle. When the entire wall was built, all tribesmen knelt in front of the wall and worshipped the figure standing on top of the wall. With their brain capacity, I am afraid they will not be able to understand in 1,000 years, what exactly did Xiao Feng use to build this wall. But there is one thing they can understand, that is, Master is definitely a rich man in an enemy country. Otherwise, how could he be extravagant to use so many iron boxes for building blocks out of steel? We must know that in this world, this era, steel is a very rare strategic resource. The weight of any iron box here is almost the total steel output of a small country in a year, not to mention that steel can be made into such iron box. With their poor metallurgical technology, it is totally unimaginable how such a large and neat iron box was made. I am afraid that only God can make such a thing. 8. Chapter 163 Geologist After Xiao Feng installed beyond the top of the city wall. As soon as he stepped down from the city wall, the main leaders of several tribes surrounded him. Kyle looked at Xiao Feng's eyes with shock and joy. On Friday, he was dancing with joy. Groyan added it was incoherent with excitement, and the eyes of Kayla and Pylades looking at him were full of admiration. Although they had been shocked by Xiao Feng's performance on the battlefield many times before, after Xiao Feng performed the real miracle this time, they were finally sure that they did not follow the wrong person this time. In such a turbulent world where human lives are so scarce, what could be more reassuring than following a god like Xiao Feng? As for the people of other tribes, let alone, Xiao Feng's performance gave them an absolute sense of security, and there is nothing to say. With such a leader, this will have a future. Several people gathered around Xiao Feng and slapped ass. And then Groyan took the lead in getting into the container and kept watching. He was very confident in his metallurgical technology, but he saw such an iron box today. It's a service. What kind of power is needed to forge the hard steel into such a shape? He also made such an iron box. He couldn't understand how he thought about it. At the same time, Kyle and Kayla, who came in to see them, were full of joy. Needless to say, the strength of this steel city wall is self-explanatory. The most important thing is that the iron box can contain people and store weapons. The biggest problem in building walls in their world is building caves for soldiers and storage rooms. After all, the walls are so tall. When there is a siege, you can't keep soldiers on the walls. You have to find a place to rest for them. The place, and the weapons and arrows consumed, also need to be supplemented. If it is transported from the warehouse under the city wall, it will waste time and manpower. Now the city wall is a large container, which can not only live in, but also serve as a warehouse. This is a solution. The two problems of Tibetan soldiers' cave and storage room are solved. Everyone marveled at the steel city wall for a whole night, until the sky was getting dark. They reluctantly left the city wall and returned to the cave. The next day Xiao Feng took out the cement he had brought this time and gave it to Zhliu Oyin, who asked him to organize some manpower to find river sand and gravel, and teach them to mix concrete, and then began to sew the wall. Although the specifications of the containers are uniform, after all, the ground has not been pressed by a roller, so it is not so smooth. The stacked building block boxes will inevitably have gaps in the docking place, so these gaps must be blocked. Moreover, in Xiao Feng's view, the construction of the city wall is far from over. The top of the city wall still needs to be paving and leveled. Otherwise, the grill design of the container would easily cause people to trip and fall. At the same time, some containers should be opened, so that when the enemy works, he can hide in the boxes and shoot arrows outwards, which can ensure the safety of the soldiers to the greatest extent. The living facilities and storage rooms of Zangbingdong need to be renovated. As for the cut scrap iron, it is directly handed over to Groyan to be recycled into the furnace for reuse. Zhliu Oyin was very interested in the steel that Xiao Feng used to cut with gas welding. He couldn't understand the gas welding cutting tool Xiao Feng used, But these iron pieces are definitely good things. Such scrap iron pieces are enough for him to create a few good armors and weapons. And what makes him more interested is cement. This thing is really interesting. It is definitely a top-level building material. Their dwarves are already experts in construction, and they have a better understanding of various building materials in this world. Although he has only come into contact with cement for the first time, he has already regarded this thing as a top-level building material. A good adhesive is easy to form, and the specific strength depends on the effect after air drying. If the hardness is enough, then this thing can be used for too many purposes. It is simply omnipotent for building bridges, paving, and building big houses. So after dinner, he kept pestering Xiao Feng and asked him to tell himself how the cement was made. The technology of this cement is actually very simple, and Xiao Feng has also understood it. He told Groin what he knew, but Groin was confused. Lime? What is lime? Xiao Feng is also in the circle. He knows the cement ingredient list. The main ingredient is lime, but he is not an engineering student, and he has never worked on a construction site. He has only seen this thing as a finished product, but what exactly it looks like in the wild, he didn't know where it was easy to get out. The two talked with the duck for a long time, and finally Groin sighed. It would be great if Dean was there. He is an expert in prospecting. Huh? Dean? Who is he? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is interested. When Xiao Feng heard that Zhou Oyin actually knew that a geologist who was good at prospecting, he immediately became energetic. The land of this planet is so fertile and fertile. Metalnovel.com and all kinds of mountains are also there. Not a lot. So there must be a lot of various mineral resources. If you can have a geologist, you can definitely find many minerals that are conducive to the development of the tribe, such as lime, iron, copper and so on. You can develop one at will, even if you don't use it all up here. You can get it on the Earth and sell it. It's a pity that he couldn't get the geological experts on Earth. The local civilization is not too civilized. He may not know much about chemistry and elements, so he didn't care much about prospecting before, but now he listens to Zhou Oyin said that he actually knew an expert in prospecting, and he immediately became energetic. Dean Ogelman is the prince of the Ogelman family next to our tribe, and one of the dwarves. But unlike our Groin department, they are not good at metallurgy, but good at finding all kinds of mineral veins were developed and sold to us. Just now, the owner said that I don't know the lime, and I don't know where it is produced, but Dean must know. He is an expert in this field, and we have been good friends for many years. Zhou Oyin's expression was a bit lonely, while Xiao Feng was full of energy at this time. Such an awesome local geologist must be found, so as to maximize the use of the planet's resources. Then this Dean, where is Ogelman now? He was caught by orcs. I used to fight gorillas in the forest for a while, but last winter, we were attacked by orcs and they were taken away. I also followed those orcs. I wanted to rescue them, but they were imprisoned in Blackwind Gorge, where the defense was very tight. I watched outside for more than half a month, but there was no chance, so I gave up. I wonder if he is still alive. Huh? Blackwind Canyon? What's that place? Chapter 164. Take the initiative. Blackwind Canyon? It's at the northern foot of this mountain, from the place where Broom found us last time. It's about 3 days and 3 nights to the northeast to reach the place. Whereas the terrain is a Grand Canyon. The canyon is very deep, there are many caves below, and there are a lot of volcanic lava flowing in the depths of the cave. Because of the high temperature, it has always been a production place that our dwarves like to smelt. Our tribe used to have a workshop there. Many dwarf tribes like it use the nearby geothermal resources to smelt metals there. Hearing Xiao Feng caring about the Blackwind Canyon, Zhou Oyin quickly explained the place to him. Listening to his description, Xiao Feng imagined the situation there. It should be a volcanic zone with a shallow mantle and magma flowing in the superficial layer. The local indigenous people use the geothermal resources there to smelt metals. But now, it has become an arsenal of the orcs. After Dean and the others were captured, I used to follow the orcs who captured them all the way. trying to save them. But the orcs are very tightly guarded. I didn't have enough manpower, so I didn't dare to do it. I followed them all the way and saw them being escorted to Blackwind Gorge. I saw that there was black smoke rising to the sky, and countless humans, elves, and dwarves were escorted there, working the non-stop, producing armors and other tools for the orcs. Zhu Oyin told Xiao Feng what he knew, and Xiao Feng's expression gradually became serious. Then have you seen clearly how many humans, elves, and dwarves can be inside? I squatted outside the Blackwind Gorge for more than half a month. I can see clearly, but I don't know the situation inside the cave. However, there are more than 10,000 people who open mountains and dig mines outside. If you add them to the cave, people working in metallurgy, I estimate that there will be more than 20,000 prisoners. Groyan's mathematics is pretty good, so the number he told Xiao Feng is basically pretty credible. How many orcs are there? They probably have more than 3,000 people. There are construction site supervisors and patrols, but it may be the opposition forces nearby. They have been wiped out, so there are not many orc troops guarding here. Hearing what Zhu Oyin said, Xiao Feng couldn't help but frowned. There were more than 3,000 people, not a few. After having breakfast the next day, Xiao Feng called Friday, Kyle, Bloom, Pylades, Era and Groyan, several important leaders, to the conference room to prepare for the meeting. Yesterday Groyan told me that there is a Blackwind Gorge to the north. Do you know? Kyle and Kyla shook their heads on Friday, but Bloom and Pylades both knew about this place. It used to be the territory of the dwarf tribe. Many weapons and tools were smelted there by the dwarves. There is geothermal underground, iron ore nearby, and there used to be a bazaar at the entrance of the canyon. When the orcs did not come, elves, humans and dwarves often trade in that market. Bloom probably added the situation again, and Xiao Feng nodded. Yesterday Groyan told me that the place has now become a half-orcs arsenal. We fought against the half-orcs several times before and wiped out their brigade last time. It is estimated that the half-orcs already know our existence. However, they did not come this summer. I guess their army should be trapped in the south to fight against the human empire, but this autumn or even winter they are likely to come to conquer. Even if they do not come in these 2 seasons, after the beginning of spring next year one will definitely come. So I don't plan to sit still, I plan to take the initiative. Our tribe is too weak now, with a total of only more than 1,000 people, and the number is too small. According to Groyan, there are about 20,000 in Blackwind Canyon. Many captives are building weapons for the orcs. If we attack a place, not only can we rescue a large number of humans, but we can also destroy their arsenal and weaken their strength. So I think that place is worth our visit. Xiao Feng shared his thoughts with everyone. The few people present fell silent. Almost all of them had experience in field battles with half-orcs. They knew how terrifying the half-orcs were on the battlefield. So everyone was a little afraid of Xiao Feng's proposal. But reason told them that Xiao Feng's proposal was correct, and the half-orcs must have known their existence and would come sooner or later. Rather than sitting here and waiting for them to come and conquer, it is better to attack them when they have no energy to take care of themselves. As Xiao Feng said, it can not only save a large number of humans, but also destroy the orcs' arsenal and weaken them, their war potential. So after weighing in silence for a while, Night Kyle took the lead and said, I think the master's idea is great. Mentalnovel.com. The orcs must know that we exist. We can't sit and wait for death. We must do our best before they react. It is possible to strengthen ourselves, but we only have more than 100 people. Master, do you have any detailed combat plan? You don't have to worry about this. When it comes to Blackwind Canyon, I will naturally tell you. Seeing that Kyle agreed, the others did not say anything. Xiao Feng knew that they were all convinced by himself. As for the plan, he really has no plans now. For the specific situation, he got the Blackwind Canyon and after surveying the scene environment. Say it again. Since everyone did not object, Xiao Feng made work assignments that day. Kayla and Pylades stayed at home, and Kyle and Friday, as well as Groyan, set off with him. Because the base is in the autumn harvest season and people are needed everywhere, Xiao Feng didn't plan to bring too many people. He only brought more than 100 soldiers trained by the Kyle Knights, and also brought dozens of dwarves to set out. The remaining people stay at the base, under the supervision of Bilodes and Kayla, pay close attention to the autumn harvest, and reserve a large amount of food. If the rescue is successful this time, the population of the tribe may exceed 10,000, and it will be there soon. In winter, it is a big problem for so many people to open their mouths to eat. In order to save energy, they rode a lot of horses this time. Anyway, after the tribe started catching wild horses and domesticating them, there is no shortage of horses in the tribe. Groin was familiar with the terrain and opened the road in front, and there were horses riding. They walked smoothly along the way. They didn't encounter any patrol of half-orcs, and it only took 7 days and nights to reach Blackwind Canyon. Finding a hidden place to camp, Xiao Feng asked Groin to take him to find a good observation point and start to check the situation in the canyon. The situation in the canyon was similar to what he had predicted, with mountains on both sides. The ground is still below the water level and is a geological rift. Chapter 165. Plan from a long distance away. You can see the black smoke rising from the top of the canyon, and you can hear the noise of people calling Ma Ming in the canyon. On a large hidden tree, Xiao Feng took out his binoculars and started looking watch in the canyon. The environment was similar to what he had previously expected. That is, the area under the Grand Canyon was much larger than he had previously expected. There was also a small basin at the bottom of the valley, and there was a river crossing beside the basin. On the mountains on both sides, the trees have basically been chopped down. Countless humans, elves, and dwarves use the simplest tools to mine the mountains. Those people are dressed in simple clothes. Some even have no clothes. They are all one. The appearance of mental numbness can be seen from the naked torso. All of them are malnourished. It is impossible for the half-orcs to give them enough food, and coupled with the heavy work, their physical condition cannot be too good. Xiao Feng frowned. Rescue them is not a big problem, but the key is that with these people's physical conditions, it is impossible to run too far or fast, or even run a few steps before they are exhausted and starved to death. It is not difficult to rescue them just by their appearance, but how to lead them to escape back to the base. The places where the captives worked were not many orc soldiers, but there were often orc overseers who walked past them. These overseers were all Tauren, Pighead, and Kobold that had been seen before. Everyone looked fierce and wicked. Seeing someone slow their hands and feet, they just went up with a whip. Some people who couldn't stand it were beaten to death on the spot. Those who were beaten to death, the overseers directed several prisoners to lift them up and head to the mine. Lost in it. Looking at it this way, these beasts use these people as disposable tools. Just this energy, it seems that it is not worse than the devils of the year. After seeing the general situation, Xiao Feng took out the drone again and let it out. After a while, he took a lot of photos and returned. Bringing Groin back to the base, Xiao Feng took out the printer and connected the generator, and printed out the photos taken by the drone. Kyle, Bloom and Groin took them one by one. I kept looking at those photos. Although they have accepted the fact that the owner is a god, when Xiao Feng shows them some miracle from time to time, they will still be shocked again and again. This photo was taken too sharply. Even if it is the Kyle Knight who has seen the noble royal painter, looking at these photos, his scalp is numb, and the quality of such a fine and high-definition restoration picture quality, I am afraid that even the king's royal painter can't draw it. Such a picture. This is the general situation in the canyon. The mountains on both sides of the canyon should be the main iron ore production area. We can see many humans, elves and dwarves captives are digging in the mining area. There are several openings at the foot of the mountain. There is still black smoke coming out of the air outlet here, and captives are constantly sending ore into this cave. I guess there is a metallurgical operation area. That's right, it's there. I guess there are still many humans, elves, and dwarves who are kept working underneath. Zhliu Oyin took the photo and glanced at it. and then said to Xiao Feng confidently, "I was watching the overseers. I squatted over there for more than an hour. I saw a total of more than 500 mobile overseers on the mountains on both sides, constantly patrolling and supervising mining. There is a small camp below. I guess it's a guard, the place where the team is stationed. When they were eating, I checked and there were about 1,000 orc soldiers. According to the situation introduced by Groin, I guess there should be more than 1,000 orc supervisors inside, and it is on both sides of the valley. At the entrance and exit, I can see the patrol from time to time. So I preliminarily judged that there are probably more than 3,000 half-orcs in this valley." After listening to Xiao Feng's words, the few people present fell into silence. There were only more than 100 people, 100 to 3,000, and they didn't think anything. However, Xiao Feng was not as anxious as they were. He was very nervous when seeing everyone. He just laughed and made people prepare dinner quickly. Soon the simple dinner was done, and Xiao Feng even took out some drinks to relieve everyone's nervousness. I have to say that wine is really a good thing. Although Xiao Feng took the most common liquor in the world, it was a liquor with a degree of 38%. The more than 100 people present were basically in a state of ecstasy. After all, they have never been exposed to this kind of liquor before, and they have no resistance to alcohol at all. Seeing everyone drunk and stumbling, Xiao Feng couldn't help but gain a bit of confidence in his plan. High-purity liquor, in his world, is also a spirit that has only been developed in the last few hundred years. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Ancient people drank rice wine with only a few degrees of alcohol, otherwise the guy who is known as the 100 Poems of Fighting Wine would have been drunk. Bone Porgy is the captain of a Tauren squad. It was time to patrol outside the valley again that day. He happened to lead the team again. Bone Porgy had always had a big opinion about being stationed in such a valley where birds don't shit. Looking at the humans mining and metallurgy every day, what oil and water are there to fish? It's better to go out and fight the human empire in the south. Those human armies are all roosters, and they will disperse as soon as they rush. If they can rush into their city, they can not only enjoy it. A woman with a smooth skin can grab a fortune and make a small fortune. But stationed in this valley, you can't get the fat. And when he thinks of his brothers fighting against humans in the south, Bone Pengjiji feels jealous of his scalp. A patrol out of the valley every 3 days is when he feels the happiest. Without seeing the fellow Lulu, he can feel a lot more relaxed. He can also go hunting and go for an outing. It is much stronger to stay in the ravine. The team of 15 people went out of the valley and followed the original route. Not far. The kobold Tiganunu leading the way suddenly stopped and raised his right hand. This was a signal to receive the enemy. The entire squad lowered its figure, clenched the weapon in his hand, and hurriedly moved to Tiganuna's side. What's the situation? Smell of someone? Tiganuna's nose was constantly shaking, sucking the air. Seeing his virtue, Bone Pengjiji was delighted. I don't know where the stupid humans came from, and they actually ran here to give away their heads. Tiganunu sniffed for a while, and then took the lead to walk to the left. Porgy looked back at the team and waved everyone quietly to follow. Chapter 166 Trophy. Soon, under the leadership of the kobold, they chased after the woods, and they quietly touched into the woods. There was a clearing in the middle of the woods. At this time, a dozen dwarves and humans were sitting and resting under the big trees. They looked very tired. In the clearing, a dozen large wooden barrels were stacked. The kobold Tiganuna's nose couldn't stop at this time. They didn't know what good smell they smelled. At this moment, they saw one of the dwarves, got up and came to a wooden barrel, and took out one. The water scoop, scooped out a spoon, and then a dozen people immediately surrounded it, took a sip of the water scoop, and I drank one bite at a time. A long way away, let alone kobolds. Even Bone Pengjiji smelled a wonderful scent that he had never smelled before. Looking at the sweetness that those people drink, it seems that you are very reluctant to take a sip for me. The orcs are even more curious. What else do these guys drink? As for why these people are here, Why are there those wooden barrels? And their poor brain capacity, they simply can't remember these doubts. The throats of the half-orcs were surging. Everyone turned their eyes to Bon-Pojiji. Obviously they were waiting for him to give orders. Bon-Pojiji could not wait any longer, waved, and then took the lead. Get out! The half-orcs who rushed over with a roar apparently frightened those dwarves and humans, and as soon as the water scoop was thrown away, everyone fled into the woods in a hurry. If it were before, Bon-Pojiji would definitely follow them endlessly until they were all captured or killed. After all, this was one of the few pleasures for him to garrison this broken ravine. But this time, they only chased them 2 steps, and they all walked back to the front of the wooden barrel. The fragrance from the wooden barrel just broke everyone's greed. The half-orcs are inherently not highly civilized, let alone the diet, a crude one. There is no diet system at all. Most of the half-orcs are almost still living a life of drinking blood. Only in recent years, after they have continuously defeated and conquered the human empire, captured a lot of human chefs, and their diet has improved a lot. They have also drunk wine. The monkey tribe has brewed monkey wine before, but the production of that monkey wine is not high. It has always been a luxury item traded between tribes. Usually it will only appear in tribal elders during important holidays, or at the table of the nobles. Later, after defeating the human empire, especially after breaking down many cities, they seized a lot of human drinks, but most of them were taken away by the noble elders. Ordinary soldiers were just a few bites to try. But as long as he tried a bite, the stimulating feeling kept the orc soldiers who tried it hard to forget, and this Bon-Porch was just one of the people who had tasted it. He just smelled that smell, and he quickly remembered that he had drunk human drinks before, so this time he didn't even bother to chase the escaped humans. After chasing for a few steps, I returned to the front of the wooden barrel, took a scoop, took a big sip, and after this bite, Bon-Pojiji felt a line of fire straight into the abdomen, and then quickly he felt his blood start to burn, and he began to feel airy. This feeling. This feels. It's so cool. The surrounding half-orc soldiers gathered around, staring at Bon-Pojiji. The half-orc tribe has a strict hierarchy. Although Bon-Pojiji is not a noble of high blood, after all, he is their team leader. He does not speak. Everyone dared not move around, so they could only stand beside him and swallowed wryly. Seeing the virtues of these half-orcs, Bon-Pojiji immediately hung the water scoop around his waist, and then covered the wooden barrel. If they were opened here for them to drink, these guys would probably be able to drink these dozen barrels of wine immediately. Drink it up. That won't work. He can count on these wines for Giga's future prospects. Bon-Pojiji took out the majesty of the captain, scolded these imaginative half-orc soldiers, and even coaxed and scared them, finally let these soldiers transport all the dozen barrels of wine back to the camp. As soon as he returned to the barracks, the supreme officer in charge of the security of the Blackwind Gorge, Kian Fu Longbone Panglialu, rushed over. What's the situation? Isn't it 3 days to go out this time? How can you come back so soon? Your honorable commander, we had some accidents as soon as we left Taniguchi. You see, this is the trophy we brought back. Although Bon-Pojiji looks down on the chieftain of Bon-Pulyalu, who is of noble origin. This guy is a prince of a small torrent tribe. Whether he can move out of this valley in the future depends on him. Therefore, the Bon-Pojiji still lowered his figure, and talked about the situation they encountered after they left the valley with the Bon-Pulyalu. Of course, when they said they were also made up, such as what happened to the food transport brigade of the human rebels. A battle drove the opponent away, and then seized more than a dozen barrels of wine back. Although Lulu was skeptical of what he said, when he saw the liquor and tasted it personally, his eyes lit up. This is a good thing. If a part of such a thing is given to his father, it is estimated that the title of the crown prince of the tribe will fall on him. When I think of this, Bon-Pulyalu can no longer care whether what Bon-Pojiji said is true or not. Mentalnovel.com. Look at the greedy eyes of the surrounding soldiers. Bon-Pulyalu also knows that this thing is good. but can't swallow it alone. In the evening, let the human chef prepare a good meal for everyone. Each person will bring a glass of wine, and each person will have a limited amount of one. The half-orc tribe has always distinguished rewards and punishments. This time he has seized so much good wine. If he stayed all alone, he would definitely be guilty of public anger. Bone Porch Lulu is also an aristocrat who has received higher education. He certainly has his own ideas on how to deal with these clay legs. The news that everyone was drinking and drinking quickly spread throughout the camp. All afternoon, the orcs overseers were absent-minded. Before dark, they hurriedly finished their work and drove the captives back to the simple grass sheds. After one pass, I went to eat. Anyway, these captives had no physical strength and were unable to escape from prison. In addition, the guys who had escaped before were caught back. After being severely punished by Bone Lulu, it is estimated that no one would dare to run away. Soon more than 3,000 orcs appeared in the barracks and began to line up for food. Chapter 167 Cereals. However, the difference between today and the past is that everyone can get a glass of white wine, so today the atmosphere in the camp restaurant is particularly warm. In a short while, the half-orcs all received their own meals and a glass of wine each, and then they scattered and sat on the ground to feast on them, and even more impatiently, they drank all the drinks in their hands. But what these guys didn't know was that not far above their heads, a black drone was constantly hovering. The infrared camera recorded all the conditions in their camp, and then flew back to the top of the valley. Give feedback to Xiao Feng and others who have been waiting. Because there are no satellites and signal-based stations in this world, the pictures taken by drones cannot be transmitted in real time, so they can only fly back. Then Xiao Feng pulled out the memory card and checked it on the monitor to watch. When I saw that the half-orc commander's chief commanding a few cronies to pour water into those wines before the meal, it shocked Xiao Feng and the others. Especially, who said that these half-orcs were sincere, and speaking of cunning, these guys are no less than half a point less than humans. The most important thing is that if this guy mixes too much water, it will ruin the plan made by Xiao Feng. This time he played the old routine of the human world. Of course, there was such a routine in the section of the outlaws in the water margin. Zhao Gai's group of guys just put the Mongolian sweat medicine in the drink, and they escorted the birthday Gangs Yangs and his party. This is a rotten routine that cannot be rotten in the human world, but it still works well in this world, mainly because the wine is too precious in this world. It is a high-end beverage that belongs to the absolute aristocracy. It is too precious for ordinary orcs. However, the first half of the development process was exactly the same as Xiao Feng expected, but since the leader of the half-orc began to let his cronies add water to the drink, the tune changed a little. These drinks are all bulk liquors obtained by Xiao Feng on the earth, and the degree is about 38 degrees. This is not considered a high spirit in his world, but for most of the indigenous people who have not been exposed to alcohol in this world. But it is definitely a real high spirits, and for fear that the alcohol level is not enough and the half-orcs have a strong ability to decompose alcohol, Xiao Feng specially asked Bloom to add ingredients to the drink. The elves are local plant experts, and Bloom knows a variety of local plant anesthetics. After meticulously concocting special anesthetics, Xiao Feng asked Bloom to add all the anesthetics to the drink. This time, even if the half-orcs had a strong ability to decompose alcohol, everyone would have to be anesthetized after taking a cup. The original plan was made like this. After all, they only had more than 100 people, and the half-orcs could have about 3,000. Even if Xiao Feng had a big killer like Maxim, he didn't plan to go head-to-head with the half-orcs. After all, Maxim is a defensive weapon. If it is used for offense, there is no tank. But the whole plan gradually changed when the half-orc began to add water to the drink. After watching the first video brought back by the drone, Xiao Feng hurriedly released the drone again to see if the orcs after drinking had lost their combat effectiveness as they expected. After all, This is about the success or failure of their mission. The drone soon flew to the top of the orc camp and started circling. After circling for more than half an hour, it brought back the picture of where. When seeing the video taken by the drone this time, Xiao Feng was finally relieved. In the video, he can clearly see that most of the half-orcs have become soft-footed crabs, and most of them are lying in the camp, staggered. I don't know if they were drunk or numb, but depending on the situation, their goal should be achieved. At the same time, he also saw a few dwarves emerging from under the wine barrels, and quickly disappearing into the dark. Xiao Feng knew that the matter was probably done. It turned out that he not only played the tricks of outwitting the birthplace for those half-orcs, but also moved his hands and feet on the barrels and planted a few wooden horses. Several of the wine barrels were filled with half a barrel of wine, and a space was made underneath, and a few short dwarves were arranged to hide in. The purpose of their trip was to contact the captured prisoners. There were more than 20,000 captives in the canyon. If they rushed in to save people, they would definitely cause chaos in the camp. More than 20,000 people were blinded by lights, and if one was not well controlled, it would cause a bombing. If you can get in touch with the leaders of those captives, then the whole operation will be much smoother. After waiting on the top of the mountain for more than half an hour, Xiao Feng soon saw the fire in several dark places in the camp, and the fire was still spinning in circles. This is a signal agreed upon by Xiao Feng and those dwarves who go to inform them. Once they get in touch with the prisoners in the camp, they will take torches and wreaths in the dark part of the camp. This picture is especially easy to identify in the dark. It's done. Come on, Xiao Feng greeted, and Kyle and Bloom, who had been eager for a long time, waved their hands and led a team of more than 100 people into the Blackwind Gorge. Because of the long-term ease, the defense at the mouth of the gorge can hardly be said, plus everyone went to the camp to drink today, so there is not much defense at the gate at all. There were only 2 old half-orcs guarding Taniguchi, but the 2 old guys hadn't waited for them to shout www.mentalnovel.com before they were given the result with a bound arrow by Bloom. There were also 2 dogs that suddenly rushed out, but apart from shocking everyone, they didn't play a very good role. Entering the canyon, everyone immediately scattered and went in accordance with the previously planned direction. In the previous days of reconnaissance, coupled with drone shooting, everyone had already figured out the approximate location of the orcs holding the human captives. The lax defense of the orcs has resulted in almost no defense in the entire camp, so soon there will be people who continue to open the cages to free the humans, elves and orcs captives. Soon Zhliu Oyin brought another dwarf man. This guy was black-haired and black-bearded. His figure was as sturdy as Zhliu Oyin, and his expression was a bit sturdy. The look in Xiao Feng's eyes was also full of vigilance. Master, this is the Dean I told you before. Ogelman, Dean, this is the Master Mage I told you before, but you can't come to worship. Groyan introduced them enthusiastically. Under his insistence, Dean reluctantly came over to meet Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was not angry. Now is not the time to engage in this. Chapter 168. How can you go home empty-handed after entering Boshan soon? A large number of humans, elves and dwarves rescued from the shack gathered in the camp. Fortunately, dwarves were sent to contact these people before. Every shack also has a cell boss. Under the leadership of these cell bosses, the liberated indigenous people were not too flustered, but were very excited because they were liberated. After all, what kind of life they had lived in the Blackwind Gorge before, they couldn't know themselves. If there weren't people like Xiao Feng today, they would be exhausted sooner or later, and then thrown into the mine, not even a decent grave. Stay. Now that he is liberated, there is finally help for life. Xiao Feng asked Kyle, Bloom, and Groyan to quickly contact the heads of these humans, elves, and dwarves, and then identified the physical conditions of these captives, and organized them to go first if they were in very poor physical conditions. At the same time, he also opened the warehouse of the half-orcs, and asked these people to take some food and eat them on the road. The various vehicles and horses used to transport ore in this mining area were not too few. Xiao Feng asked these people to take a car and lead the way. It is a few trusted tribesmen. Only 4 or 5,000 people stayed if their physical conditions were good. The reason why they were allowed to stay was because Xiao Feng felt that after entering Boshan, he could return empty-handed, and he had to wash this place no matter what. After all, more than 20,000 people were rescued this time, and in the end, to be able to return to the camp alive, there must be about 10,000 people. The tribe swelled from more than 1,000 to more than 10,000. The food and clothing costs of the entire tribe will become a big problem, and the half-orcs in this base are still very rich, according to the few captured captive leaders he found. This Blackwind Gulch is not only an arsenal of the orcs, but also a very important supply base for the orcs in this area. Many of the loot they grabbed from the nearby tribes of natives, elves, and dwarves are concentrated in here. There are also most of the spoils looted after conquering the Carter Wheel Empire. This is not only food, but also a lot of clothes, weapons, various tools, and even a large number of gold and silver treasures. After listening to their introduction, Xiao Feng felt that he should not miss such a treasure place. After entering Boshan, he was empty-handed. And return, that's what a fool would do. Under the leadership of these captives, Xiao Feng and the others found a large number of vehicles and horses. These were the trophies of half-orcs. Then they found more than a dozen large warehouses hidden in caves. When they opened these warehouses, Xiao Feng is also crazy. There are not only a large amount of food, all kinds of dried meat, wine, but also all kinds of clothes, leather goods, weapons and armors, farming tools and other trophies. This is the result of the half-orcs fighting in this area for many years, but now it's all cheaper for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and 4 or 5,000 prisoners swarmed up, loaded all those things on the carriage, and then regained victory. Under the organization of and others, these trophies were continuously transported out of Blackwind Canyon. The captives who had just been liberated endured starvation and burst out with amazing energy, and started to carry the spoils frantically according to Xiao Feng and their instructions. Because they know very well that winter is about to enter, even if they escape from here, if they don't have enough food and clothing, they will either starve to death in the wild or be frozen to death if they don't have enough food and clothing. Carriages of trophies were continuously transported out of the camp, and dozens of dwarves brought along to lead the way. These captives and trophies, if lucky, will appear in Xiao Feng's base a few days later. After this time, Xiao Feng's base area will rapidly swell, and with these people and materials, he truly has the foundation to take root in this world. Working until the early hours of the morning, the sky was gradually shining, and Bloom, who had been responsible for monitoring the orcs barracks, sent people to come and say that the time is almost there, the anesthetic energy is almost gone, and the orcs are about to wake up. Xiao Feng hurriedly arranged the evacuation of the last dozens of trophies and people, leaving only the more than 100 people he had brought from the base, and some powerful prisoners with previous military experience. Seeing those warehouses that were only half emptied, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel very heartbroken, but there was nothing to do with the heartache. These things must not be left as a half-orc, and he directly ordered them to burn them. Xiao Feng did not choose to retreat with the large army, because the number of prisoners was large, and most of them were weak, not running fast, and carrying so many goods, so he had to stay behind and break, otherwise the 3,000 orcs would wake up and go out to chase. Most of those people are estimated to be unable to return to the base alive. Xiao Feng brought people to the campsite. When they rushed into the campsite to rescue the prisoners, he arranged a dozen people to stare at the campsite. If a half-orc woke up early, he would definitely call the police. And the reason why they didn't rush in to kill these half-orcs was because Bloom and the dwarves had told him that because these half-orcs had evolved to perfection, They were very sensitive to danger. If they entered the camp and took advantage of these half-orcs, the orcs were drunk and went straight to kill them. Then half-orcs' keen animal nature for danger is likely to wake them up early, even if these guys are still in a drunk state. But after all, they have more than 3,000 people, and they only have more than 100 people. Even if they have the advantage, there will also be chaos in this camp. MTLnovel.com. This will affect their entire plan of saving lives and looting the camp. That's why Xiao Feng didn't choose to do it from the beginning, but to save the people and looting the camp first, and then deal with these half-orcs. The construction of the orc barracks was not very rigorous. They built a circle of earth walls near the river in the canyon basin. There were a few rows of earth houses in the middle of the earth walls. Most of the soldiers lived in tents, with only the front entrance. After Xiao Feng set people on fire, he led people to the front door, and then set up Maxim against the front door. If the orcs rushed over from the front door after they woke up, then they would be a hidden attack from the metal storm waiting for them. Bone Paw Lulu shook his gloomy head and woke up from his deep sleep first. When he woke up, he felt something wrong, because the air was full of pungent soot smell, which is not the kind of smelt metal discharge, the smell of exhaust gas, but something is burning. He couldn't understand the smell. After conquering other tribes and human cities countless times, they would set fire to the city. Every time he enjoyed the soot smell and the sound of human crying, but it was in Blackwind Canyon! Thinking of this, he suddenly sat up. Chapter 169. Sweep the Zero Army. Looking at Bone Paw Gigi, who was still sleeping next to him, and looking at the black smoke in the air around the camp, Bone Pang Lulu kicked Bone Pang Gigi awake with a few feet. Damn bastard! Get up and organize the manpower. The prisoners outside rebelled, which was responsible for the guard yesterday. Bone Paw Gigi was sleeping soundly, and was awakened by this Bone Paw Lulu kicking him a few feet. He was so angry that he wanted to draw a knife, but when he heard Bone Paw Lulu's words, he also sat up abruptly. Then I looked up at the black smoke everywhere, and my heart shook. It's broken. The prisoners really rebelled. And it doesn't matter if those guys ran away, but if the camp warehouse was burned, it would be a big trouble. There can be many tribes in the warehouse in the canyon, and the noble lords have no time to transport the spoils back to their nests. If they know that their spoils have been burned by the captives, they have to screw their heads off. Bone Paw Gigi jumped up, and even kicked and beat all the soldiers who were still asleep next to him. He asked to draw some water from the well to pour out all the orcs who were still asleep. Both Bone Paw Lulu and Bone Paw Gigi are veterans who have experienced many battles. They know that these prisoners are making trouble, but they can't be careless. If they only rush out with a few hundred people, they may not be able to stop those prisoners. After all, they have 10,000 people. Even if there are more than 20,000 pigs, it would take a whole day to stand in place and let them catch them. Therefore, in order to control the situation as soon as possible, they must gather all their forces. The more than 3,000 half-orcs were quickly awakened. Although their heads were still dizzy, they quickly fought beastly after being stuffed with a weapon in their hands. Instinct makes their minds calm down quickly. The prisoners outside have rebelled. Everyone listens to my order and goes out to control the situation as soon as possible. Try to get alive as much as possible. If there is resistance, kill them directly. Bone Paw Lulu issued an order with his red eyes. Things have reached such a point. If they can't be controlled well, there will be no good results waiting for him. Several Tauren quickly rushed to the gate of the camp, opened the wooden door of the camp, and then a group of orc soldiers rushed towards the gate with determination. And Xiao Feng, who had placed the machine gun 100 meters away from the door, pulled the bolt when the orcs opened the door. Bone Paw Gigi was standing next to his Centurion team, just about to rush out of the door, and suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the front, and then a yellow light flashed from his ears, his face suddenly hot. The smell of blood filled my nose, and when I turned my head, I saw that the head of a Tauren warrior who had just been side by side with him was gone, and a cloud of blood erupted from his sturdy neck, which stained everyone around him. Blood. What's the situation? Bonepaw Gigi is also a veteran of the hundreds of battles. His battle could have made him squat down quickly. The moment he squatted down, he saw another yellow light flying over his head. The soldier behind him snorted, then his body broke in two, and his upper body hit him directly, smashing him to the ground. It was this action that saved his life. The dizzy Bonepang Gigi lay on the ground, just about to get up, but saw the 100 people around him, just like the rice seedlings being harvested during the autumn harvest, was hit by the yellow light coming in from the gate, and then fell to the ground stumblingly. The mist in the sky, the stumps of limbs and the broken arms, flying around in the air, the constantly flying tracer bullets, every time it hits the human body, it will bring a terrifying visual effect. If it hits the arm, the entire arm will be blown away, and if it hits the thigh, it will break the leg. Unfortunately, if it hits the torso, the body will be broken into two directly. Some strong bodies, even if they weren't beaten in two, still had a small hole in the front, but a hole as big as a wash basin was brought out at the back, but if they hit it, none of them would survive. Maxine in his hand was constantly spraying the flames of death, and the explosion of gunpowder kept banging. Xiao Feng sat on a small high 100 meters away from the gate of the Orc barracks, squeezed the trigger, and made constant adjustments. The muzzle expands the shooting range. As long as the half-orcs that appeared within his field of view were all the objects covered by his firepower, they lighted up a bullet chain and quickly changed one to ensure the continuity of firepower. Although the cooling water tank kept spinning, Xiao Feng presumably, if this continues, the two bullet chains will light up, and the water will boil. This Maxim machine gun is worthy of being the of death during World War I. Although it has a caliber of 7.62, within 100 meters, the power of this gun is not less than that of a heavy machine gun of 12.7 caliber. At such a distance, when a bullet is fired, it will definitely die if it hits it, or it will die if it hits it. At this time, he was going to take advantage of these half-orcs being disrupted and causing them the greatest damage, killing one more half-orc, and when he went to crusade them in the future, there would be one less half-orc. The metal storm kept sweeping across the battlefield, and every time it swept over the place, there would be a storm. Not to mention the half-orcs on the opposite side rushed out of the camp, and even many screams before they could scream, they were beaten to death. At the entrance of the camp. Novel.com Dean is standing next to Xiao Feng at this time. Ojelman was really convinced. No wonder Groyan, such a proud and arrogant guy, would surrender to this mage. This mage is so powerful that he can't even find anything suitable for his poor brain capacity. Adjective to describe how I feel at this time. Think about the pitiful battle loss ratio that the army of his tribe and these half-orcs had fought head-on before. Looking at the scene where the mage swept the army by himself, Dean had 100 people in his heart, but he didn't. Let him think about it. He was dragged away by Groyan. Bonepang Gigi, are you still alive, you bastard? Quickly organize someone to close the door. Bonepaw Lulu hid in the dirt house behind the camp and shouted to the direction of the gate. The sudden situation in front of him made his mind dizzy. After thinking for a while, he finally figured it out. They must have hid go to a human teacher, and that mage is on a dirt outside the entrance of the camp, manipulating a strange magic weapon, and then harvesting the lives of the half-orcs here. At this time, it is unwise to push hard, so he must change his strategy. Hearing Bonepaw Lulu's shout, Bonepaw Gigi, who was lying on the ground in front of the gate, bit his head and climbed to the gate, and then directed a few back. The surviving orc closed the door. Chapter 170 Roundabout. Seeing the half-orcs camp closed the door, Xiao Feng also sighed and stopped shooting. The two half-bomb chains had been burned out, the water in the cooling water tank had begun to boil, and the water must be changed immediately. If you continue to shoot, the cooling effect of the water-cooled sleeve will become worse, which may cause the barrel to deform and explode. It's a pity that he only has such a heavy machine gun in his hand. It would be better if he had more. The big killers in his hand are still less. It seems that next time he goes to Russia, he still needs to buy more big killers. He immediately asked people to bring the kettle to replace the boiling water in the water tank. At this time, in the camp of the orcs, Bone Porgy had also climbed up. The strange noise outside stopped, and he was bowing his head. Take a look nearby. There are stumps and broken arms everywhere. There are more than 300 orcs lying in various directions. They are basically belching, and dozens of them are still alive. And they are all scrapped. They are either missing arms or missing legs. With the current medical level of the orc tribe, they simply won't survive tonight. Bone Porgy hearted, greeted the orc soldiers who were hiding behind to come forward to make up for these crippled guys, and send them to see the gods. Anyway, they will not survive today. If they continue to call out, they will seriously affect morale. Bone Lulu. Where are you? Bone Porgy suddenly remembered something and yelled behind him, and soon saw Bone Lulu with half of his head out from the window of a dirt house behind him, beckoning at him. Bone Porgy ran over. It would be best if this guy is not dead. If he is dead, according to the rules of the orc tribe, all of them have to be buried. Who makes him a prince? Bone Porgy. I think we are the teachers who met human beings. Bone Lulu said his judgment to Bone Porgy. Bone Porgy frowned. Then what should I do? When he used to conquer the Talon Empire with the army, he once encountered human mages in a noble territory in the south of the Talon Empire. Those mages were very powerful, and one person could bring more damage than those human armies. You took someone to jump out of the wall from the side and attack their right wing. I took someone to attack their left wing. I just saw that there were not many people around the mage, only himself and dozens of followers. The mage fought melee. Poor ability, as long as we can rush to our attack range. They will be dead. Bone Lulu is not a brainless idiot. Just after he was ambushed by Xiao Feng, after the initial panic, he kept secretly observing Xiao Feng's situation. So after finding out the surrounding situation of Xiao Feng, he soon had a countermeasure. It is very stupid to be hard steel from a long distance with a mage. What's more, this mage still has such a powerful weapon in his hands. The right way is to turn around. Although they have just lost a few hundred people, there are still more than 2,000 people. Well, there are only dozens of opponents, as long as they rush within the range of their throwing axes or bows and arrows. These humans will be dead. Bone Lulu said to himself that he must catch this human mage, then open his brain while he is alive, and let him watch him eat his brain bit by bite, so that he can get rid of his hatred. After the combat missions were set up, the two Tauren immediately started to work separately. The half-orcs were originally a Spartan tribe that seemed to conquer. The history of hundreds of years is a history of war. Therefore, although the degree of civilization is not high, the combat experience and the skills are full. The two simply ordered to go down, and the panic-stricken orc soldiers immediately found the backbone of the main body, and then they began to turn out from the dirt walls on both sides. Bone Lulu did not bring too many people, only more than 300 people, and the same is true for Bone Porgy. The remaining half-orcs were left in the camp waiting for orders. Once they captured the position of the human mage, will greet those half-orcs to rush out of the camp and trample these human bugs into flesh. After climbing the wall with the team, Bone Lulu quietly rounded around from the left, and touched the position where the human mage was before. Fortunately, the vegetation outside the camp was lush, with trees and bushes everywhere, providing them with very good cover. A straight line of more than 100 meters, it takes about 300 meters to walk in a roundabout way, but for a tall half-orc, it's not that far at all. In just a few breaths, they rushed to that little soil below the slope. However, Bone Lulu kept his eyes on him, and did not rush to let his subordinates charge. Instead, he waited until Bone Porgy, who was winding from the left, initiated the charge first, and then came to make up the knife. Bone Porgy, who was detoured from the left side, couldn't understand what Bone Paw Lulu was thinking, but even if he didn't want to be the first bird, he couldn't help it. Seeing that there was no movement on the other side of the slope, Bone Paw Gigi was overcast. With a wave of his face, he motioned for his subordinates to charge. When I thought that it was a human mage who was against him, this time Bone Pang Gigi also kept his eyes on him, and did not take the lead in the charge. The half-orcs behind him held back for a long time, and when they saw his gesture, they immediately issued various strange screaming, rushing to the small soil with a roar. But on the of more than 10 meters high, these sturdy half-orcs almost rushed to the top of the in 2 steps. However, as soon as they were about to reach the top of the slope, suddenly there was a loud noise near the top of the slope. Smoke and black smoke exploded suddenly. The Bone Paw Gigi, who has been quietly following behind www.mentalnovel.com, saw a few of the fiercest Tauren before, suddenly flying into the air, but their dancing bodies are all incomplete. There are the upper body and the lower body are separated. The most terrifying thing is that a guy has only one head in the air, and the bull's head dangles in front of him. The moment he crossed by, he saw the Tauren's eyes. The fear and confusion in the room seemed to be asking, "What is going on?" I set my mind to look up. Not only the few Tauren who rushed to the front were blown to pieces, even the dozen orcs who charged behind them all fell to the ground, covered in their bodies all kinds of tiny holes. Fortunately, they were killed on the spot, but some of the guys whose hands and feet were blown off were lying on the ground constantly roaring and screaming. Bone Paw Gigi is also considered a veteran of many battles. I don't know how many times I have been on the battlefield. I have not fought dozens of tragic battles, but I have never seen such a horrible one before. What kind of magic is this? Even death can't leave the whole body, which is very taboo by the shamanism. They believe in half-orcs, because that means they can't enter the cycle of reincarnation. In an instant, the morale of the orcs team fell to the bottom. Chapter 171. Pour back. The Bone Paw Lulu on the right-hand side of Tapo, of course, also heard that huge explosion from the other side, but he was not there, and he didn't see what happened on the other side, so he didn't have that much fear, but he knowing that it must be the Bone Paw Gigi who is in trouble. At this time, he didn't wait any longer, turning around and waving his hand, indicating that the orcs behind him would also immediately start a storm. But as soon as the orcs on his side stood up, they heard a buzzing vibration behind them, and then several orcs who had just stood up were immediately swept to the ground. Bone Paw Lulu reacted very quickly. He immediately squatted down and turned around. He immediately saw a black pipe protruding from behind a big tree with sparks. Every time the sparks flashed, someone would be knocked down on his side. On the ground. At this time, Xiao Feng was standing behind the big tree, standing sideways with the sand in his hand, and soon he drew up a drum. He didn't love fighting, and turned around after playing. As soon as he left the hiding tree, he heard the sound of snatch, and when he turned his head, he saw a throwing axe, which was nailed to the place where he had just hidden. These half-orcs are worthy of being war animals. The reaction is really fast enough. Xiao Feng ran all the way without turning his head back. He knew that these half-orcs were going to do something as early as when the half-orcs closed the door, so he had already arranged it. Later move. Drilling out of a small forest, Xiao Feng got on the pickup truck. Before this time, he loaded the pickup truck into the space, thinking that he might use it, and just took it out at this time. However, this pickup truck was also modified, and a bracket was installed on the back, which just happens to be able to mount the RPD he got from Russia. This is the standard light machine gun of the former Soviet Army, and it also uses the 762 caliber. Has been used for decades, has always been synonymous with the practicality of leather. He drove in front on Friday, and he set up a machine gun in the car, and shot and suppressed the chasers behind him. He also didn't drive fast on Friday. He stopped and stopped, always keeping the distance between the orcs' bows and arrows and throwing weapons outside the scope of the attack. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry. The half-orcs chasing soldiers behind did not look at their teeth and dancing claws. They looked scary, but in fact they could not pose a real threat to him, and he would pull the trigger from time to time to knock down one or two of them. In front, the guy who easily poses a threat to him. The reason Xiao Feng did this was to restrain the chasers of the half-orcs and prevent them from having the energy to go out of the canyon to pursue the prisoners who escaped. At the same time, he wanted to take advantage of the weapon's range to maximize the damage to these half-orcs. So the half-orc chased the soldiers, and his pickup truck started to circle in this small basin. The two groups of Bone Paw Lulu and Bone Paw Gigi quickly merged together, and then, under the Bone Paw Lulu's greetings, one after another half-orcs rushed out from the barracks to join their team. The half-orcs pursuit team is getting bigger and bigger, and soon reached the size of 2,000 people. These half-orcs were also agitated by Xiao Feng's series of teasers, and they gritted their teeth and followed Xiao Feng's car. Behind the pickup truck, there was a look of swearing not to give up until the goal was reached. This Bone Porch Lulu was also irritated by Xiao Feng and the others. Just after calming down, he sent some half-orcs out to check the straw sheds where the prisoners were held, and found that they were all empty buildings. After sending someone to inspect the warehouse, the result was that his heart was cold. Either he was looted, or he was burned clean by the fire. This boneless Lulu feels that his head is buzzing with melon seeds. It would be a catastrophe if such a result is spread. First of all, he must not think about the position of the Crown Prince in the future. His other brothers can't wait for it, looking at his jokes. Besides, the position of the Crown Prince will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the same thing whether the head can be kept. There are many other tribes, and the loot of higher-ranking orcs and nobles hidden in the caves of this gorge. This time they are either robbed or burned. If those people know, they can't eat him alive. So today we must catch Xiao Feng and the others and give those people an explanation. After understanding this, he divided up 500 soldiers to guard Taniguchi, preventing Xiao Feng and the others from rushing out. The other 2,000 people all became chasing troops. He didn't believe Xiao Feng and their iron cows were exhausted. And every time Xiao Feng's light machine gun rang, his chasing team would fall down 3 or 4. After just such a short time, his team had lost dozens of people, but he could no longer take care of it. No matter how many people are lost today, the damned mage must be caught. And even if he can't be captured alive, he still has to leave his body. At this time, Xiao Feng saw that the half-orcs were chasing after them, and he knew that they had bitten the hook and would not go out to chase the prisoners anymore. They were all attracted by himself, so he turned around and patted the pickup truck. The roof signaled to drive up the mountain on Friday. When formulating this plan to attract chasing soldiers, Xiao Feng of course also formulated a retreat route. According to Groyan, there is a cave on the high mountain on the left side of the gorge. There will be a few places in the cave if you walk a certain distance. The very thin stone wall can be opened directly to the other side of the mountain, and they can choose to retreat from there. At this time, seeing that these half-orcs had bitten them, Xiao Feng asked Friday to drive all the way up the mountain, towards the cave. Soon I arrived at the entrance of the cave.mtlnovel.com before he and Friday were in the canyon basin to attract enemy firepower. He had already sent Groin, Dean, and Kyle is to let them come up to dig a hole first, and strive to dig through the cave as soon as possible to open up the back road. But at this time, he came up and found that the situation did not seem to be optimistic. Kyle was standing at the entrance of the cave with a bitter face. Xiao Feng had a heartbreak and immediately jumped out of the car. What happened? The situation is not good. After we came up, we discovered that this cave was actually turned into a warehouse. In the narrowest part of the cave, the orcs added a heavy iron gate. What? Xiao Feng felt cold when he heard it. Zhu Oyin told him before that this cave is very secretive, and it's halfway up the mountain. The orcs may not have discovered it yet. How could I think that? Not only did they find it, but also changed it to it. Warehouse. Turning to look down the mountain, the half-orcs who had been biting them had already rushed to the side of the mountain at this time. Although their two legs did not run as fast as four wheels, these half-orcs were also cruel enough to bite them all the way. Let go. Seeing them stop at the entrance of the cave, the marching speed hastened even more. Chapter 172. Corpses everywhere. The Bone Poor Lulu, who had been following the chasing troops, saw that the human mage had stopped at the entrance of the mountainside warehouse. He even mentioned his throat at a glance. They must not let them open this warehouse, otherwise it's really over. Bone Porch Gigi, quick, let the person in front speed up and rush over, grab the human mage, I will strip him alive. Bone Poor Lulu shouted at the Bone Poor Gigi who led the team in front. Bone Poor Gigi also knew that it was important, and turned around and began to say hello to the half-orcs around him to speed up. How's it going inside? Xiao Feng glanced at the orc chasing soldiers speeding up, then turned to ask Kyle. Groin and Dean are trying to unlock the lock. They said that it will take about an hour to open the door. After the door is opened, go inside to get to the place where the stone wall is broken. It is estimated that it will take 3 or 4 hours to go through the stone wall. When Xiao Feng heard this, he didn't talk nonsense. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the cave. There is a small platform 50 by 50 meters in front of the cave. The entrance of the cave is very narrow. The mountain at the entrance of the cave is 90 degrees. The vertical cliff is a good place to defend. He put the pickup truck into the space, and then said to Kyle, organize the manpower to block the cave entrance for me with stones, and build a stone wall for me as quickly as possible. After speaking, he turned and went into the cave. With a wave of Kyle, the more than 100 human soldiers immediately took action. They all knew how dangerous the situation is. They all knew that they would fight against half-orcs without thinking about it, even if they were too crowded. At that time, they never won. Now they only have more than 100 people, and half-orcs have 2,000. So there is no need to think about field battles. The only thing that can guarantee their safety is Xiao Feng, the god. So what Xiao Feng asks them to do, they immediately execute it without compromise. It went on, and it was fast. Xiao Feng walked in the cave for a few minutes before he came to a very narrow entrance. At this time, the entrance to the front was blocked by a flashing black iron gate, and Groin and Dean were here. Try to unlock the keyhole in front of the door. The lock of the iron door is very primitive. It is an iron bolt as thick as an arm passing through several big iron rings on the iron door, and a big lock is put on the end. At this time, Zhu Oyin is holding Xiao Feng. Where did the hacksaws that were distributed to carpenters and blacksmiths at the base saw the iron locks, and Dean saw them from another direction. Don't say, I don't know what. Groin moved on the saw blade. The saw blade saw the iron lock at a very fast speed. The ground was full of iron filings. It seemed that both he and Dean were indeed also there. It takes an hour to cut the iron lock. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was relieved. He originally planned to use the gas welding and cutting tool to come out, but after all, there are half-orcs chasing soldiers. Without him, the soldiers at the base would not be able to stop him. Seeing that Groin and the others could deal with this iron gate, he was relieved. Let them saw it first, and he could spend just an hour at the entrance of the cave, causing more damage to those half-orcs. Groin and Dean found Xiao Feng, and they just wanted to open their mouths to say something to him. Xiao Feng waved his hands. You are busy, don't worry about me, and you will be tired later. Let the rest of them take turns. Rest assured that there is me guarding at the entrance of the cave. The orcs can't rush in. After speaking, I turned around and returned to the entrance of the cave. The entrance of the cave was also more than 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. It was surrounded by broken stones. In order to save their lives, the soldiers showed their amazing energy. This was just a few minutes. A simple stone wall was erected at the entrance of the cave. 2 meters high and 1 meter thick. Xiao Feng asked someone to build a step behind the wall. Standing on the step, He could barely expose half of his body and look out. He took Maxim out again and placed it on the wall, and at the same time took out the RPD and put it aside. This time there were more than 2,000 half-orcs, and it seemed inevitable that there would be a battle here. Soon at the entrance of the cave entrance platform, half-orcs began to appear, but this time these guys were very clever and did not rush up with a brain, but between the stone and the big tree at the entrance, looming towards this side, peeping, all the conditions of the platform and the hole are collected in the eyes. Bone Paw Lulu, or let us rush over in one breath. These damned humans are hiding in the cave and it is impossible to escape. We rushed to the vicinity and solved them in one breath. Bone Paw Gigi hid behind the stone and said to Bone Paw Lulu, who was looking at the situation with his head. Bone Paw Lulu took a closer look at the situation, and when he saw the fire-breathing magical instrument placed on the wall again, Bone Pang Lulu's heart was cold, knowing that today I am afraid that many people will die to win this cave. He turned his head and said to Bone Paw Gigi, let everyone eat something and rest for 3/4. After 3/4 of an hour, leave a team of people to pretend to be in the middle, and the two of us walk around from the left and right. Bone Paw Gigi nodded and issued an order. The half-orcs immediately sat down on the ground, took out the jerky from their arms and began to chew them. As a fighting nation, they never leave their bodies. After 3/4 of an hour, the group of orcs in the middle suddenly emerged from the two large rocks at the entrance of the platform, and quickly spread to both sides. Some people squatted down and began to throw arrows and throwing hatchets, while others shouted and rushed to the hole. And when these half-orcs rushed out, www.mentalnovel.com, Xiao Feng pulled the trigger, and the slightly dull clatter of the Maxim machine gun immediately resounded across the battlefield, and fire chains shot out from the muzzle. Sweep all the orcs who were screaming and charging down to the ground. A distance of 50 meters is not too far for a half-orc, and it can be rushed to the entrance of the cave in a few large steps, but that is when the enemy on the opposite side is also using cold weapons. When the enemy on the opposite side was using the Maxim heavy machine gun, this short 50 meters became an insurmountable moat for the half-orcs. The half-orcs who had just ordered the charge were too late for a bullet. He fell to the ground and died. The narrow field is also not conducive to their spreading formation. Although they have dispersed the front as much as possible when they rushed out from the entrance, they still could not escape the range of Maxim's shooting range. The crazy firepower output created a dead zone on the platform, but any half-orcs who showed their heads could not survive a minute before they were swept to the ground. A large pile of orcs' corpses quickly piled up at the entrance of the platform. The blood ran into a river, and even the air was filled with a smell. But watching the half-orcs who were in front of the corpses, Xiao Feng didn't feel anything in his heart. It feels relaxed. Chapter 173. Jin Shan. The throwing axe thrown by the orc is still fine, thanks to his Maxim machine gun with a guard, otherwise he might be hit. This hole now only leaves part of his shooting space, and the half-orcs can achieve this accuracy. If you really go crazy after a while, I am afraid it will be really difficult to deal with. And just now, only 100 orcs appeared. If he remembers correctly, the army of half-orcs should have more than 2,000 numbers. So where did the other half-orcs go? I'm afraid it's a detour again, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Feng quickly turned the muzzle and looked to the left. As expected, many half-orcs were actually clinging to the mountain, and they had already detoured back to a place only 10 meters away from the entrance of the cave. Xiao Feng's scalp was numb. The trigger was pulled. Fortunately, the angle of the entrance of his cave is relatively good. The mountain on both sides and the entrance of the cave just form an angle of about 30 degrees. There is no dead angle for shooting. Otherwise, this group of half-orcs may really succeed in touching the camp. The half-orcs that were found were not sneaking with breath-holding at this time, yelling and jumping off the mountain wall, and rushed towards Xiao Feng's side, but they were all knocked to the ground without rushing a few steps. After solving this side, Xiao Feng immediately turned his gun to the other side. Sure enough, the half-orcs on this side also called to jump off the mountain wall and rushed over here. but the end was the same as before. They were all swept halfway. Just when Xiao Feng felt relieved, he suddenly felt his shoulders sink, and then he seemed to have been hit by something heavy on his head. Turning his head to see, it turned out that a flying axe hit his helmet, as well as another. The bow and arrow were sticking into his shoulder. Fortunately, from the beginning of the defense, he put on his helmet and body armor. Otherwise, just the throwing axe and heavy arrow would kill him. It is also to blame him for being too careless, in order to shoot the enemy from the side. Unexpectedly exposed his side, the orc who happened to be in front of him took the opportunity and gave him twice. Thanks to the relatively small opening of this hole, or else I don't know how many throwing axes and bows will hit him. Xiao Feng was also angry. This was the first time he was injured in another world. He turned his gun and swept all the guys facing the entrance of the cave to the ground. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Just after such a short battle, Xiao Feng lighted up a bullet chain, panting heavily, and replaced the machine gun with a bullet chain before Xiao Feng stopped and squatted behind the wall. Take the helmet off and take a look. The Kevlar helmet has been smashed into a dent. Fortunately, his physical fitness has recently become stronger and his neck has become a lot stronger. The most important thing is that there is a buffer and energy-absorbing sponge in the helmet. At once, even if his neck is not broken, he will be smashed into a concussion. The arrow hit the shoulder was nothing. The iron arrow used by the orcs failed to penetrate the Kevlar's body armor, just smashing the shoulder muscles into purple. When Xiao Feng checked his injuries, Lulu, the bone porch on the opposite side, also hid behind the big stone in front of the cave, and Ze clenched his brows. This mage is really a tough stubborn. His magic weapon is too powerful, and the special terrain in front of the cave is not conducive to his offense. He can't expand the line at all, and he can't take advantage of the number of people. Once they were too crowded, it was simply a gift to the wizard. Fortunately, they were trapped in the cave and could not escape for a while, but how to catch them became a problem. In just a few minutes of confrontation, the human mage used that powerful magic weapon to kill hundreds of half-orcs. In addition to the ones he killed before, he has already killed more than 600 or 700. The half-orcs. And the courage of the half-orcs is not infinite. At least now, he has begun to see fear from the faces of the half-orcs behind him. There is no way to get close to the opponent at all, and he was even killed on the spot without knowing what weapon the opponent was using. I'm afraid this is an enemy that no warrior is willing to face. No, you can't resist this hard anymore. If this continues, it will only lose more people and even make his team collapse. Bone Paw Lulu stopped the attack, leaving the orcs to rest in place, and the orcs soldiers were relieved after hearing this order. At this time, it was already the afternoon unknowingly, and Lulu looked up at the sun in the sky, and the sun was about to set in an hour, and the night would be their best companion for half-orcs. Compared to humans, they half-orcs are more suitable for night battles. After all, their animal genes make most of them free of night blindness, while humans can't. Thinking of this boneless Lulu, he immediately ordered the half-orcs to start cooking in the pot, accumulate physical strength, and at the same time made some small tools to break the cave in one fell swoop at night. And Xiao Feng just recovered his strength, and was about to look up to see what was going on outside. He suddenly heard cheers from the cave. Before he could figure out the situation, Kyle actually rushed over excitedly. Groin and Dean opened the iron door. Master, I think you should go over and take a look. It's full of treasures. Xiao Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He greeted the two soldiers and asked them to watch the situation of the orcs outside at the entrance of the cave. Then he got up and went with Kyle. At the narrow entrance, the sawn iron lock fell to the ground, and the heavy iron door had been pushed open. MTLnovel.com. As soon as he walked to the door, Xiao Feng felt that he was shaken by the golden light flashing behind the door. It's a bit dazzling. When I walked inside, I was stunned. What appeared in front of him was a golden mountain. In the middle of the cave of more than 100 square meters is a golden mountain with a base of 3 or 4 square meters. It is made up of various gold coins and gold products inlaid with gems of various colors. It is more than 2 meters high. It is Xiao Feng. That Xiao Feng has always claimed to be knowledgeable, and he was stunned to see such a golden mountain. He had only seen this scene in the real world. That is, in movies. They are all gold coins made of gold, and all kinds of gold jewelry, as well as all kinds of gems and jewelry. Xiao Feng estimated that this golden mountain is estimated to weigh more than 10 tons. After all, the density of gold is the largest element, and the gems of various colors on the jewelry are even more valuable. The size of pigeon eggs is everywhere. Xiao Feng estimated that if such a golden mountain was taken back, it would be worth more than 1 billion, or even billions. I rely on it's developed. No wonder these half-orcs like to be robbers. This is so fast that the money comes too fast, and sure enough, no matter which world it is, the fastest way to get money is robbery. Chapter 174. Break the wall. Although the size of the golden mountain in front of him is much smaller than what Xiao Feng saw in the modern world movies, it is shocking enough. If so many gold jewels are taken back and handled properly, it is estimated that he will be able to board the country of the rich list. Gold may not be as pure as in the modern world and still needs to be refined, but at the current price of about 300 gram, how can so many gold coins and gold jewelry be refined into about 10 tons of pieces? How much does it cost? There are also the gems inlaid on various gold necklaces and gold rings. There are various colors: red, blue, green, purple, and yellow, and they are all large and crystal clear in color. At that time, even if it is taken down and sold separately, one is estimated to be worth a lot of money. Among them, the diamond necklaces that attracted Xiao Feng the most were undoubtedly among them. I don't know that it was the jewelry of the noble family. There are at least 20 or 30 diamonds on a chain. Each piece is the size of a pigeon egg. The processing method is very rough. It is simply inlaid with gold. The bottom is the diamond on the pendant is even more scary. It is actually a small egg-sized rough diamond. Matter, it's developed. Just take back such a bunch of diamonds. If you deal with it properly, the price will exceed 100 million. Xiao Feng felt that his mind was a little confused. It seemed that the money came too easily. Master, what shall we do now? It wasn't until Kyle pushed Xiao Feng that Xiao Feng woke up from the shock, and then looked at the other people around him, all with red eyes looking at this Jin Shan panting. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. Each of you will get 3 pieces, but you are not allowed to bring gems. Then hurry up to find the mountain wall. We must break out from here as soon as possible. Of course, there are so many gold and silver treasures. Xiao Feng is not embarrassed to swallow it by himself. He can swallow it by himself, but it will affect the harmony of the team after all. Fortunately, his prestige in the team is high enough and he has established a godhead. So even though some people feel that they have less points, they will not raise any objections. After all, Xiao Feng is a god. Such a golden mountain, God says to give you a part, so you will be content. If people don't give it to you, what can you do? Therefore, as soon as Xiao Feng's order was issued, several people ran up and picked the largest gold handle and took 3 samples. Then the others followed suit, and they all stepped forward and took 3 gold handles. There are only 100 people in his team. Even if each person gets 3 pieces, they can't take much. Of course, the last big head belongs to Xiao Feng. When everyone had finished taking it separately, Xiao Feng directly included this golden mountain in his own space. Jin Shan is gone, and everyone is not thinking about it. After all, the army of orcs outside the cave is still there. Now it is important to escape and save their lives. No one wants to have money and spend their lives. Groin and Dean led the way for 3 turns and 2 turns, and soon came to the front of a rock wall. This rock wall looked very damp and the top was covered with moss. The 2 of them put their ears on the wall and listened carefully. After a while, he said to Xiao Feng, That's it. Xiao Feng also walked over and put his ears on the stone wall to listen. Since awakening the sixth sense, his hearing is much better than before. He held his breath and concentrated his energy, and immediately the sound of water and birds outside the stone wall came in Xiao Feng's ears. Even through the transmission of sound waves, Xiao Feng has formed a picture of the situation behind the rock wall in his mind. Behind the rock wall is a hanging waterfall, and under the waterfall is a deep pool. Xiao Feng got up and nodded to the two dwarves. Zhu Oyin immediately took out his big axe and was about to start smashing the wall, but Xiao Feng held it down as soon as he swiped it. Let me come. When Xiao Feng's hearing was just diffused, the image formed in his mind also showed the thickness of this rock wall, which could be more than 10 centimeters thick. If Groyan and the others used a hammer and axe to hit it, it would take 2 or 3 minutes to smash a hole. And he has a lot of grenades and landmines in his hand. These items were bought in Russia last time and haven't used them much. He took out the tape and made a cluster grenade with a few grenades. After finding a suitable angle, fixing the cluster grenade on the stone wall, and then letting everyone hide, he pulled off the safety tab. Boom! After a loud bang, a hole the size of a wash basin was broken in the rock wall. Xiao Feng quickly let Groyan and the others go over and continue to expand the hole with a hammer. And he quickly returned to the entrance of the cave in front, and there was such a big movement in the cave. Unless these half-orcs are deaf, it is impossible not to hear them, and they will inevitably react accordingly. Sure enough, he had just returned to the entrance of the cave in front, and saw that those half-orcs could no longer take care of a lot, rushing towards the entrance of the cave from all directions with a loud cry. But this time they weren't rushing indiscriminately. The orcs in the back kept throwing some ignited wood in front of the cave entrance. This kind of wood didn't know what its characteristics were, and it didn't catch fire, but it would produce a lot of smoke. Soon the small square inches front of the entrance of the cave was a vast expanse of whiteness. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had a keen sixth sense. Although he couldn't see the shape of a half-orc, he could still perceive the danger in that direction. He can always adjust the muzzle in time.metalnovel.com to aim the orcs in the fastest direction, knocking those crazy orcs to the ground. Soon one of Maxim's bullet chains was burned out, and Xiao Feng was too late to change the chain for the machine gun. He directly put Maxim's into the space, and then picked up the RPD. I have to say that this is a lighter transformation from an AK rifle. Machine guns, although ugly, are durable, and at such a close distance, the power of this light machine gun is not much less than that of Maxim, but it is much worse than the heavy machine gun in the continuity of firepower. Xiao Feng quickly blasted out a drum, but the orcs on the opposite side seemed to perceive what was happening in the cave. It may be that these gold and silver jewels are also important to the orcs, so they are still going crazy. Normally, they charge forward continuously. Although the modern firearms in Xiao Feng's hands are powerful, the distance is too close after all, and the number of enemies is large. Even later, the animality of those half-orcs was completely aroused. They picked up the comrades who fell on the street in front of them. The corpse stood in front of him and continued to charge. In the absence of a heavy machine gun, just relying on the light machine gun in his hand, there is really no way to use these rough and thick fleshy shields. Xiao Feng simply took out a few grenade and threw it over, then turned and withdrew. Chapter 175 One Way North Bonpajiji followed behind a few Tauren. After seeing the magic of this mage, he became more mindful, and every time he charged, he definitely did not take the lead in the charge. This mage is really amazing. It is different from the human warriors he has fought before, especially the magical weapons in his hand, which can break people apart from a long distance. So he will hide every time he charges. Behind. The previous few Tauren rushed into the cave first, and the result was the same as the previous sneak attack on the mage's position. After a few loud noises, those Tauren were blown to pieces, and the Tauren's crazy offensive stopped. The intensity of the previous crazy charge suddenly stopped after these loud noises. and the crazy animal nature of the original half-orcs was also awakened by these two loud noises. Bonepang squatted at the entrance of the cave for a while, and only after hearing that there was no movement inside, did he force the two Tauren around him to enter the cave and explore it. The two Tauren twisted and reluctantly entered the cave. Fortunately, there was no explosion this time, and only then did Bonepaw dare to rush into the cave with his team. Oh no! Looking at the empty cave, Bonepang felt a moment of suffocation in his chest, and the darkness in front of him. The most fearful thing happened. Several tribal nobles, looting the spoils of the Carterwheel Empire, were all looted by those humans. But what should I do? If you tell those nobles, those guys will definitely not be able to spare themselves. Thinking of the consequences of those people's anger, Bonepalulu feels cold in his back. His Royal Highness, with so many gold and silver treasures, they must not be able to travel far. Those things are very heavy. There are dozens of them, each carrying a bag, which is enough for them. These humans, it's so stupid. We hurried to chase. We will definitely be able to catch up with them. Seeing Bonepalulu's headache, Bonepaw became happier, but he could only secretly be happy, and there were some things he could never say. Yes. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase me. As soon as Bonepaw heard this, his spirit suddenly came. Bonepaw was right. Those gold and silver treasures are so heavy, and those human beings can run with these things on their backs, and they will eventually be caught by them. Own greed killed. Bonepang immediately led hundreds of orcs to chase behind the cave, and soon came to the mountain wall that was blasted by Xiao Feng and the others. Outside the mountain wall was a small path, and in front of it was a big waterfall rushing down. Bonepaw took hundreds of people, and carefully walked along the intestinal path. No one wanted to fall into the deep stream below because of walking too fast. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally came down from this small road. They are now in the middle of a big mountain, with towering trees in a hurry around the front and back. The light is dim, hot and humid. Because of the dense vegetation, there are no traces of humans in the front. Fortunately, there are kobolds with bright noses in the half-orcs team. Bonepajiji greeted a few kobolds to come over. These guys with dog noses are in front. Sniff, and then start to lead the way. These humans were walking towards the north. Bonepang and the others followed all the way, and at the same time they kept leaving marks to point out the direction to Bonepang who was leading the team behind. However, their journey is not smooth. Those humans will set up a trap on the road from time to time. It is either a deep hole full of sharp stakes or a big rock hanging from a tree. Anyway, as long as it is triggered, at least it will take away the life of a half-orc. Even more terrifying are those bombs that make loud noises from time to time. Bonepang and the others don't know what it is. They can only understand it as a sky thunder made by a human mage. Each explosion will take away at least 5 or 6 half-orcs. Little life. Although the orcs far away from the explosion center can save their lives, they will also be blown up and covered with blood. And even if they are unlucky, they will be blown off their legs. The distance that could be traveled in one day has been abruptly walked into 2 days. And Xiao Feng and the others are very comfortable walking. Anyway, the orcs behind can't catch up with them, so everyone's hearts are more relaxed, and they even feel like an outing. Xiao Feng led these people all the way north, stop and go, plus he never lost against orcs. So everyone also has a blind faith in him, always feel that no matter where he goes, Xiao Feng, if I can take everyone back, there is nothing to worry about. Although I don't know where Xiao Feng is going to take them, I don't care about him. As long as I follow Master Immortal, it's okay. I eat and drink, and I can kill a few half-orcs from time to time. Those half-orcs are so angry that they can do nothing. This feeling is really cool. Think about everyone being driven to death by these half-orcs before. Everyone is right. These half-orcs were helpless and dull, and the feeling of powerlessness was finally wiped out. After walking like this for about 3 or 4 days, Xiao Feng finally led everyone to camp at the foot of a hill. The half-orcs were about a day away from them. There was nothing to panic about. Unless they could fly, it is impossible to catch up with everyone. So Xiao Feng intends to let everyone have a good rest here today, and tomorrow he will take everyone back. I have been taking these half-orcs around in the ravine for 3 or 4 days. Even if they turn around and go back, they can't catch up with the captives. Xiao Feng feels that his job of attracting enemy firepower should be completed. Tomorrow you will arrange manpower to cut some trees around here and tie them into rafts. I will take everyone home. In the evening, Xiao Feng convened Bloom, Kyle, and a few people for a meeting on Friday to explain the task for tomorrow. Although everyone didn't know how Xiao Feng planned to take everyone back, they didn't ask much. After such a long run-in, he had already thrown himself at Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng said that he could take everyone back, so he would definitely have a way to take everyone back. Walking along this road, although everyone is relaxed mentally, they are indeed very tired. After a good meal in the evening, they entered the tent to rest early. Xiao Feng just lay down and fell into a sleep state very quickly, but when he slept until midnight, he suddenly sat up. An indescribable sense of crisis surged into his heart, although he did not know what went wrong. But Xiao Feng feel something is wrong. As soon as he thought of raising his tent and shouting for someone, he saw a dark shadow outside the tent under the moonlight. Xiao Feng didn't have time to think about it. He pulled out a hand cannon from the space and shot it out when he raised his hand. Chapter 176 Beheading. The muzzle flame of the Colt boa constrictor in the dark can be half a meter long, and the huge roar of magnum bullets resonated throughout the night. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Xiao Feng's loud shouting quickly awakened other human soldiers from their sleep. Xiao Feng dashed out of the tent. The moonlight on this day was better. Under the bright moonlight, you could just see a lot of dark shadows sneaking in their camp. Most of the dark shadows touched the soldiers' tents. They all had the dark jars in their hands, and they didn't know what they were carrying. Xiao Feng was also anxious. He didn't care much, and took out the sand directly from the space. This gun was a big killer that made the Germans fearful during World War II. The 71 rounds drum, 900 rounds per minute rate of fire, and durable structural design, make this gun have almost no recoil when it is fired, and the muzzle will hardly jump due to recoil. Within the range of 70 meters, this gun it is definitely the existence of the king. In addition, Xiao Feng's physical fitness after the Ambersite transformation, super hand-eye coordination ability, almost no need to aim, all shot based on feeling. Every time the muzzle is turned, a dark shadow of the sneaking camp will be knocked down. Ground. The screams of the enemies who were knocked to the ground, coupled with the low roar of Sha, soon the humans in the entire camp were awakened. Some lucky guys rushed out of the tent quickly, and then quickly approached Xiao Feng, but there were also some unlucky guys. After all, this camp is not small. The area covered by Xiao Feng's submachine gun is limited, and there are still a few tents successfully attacked by those dark shadows. These dark shadows touched the front of the tents, lifted the curtains of the tents, and then slammed the jars into the tents. The liquid in the jars spilled out. The human soldiers in the tent, as long as they were stained with those liquids, immediately all screamed and started scratching the body that was contaminated with liquid. After a while, the venomous part began to rot and spread to the whole body. After a while, the human soldiers were eroded into bones. If Xiao Feng hadn't seen such a scene with his own eyes, he would have no idea. Who exactly is this black shadow? What kind of venom is in the jar in their hands? This is too powerful. In terms of corrosive power, absolutely it's comparable to the Aqua Regia on Earth. It's Camille. Their venom is very powerful. The master is careful. I don't know when Kyle, Bloom, and Friday will all come to Xiao Feng's side. Seeing that the main leaders are all safe and sound, Xiao Feng is relieved. The Kyle Knight, who has experience in fighting half-orcs, will give everyone the origin of these half-orcs. I think he must have suffered under the hands of these cameel snakes back then. Just as he had just introduced the origins of the cameel snake man, his expression changed abruptly, and then he rushed to Xiao Feng's body and raised the wooden shield in his hand to protect himself, and Xiao Feng snapped. With a bang, a jar smashed on the shield in the hand of Kyle Knight, and the venom in the jar was flying around. The few unlucky people who were close by were splashed all over, and then they screamed and screamed. Die in. Xiao Feng was also taken aback by the change brought about by the sudden entry. Before, his main focus was just on the human soldiers on the right side surrounded by snake men. They were shooting in that direction, so ignoring the front, I don't know which snake man it was, and actually threw a jar of venom at him. If Kyle hadn't come forward, he would have killed him just then. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Feng immediately became angry from his heart, and the evil grew to the guts. You savage bugs, dare to threaten you Uncle Xiao? Xiao Feng directly took out the Makukin heavy machine gun from the space, and then pulled out a few metal storage boxes from the space and placed them in front of him to become an artificial shelter. He fixed the Makukin on the storage box and pulled out the bullet chain. Pull the bolt. Da-da-da. The strong metal rhythm of Maxim's gunshot immediately resounded through the audience. Anyway, there were not many people in front of him. Xiao Feng simply attacked indiscriminately, and the rain of metal bullets began to clear the court. Standing next to him, Kyle, Bloom, and Friday did not stop Xiao Feng's actions. When Xiao Feng took out Thor, they knew which half-orcs and human soldiers who had not had time to escape. It's over. Although everyone thinks which human soldiers are a pity, they don't feel that Xiao Feng's actions are wrong, because everyone knows that they must hold the camp tonight. If the camp cannot be held, they are dispersed by these half-orcs and everyone fled. If you enter the wilderness, waiting for everyone's final result will definitely not be a good result. Every 5 rounds is a tracer bullet ejected from Maxim's muzzle, like a metal iron whip, constantly sweeping across the battlefield. Every time this bullet chain is swept across the battlefield, it will take away a few, or even more than a dozen, came to attack the small lives of cameel snakes. Under the bright moonlight, Xiao Feng, who had gradually stabilized his emotions, finally saw the appearance of these cameel snakes. They were tall and thin, with a particularly thin waist, with a triangular head, erected in the shape of an olive. The pupils look extraordinarily evil, coupled with the snake letters that spit out from time to time. They are really more like snakes than humans. Novel.com. These guys are very agile, especially crawling on the ground. At that time, the speed is extremely fast. If it is not for the human characteristics of the upper body, torso and head, it is really hard to tell whether these guys are snakes or humans. Children, all those who still have venom in their hands will come over, and everyone will throw it over there and smash the wizard to death. At this time, a very high shadow at the entrance of the camp shouted at the cameel snake man who was chasing around by Xiao Feng's heavy machine gun. Xiao Feng just heard the shadow's scream, and immediately turned the gun and fired at the shadow. Your grandmas, you still want to play the beheading operation for Lao Tzu? Then see whether you die first, or I die first, playing beheading. Don't believe you can let me slip. The dark shadow obviously didn't expect that his roar would attract Xiao Feng's attention in this chaotic battlefield. If only Xiao Feng's attention would be enough, but unfortunately, together with Xiao Feng's attention, those who came together were the bullets from the machine gun. This guy was quick to react, and he ducked behind the 2 sturdy goalposts at the door. But it was a pity that even so did not save his life. Chapter 177. Be surrounded in front of the 7.62mm caliber heavy machine gun bullet. The 20 cm thick goalpost was useless, and the Camille Snakeman hiding behind the post was directly swept into two sections together with the goal post. This broken Snake Man obviously has an extraordinary position in the Snake Man team. His death like this caused the already flustered Snake Man team to immediately become a mess. The sneak attack that was originally successful, I didn't think it would become like this later. But now the sneak attack is not possible, and even the leader is dead. These snake people can no longer bear it. There are a few leading shouts, and they just turned their heads and ran away. Escape before the battle. The first one to take the lead will immediately follow the trend. It quickly caused an avalanche reaction. There were more than 100 shadows in the camp immediately, jumping from the ground, and then fled in all directions. These snake people are not at all brainless. They did not choose to flee in one direction. Instead, they ran away. The speed of escaping from the gate was faster, and the speed of escaping from the wall was not slow, those low ones. The surrounding wall did not hinder them. Coming to the foot of the wall, his whole body crawled on the wall and moved up quickly. A few ups and downs left the camp wall. Because of their escape method, Xiao Feng couldn't cause them too much damage. It was just defeated a few unlucky ghosts who ran out from the direction of the gate. In a short while, these Camille Snakemen ran away, leaving only a messy camp and more than 100 corpses. Of course, most of them were Snakemen's corpses. Hurry up and send someone to close the door, and send someone to the wall to see what's going on outside and count the number of people. Seeing Camille Snakeman retreat, Xiao Feng gave a series of instructions. Although Snakeman retreated, who knows if there will be any pig-headed man or Tauren in ambush outside. It is obviously not what it is to retreat at this time. Good idea. So Xiao Feng decided to stabilize his military spirit first. Bloom, Kyle, and Friday and others took the order to go, and soon the casualties in the camp were reported. Although Xiao Feng responded in a timely manner, there were still 20 or 30 unlucky ones who were succeeded by the Snake Man and lost their lives. Among them, 15 were soldiers brought from the base, and the rest were rescued from Blackwind Canyon. Of humans, the gate of the camp was closed, and the soldiers were all on the wall. Their camp was built on water, with the big river to the west, a hill to the north, an open grassland to the south, and a forest to the east. It was already dawn at this time, and the situation outside could gradually be seen clearly. Soon Bloom, who was looking outside the wall, came over with a solemn face and reported the situation to Xiao Feng. There are ambushes in the south and east. We have a big river to the west and a hill behind us. Because we can't cut trees in the woods, we can't make a raft. There is little hope of retreating from the waterway, so we can only go north to the mountain. Although Xiao Feng had not specifically explained the retreat plan with Bloom before, when he heard that Xiao Feng asked them to cut trees and make wooden rafts, he had already guessed that Xiao Feng wanted everyone to retreat by water. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing it, and it seemed that he could only go north. And at this time in the camp of the half-orcs, there was also a solemn atmosphere. Bone Paw Lulu did not expect that they would meet the Camille Snake and Leopard squads who went out to conquer the human empire. At that time, Bone Paw Gigi led a part of the men and horses to chase in front, and he took the back team and followed behind. Unexpectedly, at the Karachi Pass, they just ran into the two Orcs' army that had returned to the tribal territory to rest. The generals led by these two teams of Orcs are Camille Snakeman Alka Khan and Leopard Chandli. Both of them are general-level nobles in the Orcs Alliance. They are both higher than him in terms of status. Asked the past to ask about the situation, Bone Paw Lulu dare not hide it, and can only lie that a human mage led a team of troops into the Blackwind Canyon where he was stationed, not only freed the human captives, but also destroyed the arsenal, grabbed everyone's trophy. Upon hearing this, the two generals were furious, and immediately joined forces and decided to pursue this group of bold humans with him. The Bone Paw Lulu could only take the two groups with him on the road with anxiety, and endured exhaustion from chasing all night, and finally chased Xiao Feng and their camp last night. Originally everyone wanted to attack overnight, but the Bone Paw Lulu and the others have been chasing for several days and nights, a little exhausted, so they changed the combat plan. First let the Camille Snake go to touch the camp, and then the Leopard Man followed the charge. To solve the battle, there are too many wins against humans, so even though Bone Paw Lulu has repeatedly emphasized that there is a mage in this group that is very powerful, but Alka Khan and Chandli have not listened to it. What can be done if it is more powerful? But just a mage, can he withstand their army's assault? As a result, everyone is dumbfounded now. Alka Khan and his Camille Snakemen have all returned, but when they set off, they had more than 200 people, and now they have only returned less than 100. They vowed to take care of them before leaving. Alka Khan, who was caught by the human mage and made into a wine vessel, was now broken in two and lying on the ground. Sitting in the middle of the big tent, Chandler's face was gloomy, the cat-like vertical olive-shaped pupils were narrowed, and when the huge yellow eyeballs flashed past the other orcs, everyone he had seen shuddered. Obviously, this Chandli is already at the extreme of anger. Here he has the highest status, and the invisible coercion exerted on other orcs is also the greatest. He doesn't say anything, and no one in the entire big account dares to speak out. Damn it, Bone Paw Lulu, why didn't you say that the mage is so good? There was nowhere to vent the evil fire. MTLnovel.com. Chandli could only turn the muzzle of the gun to vent the anger on the bones of Lulu. I already said that the mage is very powerful. But you didn't say that he was so good. I say, stop talking nonsense. Do you know the fate of lying about the military situation? Someone pushed me out of this Tauren and gave me 30 whips. Chandli didn't give this Bone Paw Lulu a chance to explain at all, so he was dragged out for 30 whips. What can Bone Paw Lulu do? He can only grit his teeth and endure it. If you say something more, I'm afraid that the leopard dared to chop off his head. Well, that Bone Porch. It's Bone Porgy. Your Excellency General. Bone Paw Gigi is very good at judging the situation, and when the situation is not good, he immediately chooses to hug General Leopard's thigh. Chapter 178 Divine Beast Territory. Well, very good, Bone Paw Gigi, you come to talk about their mage's situation. Okay, Your Excellency General. Bone Pang Gigi quickly told Chandli what they knew about Xiao Feng. And of course he would exaggerate it as much as possible. What a wave of his hand is a light of death. The light of death is terrifying. The people who are on the head are all different from the end of the field, and there is no less talk about it. The reason to exaggerate as much as possible is to reduce their responsibility. After all, they must not be able to cover the cover this time. They have already encountered Camille and Leopard, and even more terrible is that a Camille Snake has died. General of people. If these things are reported to the Alliance Conference, there must be a scapegoat who will come out to cover the crime, and he and Bone Paw Lulu are the most suitable targets. So at this time, we must exaggerate the power of this human mage as much as possible, so that we can explain it at that time. It is not that we don't work hard, but the enemy is too terrifying, and the strength gap is too big. Although the Bone Gigi said is very exaggerated, it is not necessarily exaggerated in Chandli's view. He has fought against the human army how many times, but he knows the level of the human army, even the human mage. He has also killed a lot, but it is the first time he has encountered a man as powerful as today. If it weren't for Alka Khan's broken body in front of him, he said that he would not believe the rhetoric of this boneless Gigi, and would only think that he was really shirking the responsibility and talking nonsense. But when the reality was in front of him, he didn't think so much. In addition, yesterday, the Leopard Man had planned to follow the Snake Man in the camp. As a result, the Snake Man was beaten and fled by the human mage in the camp. He could see all the scenes in his eyes, so at this time, even if Bone Pang Gigi said it was an exaggeration, he had no intention of pursuing it, and he even regretted coming to the muddy water. At first, what he and Alka Khan thought about the Blackwind Canyon being robbed was that this was a good thing. If they helped Bone Paw Lulu and they brought the humans back, they would have reason to propose a redistribution of the spoils. So you can get a lot of benefits. But I didn't think that Alka Khan had been in trouble now, and if he chose to quit at this time, he would definitely be taken out to take responsibility when the major league meetings were held. So now he is in a dilemma. He doesn't want to go to bite the hard bones, but if he doesn't go, let those people run away, and he will be blamed when he comes back. Well, Lord General, we can actually surround the south and east. The west is the big river and they can't walk, but the north is. Bone Poor Gigi is one of the few smart people among the Tauren. Seeing this, Chandli touching his chin, he knows what this guy is thinking. Anyway, it's shirking responsibility. It's better to shirk it together. Responsibility. Even if the alliance is to be punished at the time of the meeting, the two groups can form an alliance to defend each other. The law doesn't blame the public. When the time comes, the elders and nobles in the alliance will not be punished too severely because of their large numbers. And Chandli's eyes lit up when he said this. Right, how could I forget about the north side? As long as the south and east are enclosed, these humans cannot break through the encirclement. The river is to the west and they cannot walk through the waterway, so they can only go to the north. And to the north, hey, that's the land of ancient beasts. If these humans rush in, the final result will definitely be the dung of those beasts. No matter how powerful the mage is, Chandli won't believe them. They can hold the beasts. The power of I can't kill them, but if I force them into the territory of ancient mythical beasts, it will be easy to explain when I go back. Those ancient sacred beasts, they are half-orcs who are not afraid of death. They are very scared when they see it. With such thoughts in mind, Chandli quickly began to issue orders. Here, his status is the highest, so whether it is a Tauren or a Camille snake, he must obey his command. These half-orcs all walked out of the woods and started camping wildly on the east and south sides of Xiao Feng's camp. The camp was only 1 kilometer away from Xiao Feng's camp. Seeing this behavior of the orcs, Xiao Feng and the others quickly understood that these guys wanted to trap them to death. They thought that humans would not bring too much food, and they did not dare to go out to camp and fight with them. So since they don't, if you dare to tentatively attack, then all humans will be surrounded, so that humans will not be able to rush out. And when he saw the number of half-orcs, Xiao Feng stopped thinking of rushing out from the front. There were more than 2,000 half-orcs in each direction, not to mention that these guys were still setting up in the woods in the distance. After the ambush, it is estimated that their number can be 5 or 6,000. There are only 100 or so people on my side. Although I have a big killer like Maxim in my hand, I don't dare to rush into the battle. It seems that I should get a tank next time. It seems they are trying to trap us to death. Watching the movements of the orcs outside on Friday said, that's better. Let them go around. At night, we will retreat to the mountain. After crossing this mountain, find a place to cut some trees and make some wooden rafts. Then I will take you to retreat from the waterway. Xiao Feng hurriedly gave a reassurance to the main leaders present, and all of them nodded. Now they believe whatever Xiao Feng says. In the evening, www.mtlnovel.com, Xiao Feng asked the cook to give everyone a good meal. After the sky darkened, he overturned the wall from the north and went all the way up the mountain road. But what made him strange was that there was a lot of movement on their side, and the half-orcs had been paying attention to the situation on their side. But the half-orcs had not pursued them. It stands to reason that when a group of troops retreat, it is often the most vulnerable time. Even if the half-orcs are stupid, they know that this is the best time to attack. But these half-orcs did not want to go out to pursue the camp. Instead, after learning the news, it took a long time to send 2 teams from the camp, slowly approaching them, and looking at the speed of these half-orcs, it was clear that they weren't chasing after them, but more like them. It was a friendly see-off. Are these half-orcs a little weird? Xiao Feng looked at the orcs chasing soldiers behind him, and said. Bloom stood beside him and said, yes, it's not like their style. At this moment, Dean, who took the lead in the front, suddenly ran back in sweat. Broken. Behind this mountain is the territory of the beasts. We were calculated by the half-orcs. Chapter 179. Scalp Dingling. Dean Ogelman's expression of horror on his face seemed to be really scared. His attitude really made Xiao Feng a little uncomfortable. Although he had been in contact with this guy for a few days, this guy has always been in his impression. It's the one who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, even if he sees himself. He is not so respectful. But now I was scared by a beast. So scared. Is this beast really so terrifying? Looking at Bloom beside him, his face was also full of horror. Xiao Feng couldn't help but become more curious. What kind of thing is this so-called divine beast? What kind of beast? Dean, speak slowly, Bloom said to Dean. Dean took a few deep breaths before he said to Xiao Feng and Bloom, "It's Lingjiu. I just explored the way with Groyan. I crossed the hill and turned out that the hill was full of stones. There are many broken bones scattered in the stone, and there is the cry of the spirit eagle in the distance." Dean described the situation he saw on the other side of the mountain to Xiao Feng and the others. Except for Xiao Feng, there was not much reaction, but Bloom and Kyle became more solemn as they listened. "Well, what exactly is this spirit eagle? Can you tell me about it?" Xiao Feng asked Bloom confusedly. Bloom said with dignity to Xiao Feng, "Master, Bailuodes should have told you before. It happened in the ancient times." Xiao Feng nodded, and Bloom went on to say, "In those days, it was not humans, nor elves, dwarves, and half-orcs, who ruled this continent, but the ancient mythical beasts. For example, the Ambasite emerged. There were many terrifying creatures that were as famous as the king bee, such as dragons, and this eagle, but after a major natural disaster, there were not many surviving beasts, and then there were humans. Prosperous and prosperous." Xiao Feng can understand what Bloom said. Just like the Earth was ruled by dinosaurs in the early years. If it hadn't been for that time when an asteroid hit the Earth, it caused a natural disaster and completely changed the Earth's climate and environment. I'm afraid it's not a turn now. Humans have come to rule the Earth, and similar events must have occurred on this planet. The only difference is that many large creatures of the year have survived, but there are not many. After listening to Bloom's explanation, Xiao Feng probably understood the situation of the so-called sacred beast, which is probably similar to his guess. The spirit vultures mentioned by Bloom are a large carnivorous bird that exists in this world and has a temperament. It was ferocious, although Xiao Feng had never seen it before, but he guessed it should be of the same type as the golden eagles and eagles on the Earth. Then what should we do now? Are we still going? After Bloom explained the situation to Xiao Feng, Kyle asked Xiao Feng solemnly. It seems that this spirit eagle has left an unusually terrifying memory to the natives of this world, so they are very jealous of this creature. But Xiao Feng, as a modern man, is not afraid of this so-called sacred beast, but it is just a circle larger than the eagle on the Earth. There is nothing to be afraid of. Besides, now the half-orcs are chasing after them. If they don't go here, can it be that these hundreds of people turn their heads and face those thousands of half-orcs? Go. Why don't you go? Keep walking. Rest assured that I am here. Don't be afraid. Xiao Feng is no longer afraid. With so many modern firearms in his hands, he still needs to be afraid of these beasts. What's more, in order to deal with these ferocious beasts in this world, he bought a lot of powerful weapons in Russia last time, such as hand cannons, for example. There is another big killer, but he hasn't used them yet. The Maxine heavy machine gun may be very effective against enemies in a dense formation, but it is probably not as effective as the other big killer in Xiao Feng's hand when it comes to dealing with the mythical beasts Bloom and others. It is precisely because of this, Xiao Feng would have nothing to fear from these so-called sacred beasts. After listening to Xiao Feng's confident words, think about Xiao Feng's previous invincible record, and it seems that the owner is also a god. Indeed, there is something scary about a sacred beast. Bloom and the others put their hearts back in their stomachs. Keep going. Chandley, who had approached the foot of the mountain, saw that the humans on the mountain were about to walk to the top of the mountain and were about to climb the mountain and enter the territory of the beasts, but they stopped, still feeling a little bad in their hearts. It is impossible for them to find that what's wrong behind the mountain, in case they don't climb the mountain, but go back down the mountain desperately. It really makes him a headache. After all, he has seen the power of that mage. Even if he can be killed by the crowd tactics, he doesn't know that he will be damaged. How many people are there? But what made him breathe a sigh of relief was that the humans only stayed for a while, and then continued to climb the mountain. After seeing the last figure over the ridge, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He did not rush to withdraw his troops so that the cunning humans would sneak back. Instead, he let his subordinates camp at the foot of the mountain. He had to wait for a few days until he was sure that the humans had become the dung of the beasts. After Xiao Feng climbed the ridge, he was surprised to see the situation. This place is completely different from the south side of the mountain. No wonder Nadine, Bloom and the others are afraid of it. Mentalnovel.com. In this valley, there are not many trees, they are all low bushes. Only near the big river are there some tall trees. There are many huge rocks on this mountain, but almost every big stone is scattered with various kinds of trees. The bones of such creatures have been boned, and it looks like they should be the leftovers of that divine beast. The bones of huge bisons and the bones of some unknown creatures appear most often. These bones are very large, and you can imagine how big these creatures were before their lives just by looking at the bones. Leaving aside other things, it was said that this bison was twice as large as the high-yielding beef cattle on Earth. When Xiao Feng thought of this, the image of a divine beast flashed in his mind at this time, and he was shocked. He is a loyal viewer of Discovery Channel. He knows the hunting habits of the large eagles on the Earth. Large golden eagles can capture small antelopes alive. The way they kill their prey is very simple. Throw it down on the stone and smash the prey. Maid, looking at the bones of bison on the ground, wondered how big the spirit eagle could catch such a huge bison in midair and throw it to death on a rock. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt a little scalp trouble. This seems to be a big trouble. This bird is a bit big. Chapter 180. Tushan Beast. Although he had earlier judged that this eagle should be a big bird, his earliest prediction was that this bird would be about twice as big as the largest eagle on the Earth. But now it seems that there is more than that. Imagine how hard it is to catch a bison that weighs 1.5 tons and is still alive and kicking in the air and throwing it down to death. A bison weighing 1.5 tons, in desperately struggling, can bring more than 3 tons of gravity, and in the case of irregular force, such a heavy object, even if it is the American Black Hawk helicopter, I'm afraid they may not be able to move. And this eagle can actually catch this bison in the air, throw it down and fall to death. How much strength is this? As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Feng didn't dare to take it carelessly. He immediately told Bloom and the others to move quickly to the woods on the left-hand side of the valley, near the big river, to cut down the trees quickly, start to tie the rafts, and then pass quickly. They left here. The group of people obviously knew where they were now, so no one said aloud at all, and they all moved quickly in the direction of the big forest. But just a few meters away, Xiao Feng suddenly felt black on the top of his head, a gust of demon wind blowing from the top of his head, and then a scream was heard in front of him. No, Master, Ling Jiu found us. Bloom, Kyle, and Friday, all surrounded by Xiao Feng's face with horror, while Xiao Feng was looking up at the sky at this time. Sure enough, as he had guessed, it was a golden eagle that had always been huge and unfriended, flapping its wings towards the sky far away from them, and a soldier in their team was dangling from the long eagle beak in front of them. The soldier was still struggling desperately, and the eagle fluttered its wings twice. After rising to a certain height, it raised its head and threw the soldier into the air, stretched out his mouth, and the soldier's screams stopped abruptly. The body was broken into 2 parts. One part was eaten by the eagle into the stomach, the other part fell from the air, but it didn't fall too deeply. Suddenly, another spirit eagle was shot out of the diagonal sting, and he took it in one bite. Half of it was also swallowed in his stomach. Everyone on the scene looked at the eagle flying in the air with sullen faces, and even some timid people fell to the ground shivering with fright. Not to mention anything else, the eagle's size alone was too shocking. Xiao Feng had originally judged that the eagle was twice the size of its counterpart on Earth, but now it seems that it is at least 5 times larger. When the wings were just deployed in the air, Xiao Feng estimated that the wingspan would have to be 20 meters long, and the size would be about the same size as the heavy propeller fighters of the Second World War. This was completely beyond his cognition. A stern bird song sounded in the air. After the 2 spirit eagles hovered in the air for a while, they rose to a certain height, and then adjusted their directions again and rushed towards Xiao Feng and the others. And when the leopard man Chandli heard the stern and long bird song, a smile appeared on his face. These humans, they are in big trouble. Even if the mage is in great trouble, this time he is also dead. Seeing the big bird circling and rushing over, everyone around Xiao Feng looked earthy, even the always cold and arrogant Elf Bloom, and the dwarf Dean, who is not stingy. Gelman, at this time, his legs were shaking like chaff, not to mention the others. Kyle closed his eyes and began to pray. "What are you afraid of?" Xiao Feng sneered, and finally called everyone's souls back, but everyone looked at him stupidly, really wondering what else he could do to deal with such a ferocious behemoth. Xiao Feng stretched his hand into the space, and the big killer finally showed up. "Go and find me 3 spears." Everyone didn't understand what Xiao Feng wanted a spear for, but he quickly found 3 spears for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng inserted the 3 spears into the ground to form a tripod, and then killed it. The device is mounted on it. The 12-meter-long iron pipe, the front barrel is 1 meter long, and the 1405 caliber bullet was loaded. Xiao Feng put the gun tightly against his shoulder, and then took a deep breath. Start aiming. This big killer in his hand is the world-class famous gun Zenith Star used by the Soviets to hit German tanks during the former Soviet Union. The former Soviet Union called it the Brum anti-tank gun, and its ejection speed was 1750 meters per second. Within a range of 100 meters, it can penetrate the uniform armor of the Tiger tank up to 100 millimeters thick. This big guy, when Xiao Feng was shopping for treasure in Russia, he accidentally bought it from the gun shop. This thing was actually not produced after World War II because of the popularity of various bazookas and anti-tank guns. However, during the Second World War, the former Soviet Union produced tens of thousands of pieces, and a lot of them are left. Therefore, there are still many people scattered in Russia, not only in Russia, but also in Ukraine. It is said that when the conflict with Russia broke out some time ago, no fewer Ukrainian soldiers, and use this old antique. The effect is pretty good. When Xiao Feng bought this gun, what he valued was the great power of this guy. When he couldn't get cannons and RPGs, this was already the limit of the powerful weapons he could buy. Today I just took this Spirit Eagle to try it. Xiao Feng doesn't believe it. Novel.com. No matter how big this bird is it possible that the skin can be thicker than the Tiger tank? The eagle in the sky had already begun to dive. But Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to shoot. The Overlord Bee possessed his body, so that the Spirit Eagle could not exert any mental pressure on him. The concentration of the spirit made him very stable, adjusting his breathing rhythm. Xiao Feng pointed the front sight door of the big gun at the eagle that had begun to dive. The speed of the eagle was very fast, probably because of his contempt for humans. He didn't take the bugs on the ground too much. Keep it in the eye. Xiao Feng silently calculated the distance. Originally, he wanted to wait for the eagle to rush closer before firing, but considering that there was another one behind this eagle, he was about to hover and rush down. So when the eagle entered 300, he pulled the trigger when he was firing. Bloom standing next to him, Friday and Kyle, they both heard a very clear metal crash, and then they felt a muffled thunder in their ears. When they raised their heads, they saw the eagle in the sky suddenly hiss, and then the whole body began to sway, and it seemed that he was about to fall to the ground at any time. All the people present were dumbfounded. This is an ancient beast. In the legend, this is a god-level existence, a creature that is as terrifying as the legendary dragon. Is it just that the owner will solve it? Chapter 181. It's just a beast. The big bird in the air is like a drunk man, shaking his body with great effort to prevent himself from falling out of the air, while Xiao Feng pulls the bolt, inserts a bullet, and gives him another one. Carothic bullets were stuffed into the barrel of the gun. Xiao Feng held his breath again and then pulled the trigger abruptly. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and then the big bird, trying to control its body, stopped screaming, and fell directly from the sky, and fell directly into the distant ravine. At this time, the other giant bird in the sky was shocked and angry when he saw this situation. After a stern neigh, one end of the bird pierced down, and they rushed towards Xiao Feng. If it was before, Xiao Feng and the group must have been scared to pee, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng had already dealt with a spirit eagle, which greatly increased their confidence, and saw the one rushing over. Big Bird is not so scared anymore. However, Xiao Feng still calmly fired the bolt and loaded it, holding his breath, and started aiming. When the bird entered the range, he directly pulled the trigger. After the sharp metal crash, Xiao Feng pulled the bolt and the hot shell fell on the ground. Xiao Feng stuffed another bullet to aim. This time, this big bird was only much smarter than the previous one. Knowing that the weapons in Xiao Feng's hand could pose a deadly threat to him, he was constantly changing directions in the air to avoid Xiao Feng's shooting. So Xiao Feng's first shot didn't hit it, but its constant change of direction in the air also obviously affected its speed. The slower its speed, the greater the threat to it. When Xiao Feng's muzzle was aimed at it next time, the beast obviously felt a fatal threat. He turned abruptly in the air, then turned around and flew away and ran away. Invincible, the ferocious spirit eagle ran away. The people standing next to Xiao Feng were stupid. This is a legendary beast. An adult divine beast can destroy the existence of a human tribe single-handedly, but now one is killed by Xiao Feng, and the other is driven away by Xiao Feng. These people have heard the legends of these sacred beasts almost when they were young. Even when they were naughty and disobedient when they were young, their family members would say when they were frightened, they would feed you to the eagles if they were disobedient. So this eagle has something extraordinary in them status. But such a terrifying beast was beaten to death and fled so lightly by Xiao Feng, it is simply too hard to imagine. In the past, Xiao Feng's performance with half-orcs was so accustomed to everyone, irrational people thought that he was a god, and rational people thought that he was a powerful magician. But if he was against a sacred beast, whether he would behave as good as the upper half-orcs, no one was sure. And now seeing this result, even sane people can't keep calm. Master Mage is indeed boundless. He is like chopping melons and vegetables to the upper half of the orcs. And the same is true to the ancient beasts. What to say? I can only say that Master Newbie. Master is mighty. Seeing the worshipping eyes of the people around him, and their urge to pay their heads and worship, Xiao Feng quickly stopped them. Stop, now is not the time to do this. Let's hurry up and cut down the trees there. It's important. You have to leave here as soon as possible. Everyone felt that Xiao Feng was right. Although he killed 2 sacred beasts, there were still thousands of half-orcs on the south side of the mountain. So leave here first. The group of people ran quickly to the woods on the left-hand side of the valley, but this time, it was different from the tension everyone had been before, and everyone was a lot easier. The soldiers and the liberated prisoners went to cut down the trees and lay the trees. And Xiao Feng came directly to the big bird that was killed by him. From a long distance before, he couldn't feel how terrifying the bird was, but he waited until he walked in. Now, only by seeing the corpse lying on the ground can I feel the horror of this spirit eagle. Just looking at the size, it is the size of an elephant on the earth. The long beak is shining like a metal, and the sharp claws can make a mech-like crash when struck with a dagger. Xiao Feng had no doubt that this guy would definitely be able to smash hard rocks as soon as he grabbed it. Xiao Feng just watched, while Bloom, Groin, and Friday, and even Kyle swarmed up. You cut it, and I started to peel the beast and cramp. Obviously, such an eagle, in Xiao Feng's eyes, is just a large eagle. To the local indigenous people, it has an extraordinary attraction. Everyone has cut off the most characteristic parts of the eagle, obviously thinking about it. Go back as a trophy, or a family heirloom. The beaks, claws, and feathers of the eagles became the objects of their harvest. On Friday they even greeted many soldiers to come and cut the meat. The soldiers who were originally arranged to cut trees, saw a few leaders harvesting the spoils here, and they were a little bit reluctant. Hopefully, when I heard Friday's call at this time, I rushed over with a cheer, and began to divide the eagle into a chaotic body. Seeing how motivated these guys were, Xiao Feng couldn't stop them, so he simply let them go. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a few very faint neighs from a distance. He took out his binoculars and looked up the hillside to the north of the valley, and found a huge one on a cliff halfway up the mountain. Birdsnest.mentalnovel.com. At this time, there were two little birds. They were looking at them, chirping and chirping. Obviously, the big bird that fell on the ground should be one of their parents. The two chicks had obviously just hatched and broke their shells, and the other big bird that was scared away by him was completely invisible at this time. Obviously it was scared by Xiao Feng, and he no longer knew where he flew. As a loyal viewer of Discovery Channel, Xiao Feng knows the urinary of these beasts. Once they encounter great danger, many beasts' first choice is to escape. Stories about giving up their lives to protect their cubs will only exist like their soulmate, although there are also in wanking magazines. They are definitely a very small number. The instinct of animals will make those adult beasts choose to protect themselves first. It seemed that the eagle should have abandoned these cubs and ran away. Xiao Feng turned his head and looked at Bloom and asked, "Can these beasts sign soul contracts with people?" After hearing this, Bloom was taken aback. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. "I don't know, but I think I can try it." Xiao Feng nodded and raised his leg to walk towards the hillside. Chapter 182. Down the stream the rafts were quickly tied up. The trees in this world are relatively tall, and Xiao Feng and the others are not too many, plus they are for one-time use, so there is no need to make them too delicate. Cutting down dozens of trees, sawing the trees into two sections, with the help of a chainsaw, is just a work that can be completed in a few hours. Xiao Feng and the others brought out a lot of hemp ropes from Haifeng Gorge. They used these hemp ropes to tie these 10 meters long wood into a row, and soon a few wooden rafts were made. Xiao Feng and the others are not many, only 100. 3 wooden rafts are enough. When the wooden rafts are all tied up, Xiao Feng asks him to discharge the wooden into the water. If the water leaked, people used rope to connect all 3 wooden rafts together. After that, he took out a rubber boat from the space, which was also shopped on the internet before this time. After the last time he came to Otherworld to see the sea mouth and the jumping big fish, Xiao Feng wondered how to get it. Play in the rubber dinghy. After all, if you go from his camp to the entrance to the sea again, it is much faster to walk by water than by land. Although he can drive, there is no real hardened road in this world. If you go on a wild road, the road conditions are not very good. From time to time, there may be a risk of overturning, and there are also some broken roads, which often require detours. So Xiao Feng ordered an inflatable boat from the internet. At that time, he was considering taking people aboard, so he customized a rubber boat that could hold 8 people, and it was equipped with a motor. When he came out of the camp to rescue the prisoners of Blackwind Gorge, he had already figured out the way to retreat, which was to take the waterway, and he had been paying attention to the big river ever since he left the camp. According to Bloom and the others, the origin of this big river is the Polar Snow Mountain on the north side of the mainland. It flows through a wide and long area, so when he came, he could say that he followed this big river all the way upstream. He was observing the water all the way. Fortunately, after he got out of his valley, the flow of this big river was very gentle, which was very suitable for boating. That's why he dared to take so many people and head northward after attacking Blackwind Canyon, to buy time for the captives who fled south. At night, everyone ate the eagle's meat in a stew. They were very interested in being able to eat the meat of the ancient beasts. After all, they were the beasts in the teleportation. Actually, everyone doesn't care much about the taste of this meat, but what everyone cares about is the magical psychological effects. Think about the legendary beast that others are afraid of, and it turns out to be your own dish, even if you go back and brag a lot of capital too. I wanted to leave overnight, but Xiao Feng thought about it and let it go. First of all, he had no experience in sailing, and he still had to tow 3 wooden rafts. The sight at night was not good, so I thought he would leave during the day the next day. Everyone set up camp by the river this night, but this time they were straining their nerves and raising their vigilance. Xiao Feng simply stayed up all night and drove 3 wooden rafts in a hovercraft all night, practicing on the river. Fortunately, the operation of the hovercraft is very simple. Coupled with his super hand-eye coordination and learning ability, he quickly figured out the way to sail the boat. Early the next morning, everyone got on the raft. Xiao Feng and several important leaders boarded the hovercraft. Friday and Kyle, Broom, and the 2 dwarves were very curious about the hovercraft. They felt the air cushion of the hovercraft, and they couldn't figure out what material the hovercraft was made of. And when the owner took it out, it was still black, but they took out a small object to face it. The black skin blew for a while, and the black skin bulged up. The most amazing thing was that it could not sink into the river, and it seemed to be very solid. The most amazing thing is that Xiao Feng installed the motor on the hovercraft, and it made a roar, and then the magical ship could move. The strength was still great. There were more than 100 people sitting on the 3 wooden rafts behind. Well, but this little black kayak can actually be pulled. What kind of fairy artifact is this? After much deliberation and without understanding, I can only attribute this to a miracle. Xiao Feng didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew that he would have laughed and broke his belly. It was just an air pump that pumped up the hovercraft, and these guys could all be regarded as an artifact. What could he say? After all, the civilization gap of more than 10 centuries lies here. This is a very simple scientific principle in his world, and it is difficult for him to explain to these people. Although they drove all the humans to the territory of the beasts, Chandli did not sleep well this night. Maybe it was because he heard the tragic neighing in the valley. He saw the spirit eagle in the valley. However, when he was a child, the spirit eagle attacked his tribe and captured his playmates. Even the most powerful warrior in their tribe had nothing to do with this spirit eagle. But he actually heard the screaming of the spirit eagle. Although he was not sure if it was the screaming of the spirit eagle, he thought it should be. The spirit eagle is also a kind of beast, and has a lot in common with their half-orcs, place, such as calling. Could it be that the human mage is already strong enough to hurt the spirit eagle? This night, the leopard general tossed and stayed up all night, but in the morning, he couldn't stand the sleepiness and fell asleep. But after a short while asleep, he was awakened by the shouts outside the camp. What's the matter? What's the mess? Do you guys want to eat whips? Chandli, who got out of the camp with an irritation, www.mentalnovel.com, looked at the roaring orcs in the camp and shouted, "General!" Then, those humans ran away. Bone Paw Gigi, who was the first to react, approached Chandli and said with a stumbling, "What? They ran away? How did they run? Where did they run from? How did you know?" Chandli was no longer sleepy, and grabbed Tor and Bone Paw Gigi by the collar. Bone Paw Gigi, with a weeping face, pointed to the big river outside the camp. Chandli immediately galloped all the way to the river. At this time, many orcs were standing by the river and yelling. On the river tens of meters away from them, a black boat led the way, and behind there are 3 wooden rafts. The wooden row was full of humans, and at this time the humans who would shiver at the sight of them, sat there with a big look, pointing at the orcs by the river, laughing and cursing. "What is this? What is going on? When did these humans who had been scared by orcs become so confident again?" Chandli couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 183 A happy comeback. Are these bugs fat? How dare you not to put the orcs in your eyes like this? Since the start of the war against mankind, the half-orcs have been advancing all the way, victorious in all battles, and have established absolute self-confidence against mankind. Even half-orcs with only a few dozen people dared to charge hundreds of thousands of human armies. Even ordinary half-orcs without professional training have never regarded the elite of the human army in their eyes. Chandli didn't know anything too esoteric, but he knew that momentum is absolutely not to lose. Today, these people dare to face the orcs like this. If they encounter them on the battlefield tomorrow, they dare to smile and rush forward. Dead. Even if they are still not the opponents of the orcs by force, if their morale is raised, they are afraid of the absence of the orcs and dare to fight the orcs head-on. It will be a big trouble. Although half-orcs can rely on their strong physical fitness to defeat them on the battlefield, the price they can pay will definitely be much greater than before. In the past, these humans were a group of little sheep on the battlefield. They would only turn around and escape when they encountered half-orcs, but after today they may turn into hunting dogs. Although it is unlikely to defeat half-orcs, large ones can also bring seriousness to half-orcs' damage. Therefore, the morale of this group of guys must not be inflated. Thinking of this, Chandli, he just pulled an iron bow from the hand of a half-orc beside him, and raised his hand to the black boat leading the front arrow. To be the general of the half-orcs, Chandli's martial arts is naturally not bad. This arrow is several times better than ordinary human archers in terms of accuracy and strength. Kyle, who had been paying attention to the situation of the half-orcs on the shore, of course also noticed the situation of Chandli, and when he saw him throwing arrows, he immediately picked up the wooden shield and stood in front of Xiao Feng. With a sound-off grab, the arrow actually shot through the wooden shield in Kyle's hand, and pierced his wristband fiercely. Fortunately, he was wearing the armor given by Xiao Feng, which was forged by modern stainless steel technology. Steel armor is not something that the iron bow of this world can penetrate, but it still shook his arm painfully. Hee. Dare to shoot an arrow at yourself? Xiao Feng was also annoyed, so he took out a 94 and shot the leopard man with a short shot. This Chandli can become a general not only by his superb martial skills, but also by his natural keen sense of crisis. When he saw Xiao Feng pull out a black tube, he knew that this guy should be that one. The legendary mage, after seeing him pointing the black tube in his direction, this guy actually pulled a leopard man from the side and blocked him in front of him. It was his quick response that saved his life, but the leopard in front of him burped on the spot, and the N94 bullet broke the neck of the leopard who was blocking the gun for him. After that, it swiped directly over Chandli's head. Chandli only felt that the top of his head was hot, and all he smelled in his nose was a burnt smell of fur. And then there was a piercing pain. He reached out his hand and touched the top of his head. He didn't know what he was doing. Something burned a scorch from the front of the head to the back of the head. An angry and annoyed Chandli slammed the corpse in his hand to the ground. When he looked up again, he could only see the black boat, which had taken 3 wooden platoons, and the humans were gradually moving away. When Xiao Feng and the others returned to the camp, it was already 7 days later. Even if the big river was relatively gentle, Xiao Feng did not dare to drive too fast, and there were still gaps in some sections of the river. They could only walk ashore for a while, and then restart down the river. Just stop and go, and walked for 7 days before returning to the camp. When I returned to the camp, the whole camp had been completely changed. Behind the steel city wall, there were countless shelters built on a large open space, and refugees escaped everywhere, and the whole camp was stinking. Seeing Xiao Feng and the others came back, Pylades and Kayla, who stayed at the camp, were so happy that they came and got tired of Xiao Feng for a while, but Xiao Feng didn't have time to make too much affection with them, and went straight to work. Kyle, immediately take people to count the number of people, race, and gender. By the way, we screen out the previous jobs of these people, and all those who have served in the army will find out for me. Take your supervisors on Friday, and rush over to let them know what the rules are. Now that they come to my tribe, they must abide by my rules. Let them take a bath and have a haircut immediately, and teach them not to litter, not to be casual excretion, so as not to breed disease. Bloom, you and Kayla will work together to prepare dinner, and then determine the amount of food to be served each day. Starting tomorrow, pick out healthy people from the camp and let them go to work and collect more food. I am not here. Raise slackers, and winter is coming soon. There are so many people, and enough food must be collected. Otherwise they will definitely starve to death in winter. The instructions were conveyed one by one, and the people below all turned around and went to work immediately, just as they were winding up the clockwork. After following Xiao Feng, they are considered to have the backbone, and since following Xiao Feng, they found that Xiao Feng never issued those useless commands. www.mentalnovel.com. What he asked everyone to do, there will always be his reasoning. So everyone just needs to execute it, which is very mind-free. Kyle and Friday quickly rushed into the refugee camp with people, but wherever they went on Friday, there were screams and howling ghosts and wolves everywhere. At dinner, Xiao Feng finally saw these refugees lining up to pick up the meal. The situation was much better than the previous mess, and he was also refreshed a lot. Although the clothes were still very old, his spirit was finally good. A lot. After dinner, Kyle came over to report the situation like him. Master, there are more than 18,000 people who fled to us from Blackwind Gorge this time, plus our original more than 1,000 people. Now our camp has a total of more than 18,000 people. There are 20,000 people. Among the more than 10,000 people, 10,000 are humans, of which more than 8,000 are subjects of the cartel empire. Most of them are soldiers, but some are temporarily conscripted. From them it was confirmed there that the Carter Wheel Empire no longer existed, and there were more than 1,000 natives, and another 1,000 from Yingzhou. In addition, there were 4,000 elves, 3,000 black elves, and more than 2,000 the dwarf. Well, starting tomorrow, you will select 2,000 people from these people to train. It's time to organize the army. Chapter 184. The future of the tribe. Okay, my master. After listening to Xiao Feng's instructions, Kyle was immediately excited. He has been a soldier all his life. Apart from being a soldier, he didn't know what else he could do. Before, there were too few people in the tribe, and he had no good ideas. Now people finally more and more. The master also asked him to start forming an army, which is a good thing. After all, the threat of half-orcs is always there. Without an army, how can the safety of the entire camp be guaranteed? Kyle is getting older and doesn't want to be a slave to the country. Friday, Kayla, tomorrow you will organize some good physical conditions from the camp, and build some wooden houses next to the camp. It will be winter soon, and there can't be so many people in the cave. If you let them live in any place, the shack, I'm afraid they will all freeze to death. Although Xiao Feng has not experienced a complete winter here, he has a deep understanding of how cold this winter is. These people are wealth and cannot be allowed to freeze to death. Therefore, building a warm wooden house can help. These people are the key to survive the winter. Anyway, among the more than 20,000 people, there must be a lot of people who have worked as carpenters, and there are builders like dwarves. This wooden house is much simpler than when the natives learned to build before. After all, there are some of these people. Many of them are people from the Carter Wheel Empire who have been nurtured by civilization. However, the choice of the place to build the house cannot be so casual. Xiao Feng chose the place to the south of the cave, about 1,000 meters away in a clearing, and he also drew a construction sketch. Because there is no need for a city wall, this house is built into a typical rural tiled house in China. Larger townhouses are used to save space as much as possible. Now we can only deal with it like this. Let's talk about it after this winter. and wait for the future. There are more manpower, and we are planning well. However, he reserved a very wide road between the row houses, and reserved enough space for the future development of the city, and every few households must have a public toilet, a public bathroom, and so on. The division is divided, and places are set aside for the future market, city hall, police station, etc. The more you plan, the more fun it feels. It's like playing a Monopoly game and building a territory. This planning took more than an hour. Friday and Kayla listened very carefully, especially the well-informed Kayla, and from time to time, I could discuss the urban layout planning with Xiao Feng. After discussing this, Xiao Feng said to Bloom again, "Tomorrow you go there to pick some good hunters, and archers will come out. Increase the intensity of wild hunting, not only to hunt a large number of bison back, but also to hunt more. Kill some other wild animals. After all, the winter is very long and the food reserves must be sufficient. Beef is not enough for them, but other wild sheep, wild boars, and pheasants are still okay." Bloom nodded. This time the base's manpower suddenly swelled so much. In the future, when they go out hunting, the hunting results will be much more than before. Xiao Feng also called the Black Elf mages over. "You will also bring out all those Black Elf tomorrow, and let them catch me more wild horses, bison, wild sheep, any wild animals to domesticate. By the way, collect as many wild fruits as possible and come back with everything you can eat. At the same time, give them what you have learned here. The main farming tasks will be handed over to you in the beginning of spring next year. You have to cultivate more wasteland. Come out and plant as many crops as possible. If there are not enough manpower, tell the leaders here that I will see a big harvest next fall." The population of the base swelled to 20,000. No matter how much Xiao Feng had, he couldn't support so many people. Therefore, if this base wants to develop steadily, it mainly depends on the self-sufficiency of the locals here, and Xiao Feng also needs to reserve as much food as possible. After all, the threat of half-orcs is always there. Who knows when those guys will call here? Once a war breaks out, production will be delayed. Therefore, we must produce as much food as possible and store it in peacetime. Majes patted his chest and promised Xiao Feng, "Don't worry, Master, maybe we are not very good at other things, but farming and domesticating wild animals are our Black Elves' specialties. You can rest assured next year I will show you a great harvest." Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Zliu Oyin. "Zliu Oyin, this time from Blackwind Gorge, we brought back a lot of iron ingots and weapons. You melted those iron ingots to build all kinds of tools. We must cooperate with Friday and Kayla's house building work. This is the first choice. The rest will be built into farm tools. Next year we will have many more farmers. Don't worry, Master, leave this to me. Also, let me start all your dwarf ladies and tan some more cowhide. Those captives don't have any decent clothes at all. When winter comes, their clothes will definitely freeze them to death. So you need to tan out more leather to make robes, and boots for them to wear. No problem, wrap it on me. Before the winter, you can definitely guarantee that those people will wear leather robes, these mud legs, and you. But the ancestral tomb has smoked. You are so kind. Zliu Oyin slapped Xiao Feng's flattery. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and just turned his head to see Dean, who was tweaking beside Zliu Oyin. Ojelman then said with a smile, "Dean, are you willing to sign a soul contract with me and be loyal to me?" Dean has long been conquered by Xiao Feng's performance all the way. MTLnovel.com. What could be more secure in this era than following a powerful leader? Of course, I certainly do, my master. Well, Bylades, help us prepare. In addition, I have 2 kids who want to be together. Wait for Dean at night. After Ojelman and Xiao Feng signed the soul contract, when he saw that Xiao Feng actually took out 2 big birds with their mouths tied up, Bylades was surprised. To cover his mouth, these 2 were exactly the same day that Xiao Feng came from. Cubs abandoned by the spirit eagle caught in the valley. The feathers on the 2 spirit vulture cubs have not yet grown, and there is only a layer of light yellow fluff on their bodies. Through the fluff, you can see the pink flesh color on their bodies. However, even if they are young birds, the size of these two birds is very conspicuous. Xiao Feng thinks that the size of these two young birds is a circle larger than an adult ostrich on the earth. Pylades quickly prepared a ceremony to make the two young birds sign a soul contract with Xiao Feng, and after signing a soul contract with Xiao Feng, the eyes of the two young birds looking at Xiao Feng immediately became much gentler. Chapter 185 Native Culture. The entire camp became busy the next day. With a series of instructions from Xiao Feng yesterday, the leaders of these bases also knew what they should do. It was not as messy as before. Xiao Feng pointed out the direction for everyone, and also set goals and standards. They only need to work hard in the direction pointed out by Xiao Feng. And all of Xiao Feng's starting point is for the future development of the tribe. You can't do it if you don't work hard. This time Xiao Feng took the initiative to attack with the tribe, rescued so many people, and burned Blackwind Canyon on fire. The Orc Alliance must have known their existence, and the following days will definitely not be so easy, because maybe something at that time, the savage half-orcs would fight over. In order to ensure their future survival, they would not work hard at this time. This kind of thinking is not only caused by the leaders of the base, but also the prisoners who have just been liberated. They also know that even if they are natives with no culture, they also know that being enslaved by half-orcs is uncomfortable, and they work hard every day. Work will never end until life is exhausted and disposed of like rubbish. No one wants to live again. Therefore, these people are very cooperative with the orders of Xiao Feng and many leaders. Xiao Feng is also very satisfied with the energetic appearance of the camp. The tribe is now a melting pot. After a few months, I believe these new ideas the captives who come will naturally integrate into his tribal life and become the cornerstone of his rule. Dean Ojelman had already sworn allegiance to him, and Xiao Feng gave him instructions the next day. It was very simple to go back to his old business and go out to search for mines. Anything in the base will do. Now there are basically any materials in the base are relatively scarce, such as iron. Xiao Feng also specifically confessed to Dean to find some lime ore first. After all, cement is very important to the future development of the tribe. Building walls and roads requires a lot of cement. After Dean probably learned about lime, he immediately started work. After all the people in his hand were sent out, Xiao Feng wondered if it was time to return. This visit to the other world was a great harvest. Not only did he rescue so many human beings, but he also seized more than 10 tons of gold and silver treasures. If these gold and silver jewels are taken back for realization, he will directly enter the ranks of billionaires, so he can't wait. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Kayla came up. "Master, I have a big discovery today." Seeing Kayla's elation, Xiao Feng was a little surprised. "What did you find?" "When I checked the population today, I found a bachelor, Richardsman." "Richardsman? Bachelor? Who is this?" "Green." Richardsman is a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face is marked by the age of a knife. His hair is gray, his figure is thin, and he is wearing a black robe. He is a religious messenger in the Western fantasy movies in Xiao Feng's impression. Or a bachelor is exactly the same. Richardsman's resume is very brilliant. A bachelor of the rock city of the Talon Empire, an advisor to the king's court of Talon, and a tutor to many nobles. He has a high reputation in the Talon Empire. According to Xiao Feng, understandably, this guy should be the president of a university in the Talon Empire, one of the few cultural people in the world and a half-hearted scientist. After the fall of Talon, this guy became a captive of the orcs. Because he was proficient in some knowledge of alchemy, he was sent to the Blackwind Gorge by the orcs as a slave. This time he was rescued and was lucky enough to be rescued. Gala found out that because Kayla was a kid, he used to be a tutor for Gala for a period of time. Xiao Feng is still very interested in this local intellectual. After chatting with him for a long time, I really don't want to say that Richardsman's knowledge is really extensive. I dare not say that I know astronomy, but the most at least knowing geography is still possible. It was through him that Xiao Feng truly understood the world for the first time. The volume of this planet is very large. It should be several times larger than the Earth. The environment is also very similar to the Earth. It is mainly composed of land and ocean. The ratio of the area of the ocean to the land is about 7/3 of that of the Earth, but the land area is larger than the Earth. But at present Richardsman's knowledge of this planet is limited to the continents of St. Sodexo and Methodox, and other places are still unknown. As for the ocean, he doesn't know much. However, he still gave Xiao Feng a good overview of the countries on the two continents and the current situation. Through him, Xiao Feng knew that there were not only two countries on the two continents, the Talon Empire and the Carter Empire. There are more than a dozen other countries, large and small, with different systems. For example, in the south of the Talon Empire, there are several city-state alliances, and there are several religious countries in the southwest. UUKanzu.com. However, the Talon Empire has basically been subjugated. His Majesty, with the support of a few city-states in the south, is continuing to fight guerrillas with the half-orcs with the support of a few of his subjects. There is more than the Carter Empire to the east of the land bridge, and there is also a Yingzhou country. But the two countries are basically under the front of the orcs, but there are still people who continue to resist, and the orcs want to unify. The mainland is not so easy. At the same time, this guy also introduced Xiao Feng to the geographical environment of the mainland, letting Xiao Feng understand that this planet is also the same as the Earth, with mountains and rivers, plains and deserts. Although they are all simple geographical knowledge, it has greatly improved Xiao Feng's understanding of the world, and this Richardsman is really rare to be a knowledgeable person in this world. What interests Xiao Feng most is that this guy not only understands astronomy and geography, but also knows a lot about agriculture, animal husbandry, and the casting of large weapons. Especially the knowledge of forging weapons made Xiao Feng very interested, such as trebuchets, building houses, and building castles. This guy also knows a little bit. This made Richardsman in Xiao Feng's eyes immediately worth doubled. This is a comprehensive talent. Such a cultural prophet is what Xiao Feng's tribe is most in need, and what his tribe is most in need is such a kind of civilized fire. As long as he is equipped with more assistants, he can spread the knowledge he knows, and the civilization of mankind to be able to continue. So Xiao Feng made a decisive decision and promoted the bachelor to the leadership of the base. Richardsman did not refuse. He was still very interested in Xiao Feng. A mage actually managed a territory. This is not the same as his impression. It's different for those mages who only care about magic and don't care about the world. Please remember the domain name of the first publication of this book, Fenian Novel Reading Network Mobile Edition Reading URL, Chapter 186 Yingzhou People. Besides, in these troubled times, Richardsman has no other better choice. Under the smoky environment of the human world, he can mix into a relatively high position in such a vigorous human tribe and live a stable life. What can he ask for in life? By the way, Green, tell me about the Yingzhou people. Who are they and what is the nature of the country? We seem to have rescued many Yingzhou people this time. Xiao Feng remembered that after yesterday's census, Carl told himself that they rescued many Yingzhou people this time, and didn't think much about it before. He just heard Richardsman say that Yingzhou was actually in Carter's Round, a country east of the Empire. He wanted to learn more about this country. This country is located in the east of the Cartelun Empire. Their ancestors were also one of the holy warriors against the orcs, but unfortunately they did not survive. After the Continental War that year, humans established different tribes based on their origin. The country, Yingzhou State, was established at that time. They are located to the east of the Cartelun Empire by the sea, and the area is the same as the Cartelun Empire. The people are mainly black and yellow, but their way of life is the same as that of the Talon Empire and the Cartelun Empire. It's not the same. It's not a lord system, but the king's family dominates the centralization system. The main way of life is also different from other countries. Their people are better at building ships and fishing, so their fisheries are very developed. Some people are also very good at farming. After listening to Richardsman's introduction, Xiao Feng was taken aback for a moment, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Why does this characteristic of Yingzi people sound like a Chinese on Earth? Just listening to Richardsman's description of appearance made Xiao Feng a sense of closeness to these Yingzi people. What made him even more excited was that these Yingzi people actually had good fishing and hunting skills. This was really just about falling asleep when someone gave him a pillow. Before Xiao Feng went out to explore for the second time, he just happened to find an entrance to the sea, wanting to develop marine civilization. But at that time the local aborigines he contacted, let alone the sea, even the big river, was very scared to rely on these people to develop the ocean and develop marine civilization. Xiao Feng didn't know how much effort he had to spend to lead them on the road. This gave Xiao Feng a feeling of sitting on a golden mountain and begging for food. To know that time of investigation, but let him discover that the gift of the sea of this world is exceptionally rich. Not to mention the rich and scary seafood, just the big fish that he saw migrating and spawning in the big river, but it's a treasure that is more expensive than gold. But relying on him alone, those things can't be developed at all, and someone has to help them. And the local natives, under his current ability to catch fish by the river, they don't even have a decent boat, will build. So these people can't count on it for a while. Xiao Feng can only look at the abundant resources in the rivers and seas and worry about it. But now I heard that there are people like the Yingzi people who are beginning to start marine civilization. How can Xiao Feng not come to be interested? Immediately he asked people to find Friday, and then asked Friday to bring him the Yingzi people who were counted yesterday. On Friday, things were done very well. An hour later, all the more than 1,000 Yingzi people were selected and came to the platform at the entrance of the cave. Xiao Feng stood on the high ground of the dressing cupboard at the entrance of the cave and looked down. Well, as expected, Richardsman didn't deceive himself. These Yingzi people looked very similar to him in appearance. Black hair, yellow skin, slightly flattened head with facial features, and even his body is very similar to him. They are tall and strong. The tallest guys are even much taller than Xiao Feng. Such an oriental appearance made Xiao Feng feel cordial, but his tall body shape made him feel different from the Chinese on the earth in his impression. But later I wondered that the country where these people lived was more advanced in marine civilization. Eat the sea by the sea, so you should eat a lot of seafood, and the calcium content in the seafood is very high. So it's relieved if you are born taller than other races on this planet. Thinking about the Chinese on his planet again, it seems that the life of Dongshan province in the northeastern region is relatively high, especially in coastal areas, where the food system contains relatively high seafood content. While Xiao Feng was looking at Yingzi people, these Yingzi people were also looking at him quietly. Their eyes were full of awe, curiosity, and many other complex expressions. Which of you is taking the lead in speaking? Xiao Feng asked, and the Yingzi people below looked at each other for a while, and then everyone invariably focused their attention on a particularly tall man in the crowd. Xiao Feng nodded at him, and then the man walked out of the crowd. Novel.com followed Xiao Feng back to the cave. What is your name? Xiao Feng asked the man that. He was a man in his early 30s. He was about the same size as Xiao Feng, but his arms were actually thicker than Xiao Feng, especially the forearms, which were as thick as crab tongs. Xiao Feng only looked at it. At a glance, he knew that this guy was an old sailor. Even if he didn't go out to sea often, he was definitely the one who spent the whole year in the rivers and lakes, because it is often necessary to manipulate the sails, control the boat and steer the boat. The forearm of a sailor is basically a sturdier circle than a person engaged in other work. Master, my name is Ying Ran, who used to be the general of the Marine Division of Yingzi Kingdom. Oh, still a general. Xiao Feng became interested in this general, and then communicated with him to understand the general situation of Yingzhou state. What surprised him was that many characteristics of this country are really very similar to the Chinese on Earth. For example, their surnames are also placed in front of their names, and they actually have their own words, which are still very similar to the Chinese characters, and even some of the customs of the festival are very similar to the Chinese people. Their staple food is local rice-like plants, and they even have a food similar to dumplings on Earth. If they went for them, they would be the natives of this planet. Xiao Feng would even wonder if they were cousins of Chinese people. Do you know how to build ships? After understanding the general situation of Yingzhou country, Xiao Feng finally asked the topic that he cared most. Yes, of course, because there are many rivers in our country, so we started building ships very early. Oh, then can you build that kind of big ship that goes to sea? Hearing Ying Ran's affirmative answer, Xiao Feng couldn't help his eyes light up. Please remember the domain name of the first publication of this book, Fenian Novel Reading Network Mobile Edition Reading URL. Chapter 187 Suitable person. Xiao Feng is very concerned about the shipbuilding ability of these Yingzhou people, because he has always wanted to develop marine civilization. After all, the wealth in the sea is endless. Once this marine civilization develops, it means that endless food can be found in the sea, which will be of great help to the future development of his small tribe. Moreover, the wealth in the ocean is endless. Those fish, shellfish, and those migratory and spawning fish, if they are taken to his world, they are all high-end goods that can be directly exchanged for money. Therefore, he is very concerned about the shipbuilding ability of the Yingzhou people, because as long as they can build ships, it means that there will be groups of qualified sailors in their ethnic group. As far as Xiao Feng is concerned, the value of these sailors is much higher than the value of the ships they built. And the basis for the development of marine civilization lies in people, lies in hordes of skilled sailors. Only enough people and enough sailors can inherit marine civilization. As for ships, with such a backward level of civilization in this world, how good can they build? In the modern world, Xiao Feng can bring in high-end ships that people here can't imagine for a lifetime with a small amount of money. Perhaps getting ships does not mean that marine civilization can be developed. After all, you have to have enough sailors to come help you drive the boat and help you fish. This is the main reason why Xiao Feng attaches great importance to these Yingzhou people. We can also build big ships that go to sea, but we can only sail near seas, not far seas. After listening to Xiao Feng's question, Ying Ran's dark face was a little red, and he answered honestly. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with his answer. In such an age of ignorance, other ethnic civilizations, even farming, he hasn't gotten it right. Even when many human populations are still drinking blood, some people can actually build ships that sail offshore, and he is already very satisfied. Then Xiao Feng carefully learned with Ying Ran about their shipbuilding level and the situation of the ship's navigation. Such understanding finally gave Xiao Feng a bottom line of the shipbuilding level of Yingzhou state. It turns out that this country has many moorings and dense rivers, so they have been insisting on building ships and begging for food on the water since the founding of the country. And they have really developed a set of relatively mature theoretical knowledge of water navigation, such as how to distinguish between large lakes and even the sea, direction, what kind of weather it is safer to go down, etc. What surprised Xiao Feng even more was that this country had already mastered certain sailing skills and could already make some sailboats. This was a technological leap compared to the most primitive raking boats. Although I don't know what style of sail they use, hard sail or soft sail, and their marine fleet is also the kind of offshore fleet that can sail along the coast, but it's better than those in his tribe who have seen water. People who are afraid are much stronger. Well, very good. Have you seen this kind of fish? Do you know how to deal with their Xiao Feng took out a magnified photo and handed it to Ying Ran. This photo was the last time he saw a big fish migrating and spawning by the big river. He took not only fish but also fish roe photo. After seeing the fish last time, he has been obsessed with making some caviar and selling it back. Unfortunately, he himself is not an expert in this area. In fact, even in his world, The Persians and the Russians make this stuff better. But he really didn't know how to do it, so he asked Ying Ran, "Huh? Isn't this the silver swordfish?" Wow, there are so many silver swordfish. Ying Ran was still curious about the photo for a while after the result of the photo, and then after seeing the fish in the photo, he gave the answer casually. Xiao Feng immediately got his spirits, and directly let Ying Ran take a seat, and then listened to him talk about the knowledge of this native fish. It turned out that this silver swordfish is a very common commodity on this planet. At least it is very common in the Yingzhou country of Yingren. Every year, it also migrates from the ocean along the rivers to the land freshwater system to lay eggs. And this silver swordfish is also one of the main foods of the fishermen in Yingzhou country. According to Ying Ran, the fish that migrate to lay eggs are not only this kind of silver swordfish, but also many other fishes. They are all delicious, and they are also the food of their Yingzhou people. Hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling ecstatic, but what made him even more happy was yet to come. As for the roe, the fish roe was a masterpiece of Yingzhou people. They would deal with the roe of many fish in this world. Not only this kind of marine fish, but even many freshwater fish. They also know how to make it, and they will make various flavors of caviar according to different fish species and different spawning seasons with different ingredients. Even when talking about making caviar, this man who seemed to be honest and accommodating was able to speak with great eloquence. Just the description in words made Xiao Feng's eyes bright and his saliva continued. Mad. This is all money.mentalnovel.com. If you take it back, how much can you sell for the caviar alone? We must know that in his Western Europe, where the world's economy is developed, the best caviar is sold by the gram, while in Russia, a country where caviar is a big consumer, it is a huge market, and their ordinary citizens consume caviar. However, the expensive ones can't afford it, so they can only consume some ordinary caviar. But even ordinary caviar is not cheap from them. Xiao Feng had always wanted to develop the resources of this caviar, but he couldn't find anyone who could do it. This time he finally found the right one. Well, in this way, Ying Ran, you first organize all these Yingzhou people and start building ships with them. I want to see your shipbuilding capabilities first. Don't worry, Master, it's not yet winter. And there are many big trees here. We have more than 1,000 people. As long as you give us the right tools, we can make a few for you before it snows. The right boat comes out. Hearing Master wanted them to build ships, Ying Ran also came to the spirit. Since joining this tribe, he has long figured out that this is probably the last safe camp for humans in this world. But if you want to survive here, if you want to live better than others, if you don't have a lot of real skills, then that definitely won't work. Now this master mage actually likes to build ships. Of course they have to show their very good skills to show the master of tribal affairs to see the talents of their Yingzhou people, and let the master know that these people of Yingzhou are also useful. Yingren took Xiao Feng's instructions and went happily. Xiao Feng turned his head and said to Friday that if he makes any request, as long as it is not too excessive, you will try to satisfy them. Next time I come again, I hope to be able to watch it. To the ship they built. Please remember the domain name of the first publication of this book, Fenian Novel Reading Network Mobile Edition Reading URL. Chapter 188 Assign Tasks and Report. Although I don't know why Xiao Feng values these Yingzhou people so much, as Xiao Feng's most loyal doglegs, Friday still nodded and agreed to Xiao Feng's instructions. The master's command does not need to be asked why, just execute it. After being here for so long this time, Xiao Feng feels that it is almost time to go back. Xiao Feng has already collected beef, mushroom powder, and sausage and bacon at the main products of the current bases. He even brought a few small barrels of wine. These are all the special wines that Maj has made in a hurry some time ago. This guy is also a personal spirit. The last time I saw Xiao Feng, he liked them very much. Drinks, left a heart. Although there are not many fruits produced in the summer, he still let his subordinates get some good fruits, secretly use their unique skills of black elves to brew some delicious high-end drinks, and take advantage of Xiao Feng's arrival this time to contribute to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with Mudge's sensible. This is a very visionary guy. Knowing to please himself shows that this guy has a very keen political sense. If we can do well in agriculture and animal husbandry in the future, Xiao Feng don't mind introducing him into the leadership. Before leaving, he called the main leaders of several bases to his side and gave a good explanation. Kyle was mainly responsible for the training of soldiers, and at the same time strengthened the guard against the outside of the mountain pass. Now the base has enough horses and can be released in a timely manner. A group of people went out to patrol, and this time they made such a big noise. It is impossible for those half-orcs not to come to retaliate, so they should always be alert to their arrival. Of course, Xiao Feng also instructed them how to deal with it. If he was there, it would be okay. If he was not, then he would not stick to it, hiding in the city wall and spending time with the orcs until he came back. Believe that such a high iron wall, those half-orcs will not have any good solutions. And he also wants the academics Richardsman, Kyle, and Groin to cooperate to build something that can be used on this wall. The city's defense tools, such as trebuchets and other big guys. This Richardsman knows some knowledge of geometry and architecture. He also asked this bachelor to communicate more with Kyle and provide more suggestions for better defense of the city, or suggestions for the renovation of the city wall. The task of the dwarves is not light. Groin and the others are not only responsible for making more weapons, armors, and defense tools, but also for making more materials and tools for building houses in cooperation with Friday and Kayla. The task of Dean's dwarves is much simpler, that is, prospecting and mining. Any mine will do. The Dark Elf Mudge also has a heavier task. He has to choose more suitable places for wasteland cultivation. First level the land and burn the wasteland, and wait until next spring to start planting directly. He is also responsible for training more qualified farmers. Moreover, he and his people are also responsible for domesticating wild horses, cattle and sheep, and the most important task is to make wine for Xiao Feng. The more the better. And in winter and Friday, I have to study how to grow mushrooms in the greenhouse. In short, the task is very arduous, but the Dark Elves are very happy, because Xiao Feng, the leader, is the leader in the world who does not discriminate against their mixed subspecies identity. You know that before, they were caught between humans and elves. They were both unkind and discriminated against. The other is the Yingzi people. Their main job is to build ships. As for fishing and making caviar, Xiao Feng is not in a hurry. Let them build the ship first. In addition, there are Bylades and Bloom. Their task is much simpler. They should go out and kill as many bisons as possible, catch wild horses, wild sheep, bison and other wild animals, and complete them as much as possible. Meat reserves. As for Friday and Kayla, their tasks should be the most arduous. They should be responsible for the construction of the entire camp. They should ensure that all the houses for the winter are set up before the beginning of winter. They should also organize staff to go to the wild to gather enough food to ensure that all people can survive the winter safely. Having explained all the tasks, it was time for Xiao Feng to return, but before he left, he quietly pulled him into his room on Friday and took out a bag with all the stuff that was scoured from the river. Jinshaw is about 5 kilograms. In addition to the previous few times, Xiao Feng already has about 15 kilograms of Jinshaw in his hand. If Xiao Feng was definitely happy in the past, this Jinshaw got his world, but it was a hard currency. But after robbing Blackwind Canyon this time, he really didn't like this point of sands. But he couldn't show it. He praised a few words on Friday, let him make persistent efforts, and then traveled back to his world. It was still the evening when he returned. Xiao Feng had a good rest at home and went straight to the flagship store made by celebrity chefs the next morning. MTLnovel.com. When they arrived, several main leaders Zijing and Xilin were just right. They were all there, even if the chef Shang Zhenai was not there. He went to the cooking package factory to help Kato. Zijing and Xiaolin were very happy to see Xiao Feng coming back. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not open in the morning, the two came over to report to Xiao Feng the recent business situation of the famous chef. After the opening of the 7 branches, especially after the previous promotion by Wang Gongcai, Celebrity Chef Manufacturing has truly become a well-known online celebrity shop across the country, and even now it has become a must-visit place for tourism in Benthan. They have always maintained the stability of the quality of their meals, and they have also created their reputation. And this reputation has now spread to all parts of the country after tourists from all over the country have tasted their meals and then returned to their hometowns to become a talkative. Now they have become a well-known brand in the catering industry in Bincheng, and their profitability may not be comparable to that of several time-honored brands, but they can be considered to have completely established a foothold in this industry. During this time, Zijing and Xiaolin alone invited to participate in several internal industry seminars held in Bincheng. The most specific performance is reflected in our store's turnover. We used to worry about waiting for the tourist season, or after this period of heat, our turnover will decline. But based on this period of time observation, we found that we are unreasonably worried. Foreign tourists have not decreased, but have increased. The net profit of our 7 branches has basically stabilized at 20,000 yuan per day, and the net profit of the flagship store has basically doubled. On holidays, there can be an increase of 30 to 50%. After listening to Zijing's report, Xiao Feng sat back in the boss's chair with satisfaction. Each of the 7 branches had a net profit of 20,000 per day, plus the flagship store's net profit was only 200,000 per day. What? Chapter 189 continue to expand with a net profit of 200,000 yuan per day? How many companies can achieve this in the current environment? You know this is not gross profit, but net profit. 200,000 a day, 6 million a month. This is not considered a holiday. The net profit can increase by 30 to 50%. This is still an open account. If converted into an internal account, these 7 stores can bring Xiao Feng a net profit of more than 500,000 every day, and it is safe to make a net profit of more than 10 million a month. However, the bigger the business, the more attention must be paid to standardization, especially when a large amount of beef is consumed. The construction of this cooking bag factory needs to be speeded up, and even the leather bag company in Russia has to go there. Anyway, the process must be formalized so that people can't fault it. By the way, I asked you to talk about the acquisition of these stores. How did you talk about it? Xiao Feng suddenly remembered that before he left last time, he asked Xiaolin and Zijing to talk about buying these shops they are currently operating. At that time, after a few months of business operations, he added some of the remaining funds. There happened to be more than 20 million in there. Considering that he always rented someone else's house for business, the landlord who was the most expensive in the end, so he thought to buy all these shops. If the funds were not enough, he would go to the bank. Mr. Xiao, we have all talked about these stores, except for the first department store, and the owners of the 2 branches of Manhai Plaza are willing to sell us the house, but the other stores are not willing. Xiaolin explained to Xiao Feng with a dilemma. Xiao Feng frowned. This time, a total of 7 new branches were opened, 5 fast food restaurants, and 2 barbecue restaurants. He bought only the shops on Yadajan Street. The other shops are all rented houses. The rent alone has to be paid out every year. Several million. This made Xiao Feng feel a bit painful. The first department store had a big fire in the early years. The building has been rebuilt. However, because of the reconstruction, it has lost a lot of popularity. Therefore, they have also changed their business model. They used to rent and not sell, and now they are selling. When we went to talk about it, they are also very willing to sell to us. But the asking price is 15 million. The other is the shop in Marina Square, which was originally private. It happened that the landlord was a little tight on business recently and was willing to transfer the shop to us for an asking price 10 million. The area of these two stores is 200 square meters. And the store in Bnai Square also comes with a basement. As for the barbecue restaurants in Yedah Mall and Hanglung Plaza, people say they belong to shopping malls and don't sell them. Tanan Building. The side is not willing to sell. Xilin reported to Xiao Feng about the store, and Xiao Feng nodded, that's okay. Then buy the first department store and Bnai Plaza first, for 25 million. We have enough money in our account. Right. Since the three are unwilling to sell, then buy these two first. Enough. There are 6 million in this month, plus the previous profit is enough. Xiao Lin nodded frequently and replied. Xiao Feng nodded, since there is enough, then there is no need to find a bank. Good companies are generally reluctant to find bank loans. It's okay. Who wants to send interest to the bank in vain? If there is no shortage of funds, bank loans will only increase financial costs in vain. It is not necessary at all. Of course, this is a normal business operation. Ideas. There are still many companies that like to borrow from banks even if they are not short of money. Some are big businesses and some are for other purposes. But Xiao Feng is not as wealthy as that. By the way, the boss, we are so strong now. Shouldn't we also open a few branches? After all, we haven't achieved full coverage of the entire benching. Zijing interrupted and asked when it was time. Xiao Feng also nodded. Yes, now the important area of benching, as well as the Jinshaw scenic area, and the bonded area have not yet been covered. You go to investigate the location. If appropriate, there will be a fast food and barbecue restaurant there. In addition, the 2 cities and 1 county below are also go to see if there is a suitable place. If some, we will open one for fast food and barbecue. But this time I plan to open our flagship store. The barbecue and fast food are put together, but the area does not need to be as big as the flagship store. This time, if you can, just buy a suitable place and open it by yourself. Anyway, the house price is not expensive, and you can find the bank if you don't have enough money. Hehe, people from those banks have visited countless times during this period, right? I heard that Xiao Feng is planning to open 5 branches in one breath. Xilin and Zijing are also very happy. If they can operate it, each branch can bring a net profit of 20,000 yuan to celebrity chefs every day. Open more. 5 families earn 100,000 a day. No, recently, various banks have almost stepped on the threshold of our home. Every day, they either want us to buy wealth management, or they want to give us loans, or they want to see you, and both of us are bothered to death. Up. The cash flow produced by celebrity chefs is so good. Of course, it is the sweet pastry in the eyes of various banks. Banks are the most snobbish guys. As long as your business makes a lot of money, they can treat you as an ancestor, but if your business is not operating smoothly, these guys will come back and stare at you every day, for fear that you won't be able to repay their loan. This group of guys is always the icing on the cake. But it is hard to give charcoal in the snow. After staying at the famous chef manufacturing for a while. Mtlnovel.com until Xilin said that it was almost time for the people at the bank to visit again. Xiao Feng decisively evacuated the famous chef manufacturing and went straight to the cooking package factory in Xingang district. By the time the cooking bag factory, the old dilapidated warehouse has been completely renewed. The outer walls have been repainted, and the roads inside have been reswept, and they look very clean. The warehouse has also been completely renewed. The production line covering an area of more than 100 square meters is basically in place. There are just a few manufacturers' engineers debugging the production line. Such a cooking package production line has already existed in China. It is nothing more than the process of feeding, selecting, cleaning, cooking, cooling and packaging, which can be adjusted according to different raw materials. The key is the control procedure. For example, the production of different cooking bags requires different process steps and cooking time. There are also differences in the time and sequence of the feeding and cutting of various ingredients. These need to be controlled by computer programs and are generally set by the manufacturer. In particular, Xiao Feng also took care of Katia this time. When he purchased the production line, he asked the manufacturer to add a seasoning package to his entrance. With this entrance, he could put the mushroom powder with a set weight in batches, adding it to the cooking pot twice. His mushroom powder does not need to be exposed to the outside at all during the whole process, and it is easier to precisely control the dosage, and it is impossible for others to steal it. Chapter 190. Ready to buy some big fireworks with this opening? You only need to mix the mushroom powder and some other local seasonings into a seasoning bag and put it together. In this way, he doesn't have to stay here every day, as long as he hires a reliable worker to complete the work, and the number of seasoning bags can be controlled. Even if someone steals him, how can you steal it? How about finding mushroom powder from more than a dozen samples of soil condiments? He has only mushroom powder in this world. Even if others know that he uses unknown seasonings, they can't find this seasoning source of material. When I walked into the warehouse, I just happened to see Katia. They were taking Shang Zhenai and the engineers sent by several production line manufacturers to discuss the installation of the production line. They also saw Xiao Feng. Katia left Lao Shang and those people discuss, and then greeted with a smile. When did you come back? Yesterday. Did you come here early this morning to see what's going on here? It's not bad. The progress is going very smoothly. I first went to a production line, and it is now being debugged. 3 days later, it is trial operation and production. According to these people, if there is no shutdown 24 hours a day and full horsepower, it can produce in 1 day 400,000 packs of cooking packs. This efficiency makes Xiao Feng speechless. Think about the night shift chefs that Shang Zhenai had arranged before. They started work at the flagship store at 11 o'clock every night and worked until the next morning, but they only produced tens of thousands of packages. But now on a production line, it can produce 400,000 packs a day at full capacity. This comparison is really scary. But this is the advantage of industrialization, which can quickly increase production capacity, greatly improve work efficiency, and reduce costs. Of course, this is only ideal for production under full load. Normally, it is not necessary to do this. It is enough for our current branches to produce 100,000 packs a day, and we can still be rich. The remaining capacity, you have to wait for your new branch to open before it can be released. Katia smiled and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded. Just for his current branches, 100,000 packs a day are enough. By the way, how many manpower does this factory need? Dozens of people are enough. Shift production. I plan to start with only day shift and afternoon shift. I will stop production after 10 o'clock in the evening. Clean and overhaul the machines for maintenance. This kind of production line needs to be maintained frequently in order to last for a long time. Katia is now the person in charge of the cooking package company, and is very concerned about this aspect. Although she has not had much contact before, she has made up a lot of lessons during this period. In addition, she is a talented person with high IQ. So she is very concerned about the company's future. Development has its own ideas. And Xiao Feng, seeing her so hard, felt relieved to hand over this company to her. At this time, Shang Zhenai had just finished communicating with the engineers and came to Xiao Feng. Hi boss. Shang Zhenai greeted him, and Xiao Feng nodded. Lao Shang, how does the food package made with this production line taste? Can the taste and quality be controlled? The quality is no problem. There are more standardized processes for mechanized production than manual production standards. In terms of taste, after a period of research, it can be close to the level of manual operation. Mass production is not a problem. But boss, this production line will be operational in the future. Now, what about the chefs in our shop? Shang Zhenai was both happy and a little sad. He was happy that he was trusted by the boss, and he would soon go to this cooking bag factory to assist Katia, responsible for the research and development of the cooking bag, and the quality control. Sadly, with this it is estimated that many chefs will lose their jobs in the future. Well, Those people are all coming to the factory to continue to develop new flavors of cooking bags. After a while, I will see that they are clever and don't want to make them here. So they are transferred to an outside branch to be a manager or something. Anyway, we also to open a branch. Good boss. Shang Zenai regained his spirit. The boss is still a kind-hearted person, and he didn't let all the chefs get out. The monk Zenai greeted a few words, and Xiao Feng took Kata to the office on the second floor. Recently, the accounting of the famous chef manufacturing side is okay. Katjiko is not only in charge of this cooking bag factory, she is also responsible for the finances of the famous chef manufacturing side. Well, no problem, those few people are pretty reliable, don't worry, I have been staring. Katu is very good now, because she suddenly realized that following Xiao Feng seems to have a good future. Although Xiao Feng's current career has just started, at the current speed, sooner or later, she will develop into a large group. What she has learned is finally useful, otherwise she will just run an online store. She will definitely feel wronged. Well, that's good. By the way, Katya, in a while, I plan to go to Russia. Do you know anyone there? After Xiao Feng came back from another world this time, he always felt that his weapon arsenal was a little weak. This time the sneak attack on Blackwind Canyon was a big success. Those half-orcs will definitely come to retaliate, and this time they will definitely not make a fuss like before. Maybe it's an army of thousands, or even tens of thousands. It's definitely not enough to rely on a Maxim. So he still wants to go to Russia to get some heavy weapons back, but these things still have to be entrusted to Peter. But after all, he is not so familiar with Peter. It is better for Katya to help him talk about some things, so he wants to talk to Katya about it, but he feels a little embarrassed when the words come to his lips. What do you want to say? Do you want to buy more big fireworks? Katya is very smart. Mentalnovel.com. Seeing Xiao Feng hesitating, she guessed what he wanted. Last time Xiao Feng went to Russia to buy a lot of arms, she knew it, and she also knew that this man had a very mysterious background. She usually doesn't ask about it. Now that Xiao Feng wants to buy it again, she is naturally curious. Yes, I want to get some more big fireworks back. This time there will be more, and maybe some bigger ones are needed. Talking to someone as smart as Katya is to save worry. The weapons Xiao Feng wants to buy this time are more powerful and in more quantity. The average gun shop may not be able to meet his needs, so he can only turn to a family like Katya for help. The relationship is with the local snake behind the area. Well, don't you plan to tell me, what do you do with these moves? Some African friends need to use it, you still know less about it. Xiao Feng casually found an excuse, and Kata knew that he was perfunctory, but she was a smart person. Xiao Feng didn't want to say so, so she didn't ask. In this way, if you go this time, let Peter take you to find Liu Jin. Delica, I will greet him in advance. Chapter 191. Thoughts of going abroad. Coming out of the factory, Xiao Feng is in a happy mood, and it is comfortable to deal with smart people. Katya is worthy of being an elite taught by a veteran Russian family. This is much better than him in handling people and dealing with things. For example, in this conversation technique, she pays great attention to rhythm and sense of margin. If she talks to her accidentally, she will enter her rhythm and follow her meaning. Moreover, she has a very good grasp of the sense of margin. Some words are a little bit, it's clear, it's not easy to be offensive, and this is exactly the social method he needs to learn from Kata. By handing the cooking bag factory to Kata, Xiao Feng is equivalent to having a stable rear. She is definitely the person Xiao Feng trusts most now. After all, the daily payment for beef import purchase must be transferred to the leather bag company registered by Xiao Feng in Russia through her. Xiao Feng wondered that it was time for him to go abroad. On the one hand, during this period of time, he was going to make money and run both ways. There was a lot of mental pressure. If you have money, you should enjoy life. You can't make money just to make money. You can make money, will spend money, That's a fool. Moreover, this time going abroad also needs to register several overseas leather bag investment companies. The profits made by his celebrity chefs are getting bigger and bigger. He is also afraid that it will attract the attention of competitors. Putting all the money in one basket, he has to transfer a part of it. This time he intends to transfer part of the money to a foreign investment company in the name of condiment patent fees. In addition, setting up a few foreign investment companies will have some other benefits for doing things in China in the future. For example, there will be fewer local kids who are looking for trouble, and it will be more convenient for the flow of funds. In addition, this time I brought so many gold jewels in another world, I had to find a way to deal with part of it. The economic environment of the entire world is not very good now. The world's top two powers are fighting a trade war. The economic conditions of the two countries are both unstable and their currencies are facing exchange rate risks. However, the price of gold is soaring. Hard currencies such as gold and gemstones are more stable. Gold and gemstones are hard currency that can be quickly realized anywhere in the world. The most important thing is that he is different from other people. He has a portable space. These properties can be carried around anytime and anywhere. Regal, why don't the drug lords change so much gold? Because they can't carry it with them. That's why they will try their best to exchange gold into currency, launder the currency, and replace it with numbers in the bank, so that even if they run away, they only need to bring account passwords, checks and the like, but they will face it at any time, the danger of being caught out of freezing the account. And these dangers are completely non-existent for Xiao Feng, so he thought about it. It is still the most cost-effective to keep these golden gemstones, but not all of them. It is still necessary to dispose of a part and exchange it for cash. After all, the assets around him are not. If you want to expand your business in the future, you will need a lot of funds. After choosing, he intends to dispose of the necklace of rough diamonds. After all, he does not recognize this thing very much. Many people say that diamonds are the biggest lie in the world. In his opinion, it is similar. The store sells it. There are tens of thousands of rice-sized diamonds at every turn. But when you retail investors want to sell it, you can't sell it for thousands of dollars. The value-preserving function of this thing is far worse than that of gold and other gems. Of course, he has an unmarked rough diamond, which is still very marketable on the international black market and is relatively easy to handle. With this money, it's just right to go back to Russia to get some big guys back. Xiao Feng has calculated his future itinerary. When he returned home, he looked at the broken house at home, and he wondered and waited to get one overseas this time. When the money came back, it happened to renovate the old house. Anyway, it was no less than a few million. I took out my mobile phone and was thinking about checking the flight ticket to go abroad, but suddenly I received a call from an old classmate. Ding Yi is Xiao Feng's high school classmate. Now he works in the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Some time ago, after Xiao Feng rescued Kata, he burned the bathroom. After that, he was scared for several days and called Ding Yi. Come out to eat to catch your breath. Hey, I said, Xiao Feng, your kid is not authentic. I always said that I would come out to eat with you, but why didn't you turn off the phone or answer the phone? Ding Yi and Xiao Feng had a very good relationship, so they were very familiar with him. Xiao Feng knew that he must have been in another world when he heard it. This guy often called himself to make an appointment and quickly explained, hey, I used to run around the country some time ago, and sometimes I need to go abroad. I often change my mobile phone number, or the signal is not good. I'm sorry, old classmate, how about my treat to apologize today? Hey, just waiting for your words. I will call back some of our classmates in Benching, and we will gather together. No problem. You are responsible for contacting. I really don't have the numbers of our classmates. Xiao Feng directly set the dinner at Heji Old Shop, a famous high-end restaurant in Binching. It is said that his ancestors were the imperial chefs of the king court. His craftsmanship has been passed on for more than a dozen generations, and he is very good at making Manchu banquet. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Feng arrived at Heji's old shop and entered the private room. After a while, a dozen men and women of classmates arrived. Everyone met and greeted each other warmly. MTLnovel.com. Xiao Feng ordered dishes. It was served soon. The classmates have been in the society for nearly 10 years. They are all old dough sticks. There are quite a few people who can say that they are noisy and can adjust the atmosphere. Soon the private room will be lively up. The atmosphere at the banquet was very harmonious. The bridge section of the costume bee in the novel did not appear. Now the economic situation in Binching is not very good. Many of Xiao Feng's classmates from ordinary backgrounds are living in other places and working. Local students are generally classmates who have some relationships at home, and most of them work in government agencies or banks. They work well. Some people have even become small leaders, so interpersonal relationships are very important, especially after knowing that the famous chef in Binching was actually made by Xiao Feng. Everyone was even more polite to Xiao Feng, and they all asked Mr. Xiao to give them some discount cards. Of course, Xiao Feng did not agree. Problem: there are also a few female classmates who work in banks who are even more enthusiastic with Xiao Feng. Of course, Xiao Feng understands what these students mean. They just want to buy deposits and buy some wealth management products. Of course they are old classmates. To pull, I sent away a few female classmates, just to see his old classmate Xiaojun from high school, sitting in the corner eating silently. Xiao Feng hurriedly leaned over. Chapter 192 Classmate Reunion. Old diskmate, I won't greet you when you see it. This is not enough. Xiao Feng smiled and touched Xiaojun with his wine glass. Xiaojun smiled bitterly and said, Old stablemate, you have become President Xiao. I want to talk to you, a local tyrant, and I won't be able to squeeze by your side. Indeed, for this meal tonight, Xiao Feng has always been the protagonist, surrounded by many classmates, especially after knowing that he really became Mr. Xiao. A few female classmates got closer, and Xiao Feng was caught by Ying Ying overnight. Ying Yanyan surrounded it, and it was really impossible to say that she was not proud. After being stabbed by Xiaojun, Xiao Feng was not angry. He knew Xiaojun's personality. The two had been at the same table for 3 years in high school. Xiaojun was a quick-witted person, but he was not the same as Feng was Zhengmao back then. Xiaojun has now become an early man, a middle-aged man with thick glasses and greasy hair. Xiao Feng's classmates are all from the public, prosecutors and taxpayers. Xiao Feng greeted them all. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After the checkout, everyone went home. But Xiao Feng stopped Xiaojun, and the two looked for them again. Sit down at a cafe. Sorry, Xiaojun, you just saw that I am in business. Those people were all working in the public prosecutor's office just now. I have to greet them well. If I was negligent just now, I would be wrong with you. Fuck. Am I such a caring person? Xiaojun's personality is still as straightforward as before, although the edges and corners have been smoothed by the society. His personality is still the same. How about, what are old classmates doing now? Xiao Feng smiled and took out a box of 95 Supreme. Xiaojun took the cigarette case in one hand. Okay, Mr. Xiao is really okay. The 95 Supreme is all smoked. Hey, it's just for entertainment. Come on, you, Mr. Xiao. You are now hundreds of thousands of dollars per minute. You should smoke this. I also tasted it. What is so good about such expensive cigarettes? Xiaojun ordered one for himself as he said, took a deep breath, and then spit out a round smoke ring. Hey, you shit, when did you smoke too? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Xiaojun was a good gentleman in their class back then. He studied well and had good conduct. He didn't drink alcohol and tobacco. He looked like a moralist. Now it seems that he is a plenary meeting of tobacco and alcohol. After hearing his question, Xiaojun smiled bitterly. Hey, won't this work now? You may also know that I am working at the Institute of Chemical Research, and it sounds good to say that I am engaged in scientific research. What's special? It takes only 1 year. With a little funding, my project has no funds at all. Now I spend my days in the Chemical Institute every day. Seeing He Xiaojun's miserable expression on his face, Xiao Feng also sighed secretly, and then chatted with him a few more words. Only then did he know his situation over the years. He Xiaojun was a good student in high school, and he was admitted to a prestigious university in Beijing. He originally had the opportunity to stay in Beijing, but the elderly in his family returned to Binqing when he was in poor health and entered the Institute of Chemical Physics in the city, which is located in China. It's also well known. The country gives a lot of scientific research funding each year. But after all, there are more wolves and fewer meats, and there are too many researchers and projects. People can only come first if the country is urgently needed or hot topics. How straightforward is this, gentleman? It offends people, so there has been no big development in the institute, and it has been mixed in depressed mood. While listening to He Xiaojun's words, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the mutated creatures and plants he had seen in another world, so he just took some back and studied it. Maybe he might discover some new elements that this world doesn't have, or new chemical materials. He had thought about this before. However, to do scientific research, you need to spend money, and secondly, you also need professional talents. Xiao Feng is still not at ease when looking for people from outside. Isn't the He Xiaojun in front of him just right? He Xiaojun can't understand it anymore. Don't look at him now greasy and decadent, but in terms of scientific research, he is really a person who can endure loneliness and has the spirit of research. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng's heart moved. This can definitely be used as a scientific research talent in the future. Reserve. Xiaojun, if you don't do what you want, come out and find another job, Xiao Feng tentatively asked, but He Xiaojun gave him a wry smile and gave him a blank look. You think I don't want to, but now in Binqing, what kind of decent research institutes are there? State-owned enterprises are no longer good. Those universities it's not easy to enter. And foreign companies basically don't set up scientific research institutions here. Going to Beijing, Puhai and other first-tier cities, I don't have to worry about not finding any action. But you know the situation in my family. It doesn't work if I'm a person, so I can only simmer it in that chemical place. Maybe someday when the old man is no longer there, I'll go out of town. When He Xiaojun's tone was heard, it was very interesting. And Xiao Feng was overjoyed. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Your uncles and aunts are in good health, or you just hang around there. After a while, I want to invest in a scientific research institution, or a technologically innovative enterprise. When you come over and help me, you invest in a scientific research room. If you don't open a good restaurant, why do you invest in this stuff? Do you know how much money you need to invest in a laboratory? He Xiaojun looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. Could this guy have a brain disease? Investing in laboratories can be different from investing in other projects. Mentalnovel.com. This is a capital-intensive and intelligence-intensive industry. And what exactly do you research in investment laboratories? Is there a research direction? Hee. Don't worry about this. I'm really not bad for the money. I'm currently sorting out my ideas. I have some ideas about scientific research. Now it is difficult for our domestic industry to do it. Why? There is no core technology. Private enterprises are generally. I'm not willing to invest in scientific research, but if you don't invest, you don't have the right to speak in the market. I have some money now, but it's not a problem to put in the bank. So I always want to find something to do. Really set up a laboratory. You must come and help me. Seeing what Xiao Feng said seriously, He Xiaojun was really taken aback. What Xiao Feng said was the truth. In fact, the country has been advocating the transformation and upgrading of domestic entities, but there are several companies that are really willing to invest in technology. The social atmosphere is so impetuous. Everyone is eager to speculate and make quick money. Now it's not easy to make $1, so it's really the right way to invest in scientific research. If you really want to do something and attract venture capital, then make money back. It's really a matter of minutes. It seems that my old classmate is really a bit clever. Okay, let's talk about it then. But even so, He Xiaojun still didn't say anything to Death. Who knows if Xiao Feng is painting a pie? Let's wait until his laboratory is really established. Chapter 193 Diamond Scam. When he returned home, Xiao Feng wondered what to do with the diamonds, gold and other gems in his hand. He planned to keep it first, but he really didn't like diamonds, especially after he understood the development process of the diamond industry. He felt that this was a marketing scam. About 100 years ago, this diamond was first discovered by humans on the riverside of the jungles of India and Brazil, and then moved to Europe at the earliest. Because of its scarcity, it was indeed only worn by the princes and nobles of Britain and France. At that time, this gadget was definitely a luxury item among luxury goods. Many celebrities in the upper class were proud to own a diamond jewelry. But how can I think that the British colonists later discovered a huge diamond vein on the Orange River in South Africa in 1870, and the output was actually measured in tons. At first, everyone was ecstatic, but a few months later, the market was filled with all kinds of diamonds, resulting in a sharp drop in diamond prices, which made investors in the diamond mine scared. Then a Jew named Rhodes organized all the mine owners to set up a diamond company named De Beers, which controlled and monopolized global diamond transactions by setting up trading companies in various countries. Behind this company are not only those mine owners, but also the great British aristocrats, even the royal family, and many other European princes and aristocrats. With everyone's concerted efforts, the control of diamond transactions was considered successful. No matter gold during the time, how did the prices of silver, copper, and oil change? But the price of diamonds has remained high. But later in the 1930s, European economic turmoil occurred, and even war broke out. The market shrank rapidly. De Beers put the focus of market development on the United States, the world's largest power at the time. At that time, Americans did not have the habit of buying diamond rings for marriage, but these monopolists were very clever. They used the plot of American nouveau riche's worship of the European royal family to arrange for British and other European royal families to wear a lot of diamond jewelry when they attended public occasions, guided folk consumption habits, and then fabricated a lot of enduring advertising copy, such as "What, diamonds are forever," a forever circulated advertisements, so that diamonds quickly open the market in the United States, and are accepted by the majority of American consumers. Later, in the 1960s and 1970s, they used the same method to open the Japanese market. Recently, they began to use the same method to enter China. Not to mention, the effect was really good. Some silly women, in When I Got Married, I really cried and clamored for a diamond ring. As everyone knows, these diamond rings are the size of a grain of rice, and it costs tens of thousands to buy. But when you really need to use money to realize it, it becomes worthless. No one wants to buy back thousands of dollars. This is the most hateful thing about diamond scams. The reason for this is that a large amount of diamonds are now supplied to the entire international market every year, which has basically overflowed. At first, De Beers was able to control and monopolize the entire diamond industry. But later, with the discovery of a diamond mine in Argyle in Australia, the former Soviet Union also discovered a large diamond mine in Siberia, and then Rio Tinto and Alrosa Group joined in one after another. After this game, De Beers really couldn't play the price control method, and the repurchase price could not be guaranteed. Therefore, in Xiao Feng's view, this diamond is really a shattered gadget that collects IQ tax. The diamond necklace in his hand happens to be the first foreign treasure he wants to dispose of. After all, this thing will keep its value in the future. The room for appreciation is limited. It is better to deal with the exchange of money quickly. After returning home to study the main diamond processing centers, Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling a headache. There are 4 major diamond processing and sales centers in the world. One is Antwerp, Belgium, which has hundreds of years of diamond polishing and processing history. then Tel Aviv, Israel, and another is New York, the United States, and the nearest one is Sutra, India. After judging these markets together, Xiao Feng felt that Sutra was the most suitable place for him to sell diamonds. Needless to say, Antwerp, the diamond processing there is very formal. If you want to sell diamonds, you must first have the certificates of De Beers and several other companies to prove that you are not a blood diamond, or else they won't process it for you or give it to you. You sell, and you might even call the police. The same is true in New York, the United States, and Tel Aviv in Israel is estimated to be similar. Although it may be looser, Xiao Feng really dare not go because of the political instability in that place. On the contrary, the seemingly chaotic Indian Sutra is the most suitable place to sell diamonds. The local legal system is relatively backward, and various underground transactions are rampant. It is known as the world's largest underground black diamond trading center. If you go there, the diamond in your hand is easy to get out. But then you have to find a reliable channel, or else rush through it rashly, let alone being deceived. It is possible for someone to knock on a sandbox. The thought of this Xiao Feng is even more headache. Although he often travels in and out of other worlds and does not kill people less, in this world, he has always been regarded as a good law-abiding citizen, and he has really not touched some underworld transactions. I went to Sutra by myself and asked about it. Maybe he would have to be killed and thrown into the Tapti River on the same day. So this trip to India really had to be extra careful. But how do you get to know the people in the diamond business in India? Have to be a trustworthy person. Xiao Feng's head is as big as a fight. After thinking about it for a day at home, I didn't understand www.mentalnovel.com. I originally wanted to go to India to buy diamonds and then go to Russia to purchase arms, so he simply moved ahead of his arms purchase schedule and went to Russia first. I went to Vladivostok first. Peter had been waiting for him at the station a long time ago. Since saving this guy's life last time, this guy's attitude towards Xiao Feng has also become very close. He greeted Xiao Feng first to have a big meal, then took a Turkish bath, and finally arranged 2 girls for Xiao Feng, who had a nice rest for one night. When Xiao Feng woke up early the next morning, Peter had already been waiting for him in his hotel, had breakfast with him, and then drove off to meet Liu Jin. Deli Yuka, I really don't understand. What are you doing with so many arms? Hee, don't ask about this. Useful. By the way, who is Liu Jin? Can you trust it? Haha, he is a distant uncle of Katya and I. If he can't believe it, then it's over. Don't worry, that guy is very wild. He was an arms dealer earlier, but it seems that he hasn't done it for a while. Chapter 194 Arms Tycoon. After listening to Peter's introduction, Xiao Feng was relieved that the Russian arms dealers were no worse than the Americans. They were even crazier than the Americans at one point. Before the Soviet Union was disintegrated, it was just like the United States as one of the 2 arms dealers in the world, especially in the chaotic era of the 1960s and 1970s when various colonial countries fought for independence. The weapons of the former Soviet Union, it was once marketed in Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia, and it defeated American weapons and gained a reputation. After the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, the weapons that the former Soviet Union left behind in the Eastern European countries became the favorites of arms dealers from all over the world. By bribing some local soldiers, you can get a lot of cheap weapons. At that time, not only many American arms dealers went to the chaotic Eastern Europe to resell weapons, but even many Russians did it, and they did it not only from the disintegrated republics in Eastern Europe, but also in the mainland. During that time, various former Soviet weapons in Africa were once sold flying, and the uncle Liu Jin in Peter's mouth was once one of the many arms dealers back then, and it was once a glorious moment, making countless money. This was Liu Jin in that era. Deli Yuka was once a famous arms tycoon in their family. But a few years ago, because they offended the Americans and were squeezed out of the market from the Middle East and Africa by the Americans, I now stay in my hometown for the elderly." Xiao Feng and the others drove out of Vladivostok and walked northward for more than 100 kilometers before they reached a mountain nest near the sea. In this mountain nest, there was a farm hidden, and the Liu Jin lived here. But this farm looks very shabby. That is, the barbed wire fence at the entrance and the surrounding area can tell people that there is a farm here, or else just looking at the three-foot-high grass inside, who would have thought it was a farm? Lao Mozi is really bad at taking care of the fields. Peter drove Xiao Feng into the farm and drove in for more than 10 minutes before he found Liu Jin's house in a weedy wasteland. Looking at the dilapidated house with the patent leather on the roof, if it weren't for Peter's insistence, Xiao Feng really wanted to turn around and leave. How could there be an arms dealer in this ruined place? Peter knocked on the door for a long time, and then an old man with white hair, muddy eyes and a smell of wine opened the door. When he saw Peter, he murmured a few words, and then came to him with a big hug. I can see that he is very happy with Peter's arrival. "Come in, lads, what to drink?" I seem to only have vodka here. Or maybe I will give you some hot chocolate." Liu Jin rummaged in his messy kitchen for a long time, and finally found a box of hot chocolate powder among the empty bottles of vodka. Peter and Xiao Feng nodded, and then the old man made a cup of hot chocolate for the two of them with boiling water, but when they brought it to them, there was still a couple of vodka in each cup. Peter was sweet, and Xiao Feng was helpless. These Russians couldn't help adding some wine to any drink. Peter told Liu Jin the purpose of their trip. Liu Jin raised the hot chocolate with ingredients in his hand, took a sip from his mouth, and then turned to look at Xiao Feng. At this moment, the old guy's eyes were extraordinarily bright. "It's not as muddy as it was when I saw it before." "You want to buy a gun?" the old guy asked Xiao Feng in heavily accented Russian English. And Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. "It's not just a gun, to be precise." "What do you have here? You might as well show it to me. If I need it, I want to buy it." I was always worried about the orcs coming to retaliate, so this time Xiao Feng was no longer satisfied with just getting some machine guns back. If there were cannons, he wanted to get some back. Hearing what he said, Liu Jin couldn't help being excited anymore. He raised his head and stared at Xiao Feng fiercely for a long time, and then dragged Peter into the back room. The two of them murmured in Russian for a long time, and then they started talking. "Come out inside." This time Liu Jin looked at Xiao Feng's eyes lightened a lot, and there was no ink, so he directly said to Xiao Feng, "Let's go. I'll take you to see." The group of people got out of the house, got on Peter's off-road vehicle, and then drove all the way to the northeast under the leadership of Liu Jin. They soon drove to the foot of the mountain to the north and saw a large row of green-painted warehouses. They were all made of wood and looked like a barn on a western farm. But when Liu Jin opened the door of the warehouse, Xiao Feng was stunned. The first thing that catches the eye is the two D-72 main battle tanks. This is the world's first three-generation tank developed by the former Soviet Union after World War II. It was once a glorious moment. The former Soviet Union and its republics built tens of thousands of vehicles. This thing was later sold to several countries in the Central, Southeast, and Southeast Americas, and the whole of Europe was shivering under the T-72 load wheels for a long time. It was not until after the first Gulf War that the US M1A1 tanks turned a large number of Iraqi T-72s into AN coffins and gradually eliminated the ranks of the world's mainstream tanks. Although later this T-72 was found to have one or another problem. But if you get another world, in the world of pure cold weapons, this is an out-and-out big killer. Until novel.com it can't be done at all, threatening its existence. Behind the three tanks at the door, there are several armored vehicles, but these are not the main points of Xiao Feng's attention. Xiao Feng is mainly looking for some RPG or recoilless guns this time. After all, next time I go to another world, it may be mainly to defend the city. Simple and easy to operate weapons such as RPG and recoilless guns should be enough for him. Soon at the back of the warehouse, Xiao Feng found the whole box of RPGs, which made Xiao Feng very happy. He immediately unpacked and opened the box to see that these RPGs should have been produced more than 10 years ago. It did not expire. Xiao Feng asked Liu Jin. I didn't expect this guy to be a drunkard, but his memorability is really good. When I asked, I learned that this batch of RPGs was bought from the Czech Republic, a member of the former Soviet Union, and originally planned to sell to Africa. But what? Thinking that he had offended the Americans and was on the blacklist of the CIA, so he didn't dare to go to Africa, and this batch of goods fell into his hands. Xiao Feng asked to try it. Liu Jin directly carried a box of rockets and popped it out, taking Xiao Feng to the foot of the mountain outside the warehouse and hit 3 shots. Anyway, this place is also a barren mountain, and there is only Liu Jin in a radius of 10 miles. There is no need to worry about scaring others when living in a household. Chapter 195 Big Killer Purchase. After the 3 blasts, Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the guy in his hand, looking at the scattered mountains in the distance. How many are these? I want them all. Xiao Feng overturned the rocket launcher in his hand and was very satisfied. The biggest difference between this thing and NATO's commonly used AT-4 missile after launch is that it can be refilled repeatedly, and the filling speed is extremely fast. Although AT-4 is much lighter than RPG, its cost is much higher, and it is a disposable transmitter, which is not acceptable to Xiao Feng at present. This RPG can be used many times if it is properly maintained, and it can be used and taken in the space. The weight is not a problem at all. The most important thing is that the thing is cheap. One-time use AT-4 costs about $1,500, and the black market is more expensive at $500. But this RPG launcher is only $100, and a rocket is also $100. So yes, as far as Xiao Feng is concerned, it is more cost-effective to use RPG, especially when it is likely to be used in large quantities. Well, it's been a long time anyway. Even if you have $50 for this rocket launcher, I still have almost 400 PG-7VR and TBG-7V rockets, all of which are $50 each. Take it all if you want. Xiao Feng was delighted when he heard that, although this RPG is now being used by some backward militants, it costs more than $100 for a launcher and more than $100 for a rocket in the international market. The old man is really real. But what are these PG-7VR and TBG-7V rockets? Although Xiao Feng is a keyboard fan, he really doesn't quite understand the specific rocket model. Later, through this Eugenius explanation, I learned that the PG-7VR rocket was specifically designed to hit tanks, and this TBG-7V type rocket is mainly used to kill people. One is an armor-piercing bomb and the other is a grenade. All of them were sold. With so many good things, Xiao Feng didn't blink his eyes and took them all with a wave of his hand. Seeing him so proud, but surprised both Liu Jin and Peter, what is this guy doing? Why buy so many rockets? But what surprised them even more was still behind. Xiao Feng saw several big guys again. These big guys have similar principles to RPG, but the launch distance is much longer than that of RPG. This guy has a much longer tube than RPG, and the barrel caliber is much thicker than RPG, with a tripod and sights underneath. This is the B-10 recoilless gun produced by the former Soviet Union. It was famous in the war in Afghanistan. This recoilless gun is lighter in weight, has a much longer range than RPG, and can accurately aim. It is a weapon for mid-range anti-tank and anti-fortress, so that after the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, a large number of such weapons flowed into the Middle East and became a weapon in the hands of terrorists. In the pickup war in Africa, many militants welded heavy machine guns and recoilless guns to the rear part of pickup trucks. They became famous guerrilla weapons. What makes Xiao Feng most pleased is that in addition to these recoilless guns, He also found two K-21 rapid-fire mortars currently in service in Russia in this warehouse. The lethality and range of this thing are much better than what he had just seen. RPG in those recoilless guns are much stronger. Unfortunately, although they are powerful, the word rapid fire is not for nothing. 1 dozen is a shell of shells. Xiao Feng can't afford such a cost. In the end, I had no choice but to buy two old-fashioned RM-38 mortars made in the former Soviet Union during World War II. The 50mm caliber is as easy to use as in other worlds. After buying these guns, Xiao Feng's attention was drawn to the two big killers on the east side of the warehouse. This thing is as rough as the furry weapons that Xiao Feng has seen before. But just look at the appearance. You can know that the power is terrifying. This is a well-known anti-aircraft machine gun in the former Soviet Union. It has a 12.7mm caliber. The triangle bracket and sight are still there. The entire machine gun is completely wrapped, and the gun body has a strong smell of gun oil. Although it has not been used for many years, it is preserved. It's still very good. Of course, Xiao Feng had such a perfect killer directly in his pocket. After buying these big guys, Xiao Feng found a large number of bullets in the north of the warehouse. There were various types of bullets, including pistols, rifles, and machine guns. Xiao Feng directly chose hundreds of thousands of bullets. This posture, but Liu Jin and Peter were taken aback. Xiao Feng bought half of his warehouse alone. This guy buys so much. Is it possible that he wants to start a small war? Everything else is okay, but one purchases hundreds of thousands of bullets, which makes Liu Jin a little dazed. And Peter also knows that Xiao Feng's background is very mysterious. Since he didn't want to buy weapons from China, but came to Russia, it showed that he didn't want to reveal his identity. Who knew that this guy knew the head of the African tribe? And now many places in Africa are the world of Chinese people. In order to obtain all kinds of local mineral resources, they usually use money to clear the way. If money is not available, they will arm the local rebels with weapons and drive off the disobedient. Anyway, the United States and the former Soviet Union did not do anything less. Over. Don't worry about it. You can't sell this garbage anyway. Now someone is willing to spend money to buy it. You just need to collect the money. Peter said Liu Jin. Liu Jin nodded. After buying the bullets, Xiao Feng came to the front of the tank again, and stretched out his hand to pat on the D-72's road wheel. Can this thing move now? Haha, of course, when I used to have nothing to do. You reading www.uukanzu.com likes to drive these big guys a few times around my farm. I have been taking care of these things. It's okay. Seeing Xiao Feng actually want to buy a tank, Liu Jin immediately became happy. The bullets Xiao Feng bought before add up to not a tank worthy, even though this D-72 has been basically eliminated now. But in the international arms market, the price is still not low. Hundreds of thousands of them are usually purchased by relatively backward third world countries. Anyway, it is to bully the domestic betrayal army. Enough. Liu Jin also took Xiao Feng into the tank directly, drove out of the warehouse, and spared a few laps on his farm. Anyway, his farm is big enough and there are no crops in the ground. It is just right to open the tank. Along the way, Xiao Feng was very serious about asking him for some knowledge of driving the tank, and he also learned the operation of the turret in the turret, and fired a few shells. Sure enough, although the tank looks relatively old and outdated, the parts inside, it's all okay. It's completely fine to use. How much? I want it. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with this D-72. With such a big killer, even if there were many orcs besieging the city, he would be fearless. Chapter 196. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes for $500,000. Liu Jin sold Xiao Feng's weapons to Xiao Feng at a package price. Xiao Feng did not expect this old Russian man to be so happy. In fact, It's normal if you think about it. If Xiao Feng doesn't come to buy these things, they are left in this warehouse and they are all old weapons. Even if they have a way to sell them on the international market, they won't sell much. Good price. Even if only a few T-72 tanks are sold on the international market, it is only a few $100,000. Even if you are cheap, many people are reluctant to buy them. After all, this is a weapon that lags behind this era. Countries that are able to buy them are not willing to buy these backward weapons at all, and those organizations that are willing to buy them can't afford the price, so it is better to just pack them and sell them to Xiao Feng at a cheap price. $500,000, at the current exchange rate, is more than 3 million yuan. For Xiao Feng, it means that the celebrity chef makes half a month's profit. It is not a problem at all. He can sell so many big weapons. He is very happy. Liu Jin was even more happy. These tatters have been in his warehouse for more than 10 years. They not only take up space, but also spend time on maintenance. They also take up a large part of his funds, which makes him a headache. Of course he is happy to be able to deal with part of it today. After negotiating the terms of the transaction, Xiao Feng paid again, and Peter contacted a few large container trucks, packed those things and shipped them to a warehouse in Vladivostok. As for how Xiao Feng handled them, if these things are taken away, he doesn't care about it. After returning to his house with Liu Jin, the old man became even more enthusiastic. He had to invite the two to stay for a meal together, not to mention that the old man's barbecue skills are really good. He ate both Xiao Feng and Peter. Very cool. Of course, drinking and bragging is indispensable when eating. Liu Jin may have not spoken to anyone for too long. It is rare that Xiao Feng and Peter came over this time and helped him resolve a heart disease. So he dragged the two of them to talk non-stop. Of course, the main thing is to remember his glorious years. It's all about the Gonzo when he was an arms dealer, not to mention the old man's experience that year is really interesting. His clients are all over Africa, the Middle East and India. He thought that Xiao Feng was also a second-door dealer in the arms business, so as an old senior, he deliberately explained to Xiao Feng a lot of the doorways in this arms business, and also deliberately introduced him to many of the characteristics of customers, such as dealing with the warlord leaders in Africa. What to pay attention to. What to pay attention to when dealing with the local tycoons in the Middle East. How to bribe the officials in India. What kind of official rank and what price, and so on. When Xiao Feng learned that the old man still had many customers in India, he suddenly asked, "Liu Jin, have you been to Surat, India?" Liu Jin was taken aback when he asked him this way, and then the expression on his face quickly became richer. "Why? There are your customers over there? I told you that many of the people there were my customers back then." "Haha, I am familiar with many people over there." When Xiao Feng heard what Liu Jin said, he almost jumped up unhappily. As the saying goes, he has nowhere to look for his iron shoes. It takes no effort at all. Before, he still had a headache how to go to India to deal with the diamonds in his hand. After all, he didn't know anyone, so he didn't feel relieved when he went. Now Liu Jin actually said that he knew someone there, which is great. "Then do you know the diamond merchants there?" Both Peter and Liu Jin were taken aback when they heard it. But immediately Liu Jin danced. Obviously he felt that he and Xiao Feng had found a common topic. "Yes, haha, of course there is. Almost all of my clients in Surat back then were jewelry merchants. Those people were the most prosperous clients I had contact with in India." "Why? Do you want to buy some diamonds?" I want to do some business with them, but I don't know the people over there, so I dare not go." "Haha, don't worry, I'll introduce a few to you. Wait a minute." When Liu Jin said that, he got up and slammed up to the second floor. The excitement made the floor slab collapse. At this time, Peter turned his head and asked Xiao Feng, "Do you want to buy some diamonds?" "Well, yes, you also know that cash is inconvenient sometimes." Xiao Feng was too embarrassed to talk to him too directly, but Peter nodded. It's true that diamonds are very convenient to carry, but this thing is relatively watery. Be careful not to be deceived. It is a pity that our family is losing power, otherwise I can get you some from Siberia. Peter was talking about the Russian broken diamonds. This thing is still quite famous in the international market. At the end of the 1970s, the former Soviet Union government discovered a large diamond mine in Siberia, so it started mining frantically, but the quality of the mine generally, no large diamonds are produced, but some broken diamonds are produced. But after a large number of them flowed into the international market, it also caused a great impact on the price of diamonds, so that De Beers had to pull the former Soviet Union into them. This has stabilized the international price of diamonds. Later, after the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, this mine was annexed by several Russian oligarchs, forming the Alrosa Company, one of the world's 3 largest diamond giants, and one of the current price makers in the international diamond market. Soon after a blast of footsteps, Liu Jin rushed downstairs, still holding a business card case in his hand, turned it over in the business card case, then found a business card and handed it to Xiao Feng. If you want to go to India to buy diamonds.mentalnovel.com, you can find this Karabi Zuraisivi. He was my biggest customer in Surat back then and a famous local diamond merchant. I and him, he has been in business for many years, and his business reputation has always been very good. It's just a pity that I was blacklisted by the CIA and couldn't easily travel to many countries, so I broke the deal. However, we have always been in contact with each other, and he is still there. I'm in the diamond business. Go to him and mention my name. He will definitely not deceive you. Xiao Feng looked at the black bronzing business card in his hand, not to mention how happy he was. Now there is a way to deal with diamonds. Thank you, Liu Jin. Welcome. By the way, Liu Jin, can you get some other powerful weapons? This Liu Jin is good, and the relationship is relatively wild. Xiao Feng feels that there is still a lot of potential to tap from this guy. Oh, what else do you want? Liu Jin didn't expect that this guy had bought so much, and he was still not satisfied. But that's okay. It's good to have a business and make money. Chapter 197 Order. No one would dislike too much money, no one would bite their hands on money, not to mention Liu Jin, who has been holding back at home for many years, thinking that he was also a powerful arms merchant back then. Back then, his business was flourishing and his business was going smoothly. He didn't think that just because he offended the Yankee, he was banned by a piece of paper, and he had been stuck at home for so many years. Now that he has the opportunity to return to his old business, he certainly does not want to miss this opportunity. For example, the American Hummer Jeep, or some aerial cannons or artillery that have been removed from the helicopter. If you can get them, I will take them all. After thinking about it, Xiao Feng said to Liu Jin that after the Battle of Black Wind Canyon, Xiao Feng's basant tribe must have been unable to conceal the half-orcs, and he would definitely retaliate with those guys' personalities. Once or twice, Xiao Feng was not afraid, but he was afraid that after these half-orcs were frustrated under the walls of his base once or twice, they would retaliate more fiercely and send more people. Once there are more and more half-orcs, he will need more and more powerful weapons. Artillery is of course the first choice, but this is difficult to deal with. You don't think the international arms trade is very active now, but they are generally light weapons, such as firearms, explosives and the like. And for a big guy like a cannon, countries around the world have very strict controls. After all, this thing is too lethal. If a 152 caliber howitzer is exploded, it can definitely clear all of the area of a football field. Biological. Such weapons of mass destruction are strictly guarded by any country and never allowed to fall into the hands of terrorist organizations or armed insurgents. Therefore, in the international arms trade, unless it is at the national level, private individuals or between warlord leaders, it is difficult to buy that kind of artillery. So Xiao Feng focused his attention on those large E-caliber weapons, and Russia is the perfect place to get these rimball weapons. For example, aircraft guns are generally 20 mm in caliber. Such a caliber is called a gun in the world, but Russia is a strange thing. They call this thing a gun. The 20 caliber guns are usually air cannons mounted on helicopters or fighter jets. Of course, they are in other countries. In Russia, this is an aviation machine gun. If you can get 2 of these, go to there is a frame on the wall. Xiao Feng is not afraid of those half-orcs, no matter how many come. It has a dish in his eyes. A 20 caliber cannon, even if you are a raw-skinned rhino, the elephant is coming. And there is only kneeling in front of the gun. A shot can knock the elephant in 2. This is the horror of modern large caliber firearms, so Xiao Feng sometimes finds it funny when he reads a certain point of apocalyptic novels. So many zombies say that they can't deal with guns and guns. Instead, they use knives. Don't you know how powerful your firearm is? A 125 caliber armor-piercing projectile can be penetrated by a 20 centimeters thick homogeneous steel plate. Even if you evolve a bone-clad zombie, you have to kneel in front of such a weapon. If there is really a bone that cannot be penetrated by the armor-piercing projectile, then these zombies can basically run rampant in the universe, and going to outer space is nothing. But those authors, if you don't study firearms well, they are going to fight alone with the zombies with a knife. Could it be that their brains are caught? Wisdom is simply anti-human. As for asking Liu Jin to build a few Hummers, he was totally fancying the off-road passing ability of this Hummer. There are basically no regular roads in the alien world, and there are wild fields everywhere, and he has seen the off-road ability of the Hummer. Moreover, the enhanced version of the Hummer used by the US military on the battlefield in the Middle East basically has a certain degree of protection. Although the ID made by the terrorists in the Middle East is blown up, it is not a problem to deal with the half-orcs who use cold weapons in other worlds. The car is fast and flexible, and with a heavy machine gun, it can definitely sweep the battlefield. It is definitely the pioneer of his cavalry unit. No problem. Although I haven't been in the arms business for a long time, I still have many friends who are still active in this industry. As long as you can afford to pay, there is nothing that Liu Jin can't get. Of course, my statement is because due to my unique status, I cannot leave the border of Russia. So I am not responsible for home delivery. Liu Jin patted his chest and said to Xiao Feng that the things Xiao Feng mentioned were really not a difficult task for him. As long as a few phone calls, he could fetch goods from friends. Anyway, Xiao Feng asked for it. It's not an absolute contraband like missiles, it's just artillery that is a bit difficult, but as long as the money is in place, these are not problems. Okay, I'll hand over the order to you, Liu Jin, please do it. As long as you can get what I want, then I will accept it in full. Don't worry, money is not a problem. I'll give it to you later. You transfer 300,000 US dollars, which is regarded as the deposit for this transaction. Okay, just wait for my news. If it's fast, it's 1 month, if it's slow, it's only 3 months. I can definitely get you what you want. Liu Jin took a sip of vodka, patted his chest and said to Xiao Feng, this guy is already a little bit passionate, and the joy of coming out of the world makes him feel like he is back in the years when he was all in the world. It doesn't matter how much money he makes, the key is to still be able to do so. Returning to the industry he loves, www.mentalnovel.com. This is what makes him most happy. When he was a child, his parents were workers in a Russian military factory. Later, he went to serve as a soldier. After returning to the Soviet Union as a soldier, he was disintegrated. He started the arms business again. It can be said that he has been dealing with all kinds of weapons all his life. He really didn't know what he could do if he left this business. Sitting at Liu Jin's house until the evening, Xiao Feng and Peter left Liu Jin's house after drinking all afternoon and returned to Vladivostok. The arms bought from Liu Jin at night went to the dock and belonged to Peter. In an abandoned warehouse at home, Xiao Feng went there in the middle of the night and collected all the big guys in the space. With these weapons, Xiao Feng felt that he would be less afraid of revenge against the orcs in the future. The next day Xiao Feng and Peter said goodbyes. They first returned to the country, and then went straight to Yangqing. They left the country and went straight to India. They made several flights, first to Mumbai, India, and then hired a car from Mumbai. The car drove 250 kilometers northward, and finally arrived at the legendary Surat, the diamond capital of Asia. Xiao Feng saw this city far away. It is different from other Indian cities, at least on the outside. This city is much cleaner than other Indian cities. The eye-catching white building looks clean and tidy. Chapter 198 Sutra. When the British colonized India in the 18th century, Surat was a well-known trade port in India. At that time, it was famous because of the development of the diamond processing industry. The discovery of diamonds in India has been a long time since the nobility wore diamonds. The earliest prosecution was around the 10th century, when Indians had discovered them and used diamonds to make precious jewelry. In 1304, the Indians discovered an 800-carat rough stone in the Kolar mine, which was then cut into a rose shape, weighing 191 carats, and became India's national treasure at that time. Later, in 1562, Sultan Babur established the Mughal Empire and took this diamond as a national treasure. In the 18th century, Nadir Shah, the emperor of the Persian Empire, even started a battle because of this diamond, an invasion war. Later, after the British colonists took control of India, through various coercion and temptation, the Indians finally gave the diamond named Mountain of Light to the Queen of England. Later, this diamond was also set in the Queen of England on the crown. It became a legend. This diamond can show that the Indians have a long history of processing diamonds, and this Surat can become the diamond capital of Asia. Of course, there is also a reason: centuries of processing and production, so that here concentrates the best diamond polishing in India. Cutting, processing craftsmen. The city's millions of people, any 10th, are engaged in the diamond processing industry. Every summer, nearly 30,000 buyers from all over the world gather in this city to purchase diamonds. In one summer, the diamond transaction volume here can reach $1 billion. Of course, this is only on the surface, and if it involves underground transaction, the transaction amount will be several times higher. The whole Surat is full of grey-white high-rise buildings, and even the houses in residential areas are painted grey-white, making the whole city look clean and solemn from the outside. Once in the city, it is inevitable that Xiao Feng felt that he had returned to a familiar Indian city. The streets were full of people, except for the main roads of the city, which were relatively tidy. The other streets were bumpy and chaotic, and the streets were everywhere. They are all crowded and leisurely cattle herds, and the roads smell of cow dung. The city once declined due to the depletion of the resources of India's diamond mines, but at that time, Argyle in Australia discovered diamond mines, so the rough stones produced from Australia were shipped here again, and Surat was once again. Prosperity rose. When Xiao Feng came, it happened to be past the peak diamond trading season, so the traffic situation in this city was much better than in previous months. The driver of Xiao Feng's chartered car is a Hindi chatter. He speaks Indian English and talks with Xiao Feng Luo Li. Perhaps more and more Chinese have appeared in Sutra in recent years, so this driver has been right. Chinese people are used to it. Xiao Feng sent Xiao Feng to the hotel. Xiao Feng sent the driver to eat. After a brief wash in the hotel, he went directly to the restaurant. He ordered the Sheraton Hotel. The Indian food these days, I was scared to eat him. After enjoying a steak meal in the hotel restaurant, he went downstairs contentedly. The Kalabis family recommended by Liu Jin lives in the northeast of Sutra city, next to the Taputi River that passes through the city. Xiao Feng asked the driver to drive him to the gate of Kalabi's house. He had been with this Kalabi before. Sula Suai called. Before he came, Liu Jin also called Karabi, so the other party also knew that he was coming. His car just stopped at the door, and the electric gate opened. Two strong bodyguards armed with guns opened the door, and behind the report was a grey-haired Indian, because his skin was dark, and can't tell how old it is. Hello, are you Mr. Xiao? Yes, it's me. You are. Hello, I am Karabi Zurasivi. You are very welcome. This Kalabi's English is much more authentic than ordinary Indians, with a London accent. He can see that he should be highly educated, and he is also very enthusiastic. If Liu Jin talked with him on the phone before coming, he must have spoken a lot of good things to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng got out of the car and walked into his house under the leadership of Kalabi. The yard of Kalabi's house is still very large. There are 2 rows of workshops on either side of the gate. The electric grinding wheel can be heard from far away. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Kalabi took Xiao Feng to visit his factory. The 2 rows of factory buildings were full of machines that Xiao Feng could not recognize. Then there were many teenagers crowded in front of the machines. Polished and cut diamonds. Before Xiao Feng came, he had heard that the diamond merchants in Surat had a tradition of hiring child labor. Today, seeing is believing. The scene is still very shocking. These poor children don't even have masks. The Indians. Still, it's really dark enough. Kalabi took Xiao Feng all the way to visit and introduced Xiao Feng all the way. Through him, Xiao Feng learned that India occupies such an important position in the world diamond trade. There are 90% of the world's rough diamonds. The grinding and polishing work is done in Sutra. No wonder the diamond industry here is so hot. When Liu Jin called Kalabi, he explained some of Xiao Feng's background. Of course, Kalabi regarded Xiao Feng as a major customer from China.novel.com, and he was very enthusiastic to entertain him. After seeing a lot of polished rough diamonds, Kalabi finally introduced Xiao Feng into the mansion behind his manor, and after being served 2 cups of coffee, Kalabi asked Xiao Feng, "I don't know, Mr. Xiao. What kind of diamonds do I want to purchase this time? I have all kinds of diamonds, cut ones, or rough diamonds." "Well, Mr. Kalabi, I think Liu Jin may not have made it clear to you on the phone before that I am not here to buy diamonds, but to sell diamonds." "Oh, so? Did you bring your diamond? What is it like?" Kalabi opened the door to do business. Whether he came to buy it or sell it here, he could make money. In addition, after doing business for so many years, he was used to the wind and waves, so after listening to Xiao Feng's words, he was neither surprised and not angry. Xiao Feng also wanted to end the transaction as soon as possible. He simply took out a rough diamond directly from his pocket. This rough diamond was the smallest one he had pried from the gold necklace that he had mixed up in other worlds, but there were also ordinary eggs. The size, as soon as this diamond was taken out, Kalabi on the opposite side was immediately foolish. Chapter 199 Skyrocketing Price. Sutra is a historical city where diamonds are polished and processed. The history of diamond processing has been nearly 1,000 years. This Kalabi has been in the diamond business for decades. If you count the generations of his ancestors, their family runs the business. The diamond business has a history of hundreds of years. But he had never seen such a big rough diamond. He had only heard of it in the legend. When the rough diamond that was forced to be dedicated to the Queen of England's Mountain of Light, India's national treasure, was discovered, it weighed only 800 carats. 800 carats were converted into an ordinary unit of measurement, which is 160 grams. 2 about the same weight as the diamond in front of me. Although I haven't gotten started yet, Kalabi and the diamond have been handed over for decades. The size and weight of the diamond can be estimated with a glance. At this time, looking at the diamond in front of him, he could no longer breathe. He was breathing heavily, and his eyeballs began to turn red. The diamond was obviously polished simply. Although the shape was not regular, it was still a piece. The oval shape of the egg. What makes Kalabi the most uncontrollable is that the light transmittance of this rough diamond is very important to know the quality of a diamond. This rough diamond has not been specially polished, even in many places. It also carries the original mark. If it is processed in his factory, polished and polished, it is definitely the top one. Such a large and complete diamond can still have such a good quality. This diamond can definitely be said to be the best found in recent years, and it can even be said to be the top diamond ever seen in Calabi's career. Mr. Xiao, can I take a look? Calabi gasped and asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. No problem. He pushed the original drill in front of Calabi. Calabi almost jumped up and hit someone with no anger when he saw his movements. This is a rare top product. Are you so casual? What if it falls to the ground? Although diamonds are the hardest substance in the world, they are very brittle. A smaller one is fine, although such a large one will not break when it falls on the ground. If there is a crack, the loss will be great. But when he looked at the diamond in front of him, Calabi didn't care about being angry with Xiao Feng. He quickly picked up the diamond, took out the gloved magnifying glass from the small box beside him, and began to observe carefully. For a long time, this guy took a breath and put down the diamond in his hand. I didn't see the laser code on the diamond. In the modern diamond industry, in order to continue to monopolize diamond transactions and control prices, De Beers, Rio Tinto, and Alrosa have formed an alliance. They will laser code each diamond produced to prevent counterfeiting, anti-theft, and lost diamond jewelry. Because of the laser barcode, it is not easy to sell in the second-hand market. Secondly, it is also to control the diamond transaction. The diamonds currently traded on the market without the laser code will be regarded as blood diamonds, or diamonds produced in black mines in other mining areas are not accepted by the mainstream diamond industry. If such diamonds appear on the market, practitioners can choose to call the police and block the circulation of diamonds produced by other black mines on the market, making it easier for the giants to control the market. However, on the black market, this kind of rough diamond without a barcode is a sought-after object. Just because there is no barcode, this kind of diamond is equivalent to having no ID card and is not easy to be traced. So it is even more affected by many money laundering organizations, or the favor of drug lords or corrupt politicians. Because such diamonds do not have to worry about being tracked, they have relatively strong liquidity capabilities and are popular on the black market. The Calabi family has been in the diamond business for hundreds of years. It is definitely not just a legitimate diamond transaction, but also a black market transaction. Even the diamonds circulated to the black market through his hands are worth tens of millions of dollars every year, but he has never I have seen a rough diamond of such a good appearance and such a big size. Thinking of the profit that this rough diamond might bring, Calabi couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then looked up at Xiao Feng, who was sitting on the opposite side with a smile. He suddenly had an impulse to eat black. This Chinese boy is only one person. If you kill him, can you swallow this rough diamond? But when I turned my head and thought, is it an ordinary person who dared to come to Marat alone to find himself, and took out such a large piece of rough diamond without a laser mark? Think about it again. This person is Liu Jin. According to Deli Yuka, the little demon who had just risen in Calabi's heart quickly died down. Who is Liu Jin, who was the most popular arms dealer in the past, can be wanted by the CIA, and is still alive and kicking now? Can he be an ordinary person? Such people might have the Russian mafia behind them. Who is the Russian mafia? Is that a stubble that even the Italian mafia is afraid of? The most ruthless underground force in America right now. And is this Chinese really that simple? Such a large rough diamond was made from the mining area in Siberia. If you think about Liu Jin and the Russian mafia, there may be a relationship between them. So Calabi's crooked thoughts that just came up didn't last for more than 30 seconds and immediately died away. Mentalnovel.com Anyway, you can make money with your hands, so why bother to stab the hornet's nest? Mr. Xiao, as a credible businessman, Calabi can say very responsibly that your diamond is indeed top quality. If you want to sell it, at what price? Such a big diamond, as long as it is polished well and cut into small pieces, then you can make millions when you change hands. Why bother to provoke those madmen for a little money? Calabi quickly understood the account, so he started to inquire directly. My diamond, I also measured it before I came here. It weighs 880 carats and is of top quality. A diamond of this size has not been discovered in recent years. The most recent one should be in 2015. The arlite found in the Botswana Kalavi mine, the diamond weighing 1,109 carats, was successfully auctioned in London in 2017. And the transaction price was $53 million. Well, my one, although not as big as that, this is a rough diamond and does not have a laser logo. It should be more popular on the black market, so I think this one should also be worth $53 million. Since he was here to buy diamonds, Xiao Feng of course made preparations early. During this time, he studied the diamond market thoroughly. So he gave such a quotation. Of course, the quotation is obviously high. Just to wait for Calabi to bargain. Chapter 200. Enter the ranks of billionaires. After listening to Xiao Feng's offer, Calabi frowned. Xiao Feng's asking price was too accurate. $53 million. If Xiao Feng agreed, his profit margin is not small. But there is always a feeling of unwillingness. Such a big round diamond is definitely a looted treasure on the black market. There is no laser mark. Those South American drug barons and corrupt politicians will definitely rush to such a diamond. If he wants to maximize his profits, Calabi can cut this rough diamond into small pieces of pigeon eggs, and then sell them separately. Each piece can be sold at a high price. Mr. Xiao, $53 million is a bit expensive. Can it be cheaper? And that arlite was sold for $53 million. But it still has to pay a lot of intermediary fees and taxes. In fact, it is only $43 million. Considering that your diamond does not have a laser code, I think $43 million is a reasonable price. This Calabi was also ruthless enough to cut off $10 million as soon as he opened his mouth. Of course Xiao Feng couldn't agree. Regardless of the diamond, this piece is more than 100 carats smaller than the piece of arlite. But the reason why he dares to ask for the same price is because the diamond is a rough diamond and does not have a laser code. Diamonds with laser codes can only be traded through formal channels. The more expensive ones can only be sold. Once they are sold, they will face problems such as paying taxes and paying intermediary fees. And diamonds with a laser code are particularly troublesome to change hands. After the owner is lost, they can often call the police, so that such precious diamonds cannot be traded in formal channels and can only be traded on the black market. The price of diamonds with a laser code is traded on the black market. It tends to be greatly reduced. Therefore, the price of diamonds with laser codes is often lower than that of rough diamonds without laser codes. This is the main reason why Xiao Feng dares to ask for $53 million. And as far as the size and quality of his diamond are, when he gets it on the black market, it is the rhythm of being lighted every minute. And if this Calabi cut a little less, he would recognize it. But this guy actually bargained for $10 million as soon as he opened his mouth, which he absolutely couldn't accept. Calabi, I think what the value of this diamond is. You should know better than me. I ask for $53 million, which has left you enough profit margin. If you think it is expensive, then I will give you a reduction of $1 million and $52 million. Okay. This is my lowest offer. If you can't accept it, then I'm going to find someone else. Xiao Feng gave the final quotation. In fact, he was not sure before that the diamond was worth the price, but seeing Calabi cut so hard, he was sure that the diamond was definitely worth it. After looking at Xiao Feng's expression again, Calabi knew that this time should really be Xiao Feng's final quotation. Although this diamond may not be sold at such a high price, it is on the black market. Just without the advantage of a laser code, this diamond can increase in price by 10 million every minute. The reason why Xiao Feng himself didn't sell the diamond on the black market was because he didn't have the resources in this area, And on the other hand, he didn't want to get into trouble with the underworld. He still sold it to Calabi, who wandered in the grey area like this. The middleman is the most cost-effective. $52 million. If you introduce to the few South American drugs you know at, even if you increase the price by 10 million, it is estimated that they will be willing to buy it. If you are introducing them to the rich Middle Eastern tycoons you know, maybe you can sell one higher prices. Thinking of this, Calabi made a decision on the spot. $52 million deal. The Calabi family has been in the diamond business for hundreds of years, and the family is quite deep. $52 million transferred to Xiao Feng on the spot, and the money Xiao Feng directly deposited into his account with Citibank. Before coming to India, he passed through Hong Kong and opened an account with Citibank there. At the same time, he entrusted an intermediary company that to help register a number of investment companies in Bermuda, the Virgin Islands, and the Cayman Islands. Soon the money arrived, and the transaction was completed. Both parties were very happy. Calabi also invited Xiao Feng to their family dinner. The hospitality was overwhelming. Xiao Feng could only stay and eat another curry feast. After completing this transaction, Xiao Feng was also relieved. There are still 11 rough diamonds left, but now he dare not sell them. After all, if so many large pieces of high-quality raw diamonds are traded at once, it will affect the world diamond prices. When the time comes to provoke those giants to investigate, it will not be worthwhile. The De Beers gang are very hard-hearted. They not only have the underworld resources, but also have a lot of white resources available for them. It is better not to provoke them. It is safest to make cloak money. Anyway, I have $52 million, which is more than 3 billion in RMB, which is enough for him to be cool for a while. Until novel.com. The next day, Xiao Feng left Surat, and he was very enthusiastic. Before leaving Nakarabi, he grabbed his hand and said that if there are any diamonds like this, come to him in the future, and he will definitely give Xiao Feng a price that satisfies him. Xiao Feng nodded and agreed. This line must be kept. The remaining 11 rough diamonds, but one is bigger than one, and they are taken elsewhere. There really is no such large middleman as Calabi. After returning to Mumbai from Surat, Xiao Feng's nerves finally relaxed. Although only a diamond was realized, it allowed him to complete the transformation from multi-millionaire to billionaire. The most important thing was that he got through another one. Sales channels. Now that people are abroad and earn money, it's finally time to relax. Xiao Feng plans to spend a few days in Mumbai. This city is the pride of India. It is currently the most developed city in India, especially in recent years. Under the condition of good economic development in India, the city's hardware facilities have been greatly improved, and the whole city does look like Puhai more than 10 years ago. Xiao Feng hired a driver and went around the city for a day. He went to a shopping mall in the evening and planned to buy some clothes for himself. However, he didn't take a few steps until his stomach hurts like a knife. Mad is already be careful and be careful. But I didn't expect to be recruited. Xiao Feng's face changed drastically. Before he came, he had heard people say that the food in India is very unhygienic. Try not to eat street food, even in restaurants, and eat as little as possible. He has always followed this principle. Eat local food and drink bottled water, which was fine the other day. The food at Calabi's house yesterday was fine. They have a private cook who pays more attention to hygiene. But this morning, one of them inadvertently ate out for a meal. The result was a hit. Xiao Feng resisted the feces of rockets coming out of his butt, and rushed into the bathroom of the mall in a few strides.